The Winter Retreat. A Hideaway Lake Novel. Book 4. By Terry Laura. Chapter 1. Julia stared at the phone that had been lying beside her. She was lounging in bed, her body snug as a bug under the thick white down comforter, while her upper torso leaned into a pile of soft goose down pillows propped up against the headboard. The luxury surrounding her was long forgotten when she glanced to see her brother's number lit up. Regretfully, she pulled her arm from underneath the luxurious pile of heavenly bliss and tapped the phone. "Joe, why are you calling me now? I have you on speakerphone, sis. What are you doing?" "I'm in bed, actually." She knew he'd be quite entertained to hear that news. "At 7 in the morning? What is happening to you? What did you do with my sister?" Julia made a noise that probably didn't sound much like laughter. "I don't know if you remember, Joe, since you were busy running off on your honeymoon, but you told me I could stay the weekend." "It's Tuesday. The weekend is over." "Yes, I know. We all decided to take advantage of the week and linger here at your fancy hotel, since you closed Russel Enterprise for the week. I'd be at home in my condo bored to tears." Joe did laugh. "Nonsense. In all the years you've worked at Russel Enterprise, you've never taken this week off even when I ordered you to." Julia had to agree with him. "I'm getting older, Joe. Maybe it's time I learned how to relax more." Joe let out a whistle. "I do not know this woman speaking to me. Laura, I think my sister has been kidnapped." "Don't be ridiculous, Joe. Your sister has the right to take some time off. The mansion is the perfect place to get some much-needed rest." Julia smiled. Laura was a keeper. She was glad Joe found her. "Thank you, Laura. You would think after all these years, he'd give me a break, instead of slave driving me even during the holiday week." Laura laughed. "I hardly doubt Joe makes you work like you do. I'm going to have to side with him on this one, dear." "It's fine, Laura. I get it. The whole newly married thing. We are still sisters even if you side with him." Julia heard them kiss and made a wretched noise. "Please, can you guys tell me why I got this phone call, and why I am listening to the two of you kissing on my speaker?" Joe laughed. "Sorry, sis. We are on our honeymoon, you know." "How's that going? I'm not sure how I play into all of this. Where are you?" Laura's voice sounded so excited. "Joe threw a surprise my way, Julia. We were heading towards warmer weather, and I wanted to stop at Biltmore Estates in North Carolina when I found out too late there was no place open to park the motorhome. So Joe made some phone calls and we are in a lovely cottage on the estate with a butler and a chef." "Nice touch, Joe." Julia knew her brother well. He was so excited to go off on their honeymoon in a motorhome for a month, but she also knew he was going to make sure Laura saw a part of his world as well. "Tomorrow we will be touring the inside of the estate and having a 5-course meal before the caroling starts. It's such a festive time of year here, and the lights are spectacular. I am so happy we came." "So happy for you, Laura. Can I get back to indulging in all this luxury, Joe? Or was there a reason you called me?" Julia knew her brother didn't call to chit-chat. He had something for her to do while he was gone. "Julia, I need a favor." "Bingo. Of course, Joe. What do you need me to do?" She was available to help the company in whatever way he needed. "James and First are thinking about bringing on several more partners to buy Walter Connolly's estate." Julia froze. That was a huge investment. The company could afford it, but still. It was not something to jump into without deep research. Her fingers ached to do the numbers. "Julia, I'm here." "Quite shocked." "You shouldn't be shocked. It's a great investment. Why are you concerned about this right now? Are you on your honeymoon or are you working, Joe?" Julia grinned, even if she was quite perplexed at his timing. He deserved to be reprimanded. She was certain Laura didn't want to talk shop during this time of her life. "I told him he can call you one time, and then he's mine for the rest of the trip, Julia. To be honest, I love watching my husband come up with these grand ideas. There is a sparkle in his eye, and I love to see it." "Oh, please. I'm not into sparkly." "Okay, Joe, what do you want me to do?" Stay in Hideaway Lake. Had she heard him right? Stay here. Yes. Until I get back. Why in the world would I do that? You'll be gone a month, and I can't live in a hotel room, Joe. The drive back and forth would be ridiculous. I have a job to do. Hear me out, please. 2 of the guests who were invited to the grand opening just called. I trust the Bradley brothers with my life. We spoke several times on investing in a partnership if the right project came along, and I believe Walter Connolly is the right investment for all of us. Russel Enterprise, the Bradley brothers and James's company will all pull together for this project. My brain is in overload. Even though I can crunch numbers anywhere, Joe, why do I need to stay here? You know our company better than anyone. The brothers are in the area for the next few weeks. I invited them to stay at the mansion. I want you to set up a meeting with Walter and his lawyers. Do whatever it takes to keep them interested. Why now, brother? Can't they wait until you get back? I mean, who will run things at the corporate office? Corporate can run without me or you there, and you know it, Julia. Your brothers will be back and forth to make sure of it. I want you to use my office at the mansion as yours for the next month, and make sure the plans to move ahead with this partnership will go smoothly. Involve James when you need to, but he will be busy with the mansion. Julia snorted. In other words, you want me to do what you do, smooth talk the Bradley brothers so they partner with you? Joe laughed. You won't need to smooth talk anyone. They've already decided to invest with me. We've talked about doing something for a long time. I think it's a good investment, and they will too. I just need someone to stand in for me while they are available to see the property and go over the numbers. You are the best person for the job. Julia sighed. Sometimes I think you have too much faith in me, bro. You are the company, Julia. You just don't know it. I actually will enjoy luxuriating in these marvelous goose-down comforters here. This suite is lovely and has been good for me. I've had plans to try out the spa next. It's all at your disposal. Look at it as a bonus. Oh no, brother. You will owe me big time when I'm done here. I imagine after a month in Hideaway Lake, I'll be anxious to get back to the city. I doubt it. Think of it as a winter retreat. Take advantage, have some fun for once in your life. My assistant will fill you in next week when she's back in the office. For now, enjoy the free time. I have been, brother. Love to you both. Now go and don't bother me again. She hung up, knowing he'd be checking in next week to see if she connected with the Bradley brothers. Julia stretched, then wiggled her toes. The room was perfectly warm, and the fire crackled in the large stone fireplace in the corner. She slid out of bed, moving across the deep carpeted floor, and stood in front of the ceiling-to-floor window. Moving the sheer drapes aside, she was glad to be inside today. It looked so cold out there. Snow was falling softly, leaving a blanket of white on the bare branches of the trees. A shading covered the front lawn, and down the concrete steps towards the lake. What a stunning view, Julia thought. Her head had finally cleared up from the hangover she didn't want to think about. Julia had never drank like that before. She still wasn't sure what made her indulge in champagne the night of Joe's wedding. The atmosphere was so lively, and the party went on even after the bride and groom left. Having Savannah to laugh and dance with made it all worthwhile, and it was the first time Julia let loose, ever. The heady feeling she got when that man had taken her by the waist and swung her down from the table, then danced her around the floor as he stared into her soul, was unforgettable. When everyone told her how she behaved, she tried to deny it at first. Then as the hangover wore off, she remembered those stone-gray eyes. She was glad she'd never have to face him again. He had danced with her and then left in the middle of the ballroom, even when she called him to come back. Julia thought she was so brave that night in her champagne-induced mind, and remembered calling out. He had listened to her cries, turned and walked back, telling her he'd see her again someday. Then he disappeared. After that, things got fuzzy. All she remembered was Savannah guiding her to her room, before she passed out with her clothes still on. What a ridiculous thing to happen. Julia shook her head, staring out at the slight movement on the front driveway. There were a few guests loading up in a car. Some of the grand opening crowd had decided to stay for a few days, and enjoy the winter wonderland. Others left the next morning. Even so, the mansion was busy, and people were coming and going, determined to get a glimpse of this new attraction. Julia headed to the shower. It was time to get busy. She was always one step ahead of the rest, and wanted to get a head start on the Connolly estate. She hoped Walter would take her call today. She had a lot of work to do. As the financial advisor to Russel Enterprise, it would be simple to set up an appointment with Walter to go over the numbers, but she wasn't certain he was ready to do that yet. She didn't need the vacation time that Joe always insisted she take. She'd rather work, and it's what she was good at. If she was at home, she'd be heading to the office right now, even though it was closed down for the week. Since she was staying for the month, she'd make her phone call to Walter, then head to her condo for more clothes. She'd also stop by the office and pick up some supplies she may need, even though she knew Joe had everything here. Mostly, she wanted to run by Savannah's house to see if she made a decision on opening her own shop. Savannah had finally found out that her real father was Joshua, one of Julia's younger brothers. Julia had known all along there was something special about the girl. For one, Savannah couldn't be bought, even though Julia had tried. She was a Russel through and through, and if Julia was honest with herself, she was proud to be her aunt. They had grown close over the last few weeks, even if it had started out all wrong. Savannah's grandmother had just died, and it left the girl with no one until the DNA report came back. Julia hadn't needed a report to know who she was. It had been obvious from the start. Savannah had the Russel nose for one. The rest was history. She now had a niece, who was not going to let any of her rich relatives pay her way. The girl wanted to make it on her own. A smile crossed Julia's face as she pulled on a pair of winter white Lyserta trousers and matched it with a Ruland Morat red halo top. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, wondering if maybe she spent too much money on clothes. The cape-like fabric over her shoulders made her feel elegant. She wasn't sure why, but she never minded spending the money on expensive clothes. There was a variety in her wardrobe, and some still had the department store tags on them. She shrugged. It was her money and well-earned. Julia pulled on a pair of sculpted booties in buttery leather, grabbed her keycard to the door, threw her winter white wool coat over her shoulders, and headed to the elevator. As she stepped inside while searching in her purse for her car keys, she didn't bother to look up at the people who were getting off. Gripping the set of keys in the palm of her hand, she lifted her chin and stared as the elevator doors began to close. Right before they did, the man who had gotten off glanced back. His steel-gray eyes widened as he recognized her. Surprised, Julia licked her lips. Crap. Why did she do that? The steel doors chose that moment to close, and she was swept to the ground level before realizing the man she just saw was the same one who left her on the ballroom dance floor. She'd never forget those daring, devilish eyes. Julia never had weak knees in her life, but now she found herself leaning against the back wall of the elevator. How ridiculous was this? A grown woman. She was in complete control. Always had been, and always would be. No one had ever challenged her emotions. What was he doing back here? The wedding was days ago. She didn't expect to ever see him again. Most of the guests from the wedding and grand opening were already gone, and new guests were arriving daily. Then the realization of who he may be hit her full force in the face, causing her to stop in her tracks. There was no way. She marched to the front desk of the hotel, looking for the concierge. "Good morning, Miss Russel. I've been informed you will be staying with us until Mr. Russel returns." The man dressed in an impeccable black suit and tie stood behind the desk smiling. She gave him the best smile she could muster up. "You are correct, Mr. Wiley." She noticed the name Thomas Wiley on his gold badge hanging from his breast pocket. "Joe wanted me to call a meeting with the Bradley brothers. Do you know when they are due to arrive?" "Of course. There is no need for me to look them up. They've been here since the wedding. Nice fellows. I believe Mr. Logan Bradley got on the elevator not more than a minute ago. You may have even passed by him without knowing. Would you like me to send a note to his suite?" Her face paled. It was as she suspected. She shook her head. "No thank you. I'll contact them through our office assistant." Julia didn't want to exchange any more pleasantries. She hurried out the front door and found her car, unlocking it with a shaky hand. The man she had danced recklessly with on the night of Joe's wedding was one of the men he was about to build a partnership with. How in the world was she going to get beyond this? As a woman of power, Julia knew she'd have to ignore those eyes and never allow him to get close to her again. There was no way she'd screw it up for Joe. This was another opportunity of a lifetime. She had to be reserved and do her job. Reckless Julia was gone. Powerhouse Julia was in control. A smile played across her lips. Julia had closed her heart a long time ago. She knew no one would ever break the ice around her cold heart. Laura wrapped her arms around her new husband's shoulders as they swayed on the dance floor. I am quite certain that Julia can handle the Bradley boys. Joe smiled. I'm sure you are right. Except wait until she finds out that Logan was the one flirting with her on the ballroom dance floor. I overheard it from a few of my employees when we went to breakfast. One of them mentioned that was the reason Julia had a hangover. She never drinks like that. You must not listen to idle gossip, Joe. Besides, Julia is an adult. She can take care of herself and certainly put a man in his place. Joe nodded. I know you are right. Besides, I'm trying hard not to think of any of that right now. You, my dear, are my focus for the next few weeks. Are you happy, Laura? She moved closer. Happier than I've ever been. This was a fun day. I have to admit, I'm actually kind of tired. He gave her a sweet kiss. I am too. Would you like to go back to the cottage? Yes, Mr. Russell. I'd be delighted. They left the party atmosphere to enjoy the walk to the front of the building. A small carriage awaited their arrival, and they rode back to the cottage in style. It was a cold night, but Laura snuggled up to Joe. A lap blanket covered their legs, and they held hands and looked at the glorious lights all around the estate. This is perfect, she whispered. You are perfect. She closed her eyes and leaned on his shoulder. Tomorrow we must leave here and be on our way. I have to admit, I'm not sure anything we do next will top these few days here. Joe pulled her closer. He kissed her temple. It doesn't matter what we do, Laura. As long as I have you, I'm a happy man. I'm worried you will get bored and want to get back to the mansion and this new partnership. Is that what worries you? Don't shake your head no, I've watched you. I see the concerned look in your eyes. I guess I'm still not the confident woman you think I am. To be honest, I'm still scared to death I'll mess up somehow. My darling, please stop doing that to yourself. Kurt tried to ruin you, and you came out swinging and proved to him and yourself you are a better person than he is. Look at what you've done with the inn. That was you, no one else. Give yourself some credit. Now stop and put your mind to rest. I'm tired of reassuring you when there is no reason to. All she heard was he was tired of her. Her face fell. You are tired of me. Joe pulled her even closer. You aren't listening. What do I have to do to convince you that you are loved? Laura giggled. She had been doing that a lot with Joe. The carriage stopped and he helped her out. She tugged on his coat and walked backwards towards the cottage door, giving him a bold look. I'll show you what you have to do, Mr. Russell. He grinned, picked her up and swung her into his arms, then marched her inside. Laura shrieked. You are a madman. He nodded. Yes indeed, wife. Yes indeed. Chapter 2. Bailey, Olivia and James sat at the counter in the Hideaway Cafe, enjoying a chocolate milkshake. It was 50s night, and they had promised to support Chef Missy. She was now managing the cafe, since Olivia gave it up to take on the position of executive chef at the mansion. Olivia was so proud of all the ways in which the team worked together to bring in more customers, with special theme nights and dances. The music flowed from the jukebox, and several customers were dancing. A few donned poodle skirts and sweaters. Some of the tables and chairs had been moved to make room for a small dancing area. Bailey waved at someone coming through the door. There's my guy, she told the others, getting up to greet Bobby Fairland. James pointed to the two, as they moved towards the younger crowd on the dance floor. Are they a thing now? Olivia shrugged. I'm not sure. They seem to be more friends than anything. Time will tell. Bobby bought the old roller skating rink. I can't wait until it opens again. James tapped his foot. Want to dance? Olivia gave him a nod. I feel like we are the oldest couple here. James stood and bowed. We are, my lady, come hither. He crooked his finger and started to back up. Olivia laughed and took his hand, following him across the room. There was a lively tune coming out of the speakers, and they pushed their way into the middle of the crowd of youngsters. Olivia needed this light-hearted evening. Her job as executive chef at the mansion had been a whirlwind, 2 weeks of chaos and crazy. She loved it. Working in a professional kitchen again had been exactly what she had needed after managing the cafe. She loved the hustle and creating meals that delighted her guests. No matter what they ordered, she made sure it was an experience for the customer. Being surrounded by her professional team who understood what she was trying to create was the highlight of her day. Having a boss like James made her job so much easier too. He understood her so well. Of course, the many benefits of him stopping by like clockwork to check in on her made it seem like the old days when she worked for the traveling chef. He took her hand, and they began to dance to the music. Olivia found herself in and out of his arms as the music became faster. James, always a fun guy to be with, also had a more serious side she got to see over the past few weeks, as he worked hard to make sure the grand opening was a success. Since he was Joe's partner, he had a lot of time and money involved in the new venture. So far the mansion was running at full capacity. Even so, she knew as well as James, after the newness wore off, they'd have to work hard to promote the mansion to keep it filled. The first year was always the hardest. Olivia wanted to talk to James about calling some of her past clients to make them aware of this new hotel. She wanted them to know she was the chef here. Except she didn't want to step on her old boss's toes. There had to be a way to do so amicably. James pulled her in and nuzzled her ear. Are you thinking about work? Yes, dear man. I can't help myself. Stop it right now. We are here to act like silly teens and have a good time. It didn't take much for James to bring her back to reality. Okay, you are right. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. No work thoughts tonight. Promise me. She got up on her toes and kissed him on the mouth. I promise. Good. He picked her up and swung her around, causing Olivia to shriek. A few of the others dancing laughed, and one of the guys tried to pick up his partner like James had. Except, the girl wasn't having any of that, and pushed him away. The crowd cheered her on when she tried to walk away, as the guy took her arm and apologized. The two fell back into the dance routine, and everyone kept on dancing. Olivia waved to her brother Cole and his girlfriend Madison, who had been in the crowd. Chloe, one of the servers, was dancing in the arms of her dog's trainer. Olivia was amused. Chloe kept denying there was anything going on, but everyone in town knew better. Olivia caught James watching her. He pulled her in and gave her a sweet kiss. What are you thinking about now? Your mind keeps wandering tonight for some reason. He knew her so well. There had been a number of things on her mind tonight. The music turned slow as he gathered her close and took them into a slow dance. She leaned into his warmth. A baby. James almost came to a stop. His body stiffened. What did you say? Olivia realized she ruined their perfect moment. They had been getting along so well. She closed her eyes, ashamed of bringing that up. Regret filled her up as she realized there was no need to go there tonight. She took a step back, wanting to explain. I'm sorry, James. He pulled her against him. Shush. Let's not do this tonight. Olivia, I love you. I truly do. I just can't think about a baby right now. Not after ours. She understood too well. He wasn't even able to say the words. Their baby had died, and she never told him for 2 years. Keeping the truth from him had been wrong, but at the time it had been the only way. When he came back into her life, she had no choice, and she thought he had forgiven her. Perhaps she was wrong. James had reassured her it wasn't her fault that she lost the baby at 5 months along. Still, she always would feel responsible no matter what anyone said. Olivia wanted to make it right and give him the gift of a child. Was she wrong to feel this way? I understand, she whispered. Ah, babe. Don't punish yourself, please. Let's forget about anything but what we have right now. I promise at some point we can talk about it. For now, I can't do it. I just can't. I need some air. Her words upset James more than what she realized. He excused himself before throwing on his coat from the rack by the door, and went outside into the cold parking lot. Olivia wanted to follow him, to explain. Yet she knew he needed time to heal. She had 2 years to heal. He had only 2 months. It wasn't fair that she kept him in the dark. Oh, look at you standing in the middle of the dance floor. Let's dance. Harry Sweigart started shaking his hips and clapping to the next tune. Olivia shook her head and grinned. She wasn't about to dance with the police officer. He was a freak. Everyone in town knew it. The only one who didn't think anything about his kinky ways was James's assistant Angel, who was as bad as the officer. She backed up, laughing when she spotted Angel coming toward them. Angel waved and stepped in front of Harry, shaking her finger at him. Before Olivia turned away, she mouthed, "Behave yourself," in front of the teenage kids. Harry gave her a thumbs up while grinning from ear to ear. Olivia moved behind the counter, watching the others. She wanted to give James time to pull himself together since she knew how hard it was, and respected his space. Chef Missy came out of the back, wearing her own car hop version of a waitress from back in the day. She wore a pair of poodle socks, black and white saddle shoes, and a poodle skirt with a white lace apron. Olivia laughed when she saw the record earrings dangling from Missy's ears. Her dark hair was swept up in a ponytail, and she had a white chef hat covering her crown. "You look amazing," Olivia told her. "Thanks. It was fun to go shopping with the girls. We had a blast looking for period clothes for theme night. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to bring my mom to your apartment while I'm working. She seems to do better when she is closer to me." "No problem. You can use it any time you choose." Olivia realized there may be a problem in the future if Savannah decided to move here. Savannah was an event planner who had her eye on an empty shop in the building complex, but she didn't want to travel back and forth from the next county. Olivia had mentioned the apartment would be empty, forgetting she already promised Missy that her mom could stay there during the day to be close by so Missy could keep an eye on her since she had declining health issues. Olivia had to figure out how to fix it now. She'd have to speak with her mom when she got back from her honeymoon, since Laura owned the building. The cafe often used the washer and dryer in the apartment for the linens and towels, and it was convenient for Missy's mom. Why did it feel as if she kept messing things up? She glanced towards the parking lot, but no longer saw James standing outside. Moving towards the door, she noticed the large flakes coming down. It was starting to snow pretty hard. "Missy? Have you seen the weather?" Missy came up beside her and nodded. If the snow continued to fall, the roads would turn nasty soon. She turned to the crowd, motioning for Chloe to shut down the jukebox. "The storm outside is getting worse. For those of you who drove here, I'd suggest you head on home. Walkers and snowmobiles can stay, but we will close up in an hour." "I can take anyone who wants to go home now," Harry Sweigart announced. "Who wants a ride in a police cruiser?" "I doubt you'll get any takers, Harry." Several kids already left in their cars, heading out the minute she announced the roads were getting bad. There were maybe a half-dozen cars left in the lot. "We're going to walk home, Chef Missy. Do you mind if we leave our cars here?" Several of the high school kids from the development on the other side of the lake stood in front of Missy and Olivia. Before anyone could answer, James poked his head in the door. "I have my Jeep running. Why don't I run you guys home?" The high school kids thanked him, following each other out the door. James gave Olivia a reassuring look. "I'll be right back," he told her. Olivia walked to the door and laid a hand on his cheek. It was cold from the outside. "I'll be here." "I know, babe." She sighed, watching him as he strolled to the Jeep. The teens climbed in, and he turned and waved before heading out into the storm. It was so white out, but Olivia was used to this wintry mix of bad weather. She grew up here, and had never missed it when she left town. Now, she wanted to curl up in front of a fire while it snowed outside. With James. She rested a hand on her belly, staring at the tail lights heading up the mountain road. A baby would make their lives complete. When James was ready. But what if she wasn't able to have another child? Sometimes that happened. Maybe she was worrying too much. It was too early in their relationship to have such a need for a baby. For James's baby. Heaven help her. She wanted it so bad. Slow down, Aunt Julia. These mountain roads can be treacherous. It isn't helping when you rant at me from over there every 2 minutes. Julia turned the wipers up. Besides, once we peak this mountaintop, we'll be about a mile from Hideaway Lake. It feels like we've been on the road forever, Savannah told her. It does. Here comes a car. The other vehicle's lights put a glare on their windshield, causing Julia to turn the wheel slightly. She was starting to sweat a bit, since it wasn't often she drove in snowstorms. Her fingers gripped the wheel, so she tried to relax them, knowing there was no reason to panic. This storm hadn't been called by the local weather. She had gone back home earlier today to fetch more clothes for her month-long stay at the mansion, when she swung by Savannah's place to let her know of her new plans. Since Julia had promised to help her with the sale of her Grammy's home, if she chose to sell, she wanted to let Savannah know she'd be tied up with this new partnership deal for the month of January. When she got to Grammy's house, Savannah was in tears. The candy factory had fired her for no reason, except she had missed too much work and was no longer dependable. They said one of the days she took off for the funeral was one too many and let her go. It was a poor excuse to get rid of their higher-paid employee. After making a few phone calls, Julia found out that even though Savannah only earned $10 an hour, the factory was paying new employees $8.50 to start. It didn't take a genius to figure out they were trying to cut costs, and higher-paid employees were the first to go. You were lucky to find us, you know, she told Savannah earlier. Now you can leave here with no regrets. There is nothing for you in Berks County. Come to Hideaway Lake with me and start over. Savannah had argued with her for over an hour, insisting on doing it on her own. What if you had a place to stay, low rent for a month, and enough money to get your business started? What ifs get me nothing. Without a job, I can't pay for shit. Savannah had been unreasonable. She had a rich family, but wouldn't take a dime from them. That's when Julia called her brother and Savannah's father, Joshua. Then Joshua called Joe and Laura on their honeymoon. Joshua called Julia back and told her it was a green light. She called Cole and had him open the Americana cottage and put a key in the lockbox. 412 is the code. Julia knew her next words were not going to be taken well by Savannah, but the ball had started rolling, and she was either going to get out of this messy life, or she could sit and wallow in self-pity. What? Savannah had stared at Julia horrified when she found out what Julia had done. At that point, Julia had enough of her whining and told her so. You know, if you'd shut up for 5 minutes and listen to me, your future could start today, with no mess. Or maybe you don't want to live a better life. Savannah's jaw hung open. How can you say that, Julia? You have it all, everything you ever wanted. I've had to struggle my whole life and I'm getting nowhere. I lost a job at a candy factory. Who does that? Julia ignored her outburst and gave Savannah a huge smile. While you were wallowing in self-pity, I made some calls and came up with a solution. Whatever you decide to do with this house is up to you. It no longer is going to be your means to get anywhere, because Hideaway Lake is waiting for you. I know, Julia. Except I can't just take off on a whim, thinking a business will work. I don't have the means, especially now. Laura has offered to rent you the Americana cottage and the shop at a reasonable price because you are now a relative through marriage. I already told you the code. So there's no charity there. The two of you can work out details when they return from the honeymoon. That does make more sense. I won't take a handout. You won't have to. Use the insurance check to get your shop started and to keep going until you sell this house. You can also choose to rent it out, but I don't know that it's advisable as a rental. Now, get your clothes and whatever else you want to take along. You have a cottage at your disposal. Savannah shook her head. Julia, you are interfering. You are right. I am, and I have that right as your aunt. Don't you forget it. I've done well for myself because I worked hard to accomplish what I have. I wasn't afraid to step out of my comfort zone. You will too. You have Russel blood in your veins. If I'm wrong about you, I'll be the first to admit it, but I'm never wrong. Now stop being a baby and get your stuff. I want to get on the road. It took Savannah all of 15 minutes to fill 2 bags. She left mostly everything there except for some photos and her clothes. My car broke down yesterday. It's in the garage getting fixed. I'll have to ride with you, Julia. Good. I can use the company, Julia told her, even though she wasn't good at small talk. That was over an hour ago. The minute they got on the road, it started to snow. Usually it took 40 minutes to get to Hideaway Lake, but the roads began to get bad the higher into the mountains they drove. Now here they were, a mile from the mansion, and the vehicle was starting to slip and slide all over the road. Letting out a deep breath, Julia saw Savannah's fist gripping the dash. Don't worry, I'll get us to the cafe. I can see the lights in the distance. Thank God it's open. Julia worked her way slowly towards the cafe. As they continued down the hill towards the lights, a few snowmobiles raced by, flying across the field next to the road. She imagined it was a bunch of kids out joyriding, and concentrated on getting them safely to shelter. A sigh of relief came out of both Savannah and Julia when she pulled into the parking lot. Her car was filled with Savannah's 2 bags, and about 5 of Julia's suitcases and 2 boxes of shoes. Julia grinned at the thought. At least it was weighed down for their trip over the mountain. Here we are. I think we should go in and try to wait out the storm. Hopefully it will stop soon, and they'll put something down on the roads. I'm not sure where the Americana cottage is, but we'll find out in the cafe. Savannah hesitated before opening the door. Julia. She swung her head. What is it? Thank you. I'm sorry I'm so messed up. It's not your fault. But now you have a chance to grow. Anything that happens from now on will be your fault, so chin up, darling. You need to have more confidence. The first thing we are doing when this snow stops is going shopping. I can't afford it, you know that. Savannah, have you ever heard of a gift? Well, you are about to get one from your wealthy aunt, who has no one to spend her hard-earned money on. If you want to be a successful businesswoman, then you have to dress the part. I just happen to love shopping for clothes. Savannah laughed and threw her gloved hands in the air. I give up. You should, my dear Savannah. It's impossible to win with me. As they made their way inside the cafe, Julia noticed several snowmobiles were lined up by the door of the cafe. They had to work their way around them. 2 of the snowmobilers were coming outside, with several of the cafe customers. They hopped on the back of the machines as the drivers took them on the road. They must be getting the patrons home safe. How nice of them, Savannah mentioned. She took off her coat and scarf and shook it before placing them on the hooks beside the door. Julia did the same. She stomped her boots on the mat right inside the door. We need hot cocoa. There were still some customers inside. It looked like another theme party was going on. Julia looked around. Music was still playing from a jukebox at the far end of the cafe, while a few dancers were swaying to a slow song. Several others were sitting at tables talking. They made their way to the front counter and sat on the stools there. Can we get a hot cocoa? With tons of marshmallows, Savannah added. Coming right up, Olivia called out from the window. Hey there, ladies. What are you doing out tonight? Olivia had given her a concoction that helped Julia get over her 3-day hangover when she drank too much at Joe's wedding. She'd forever be grateful for it. We just got back from Berks County. It was a long drive tonight. I stopped at the first place I saw lights. I'm not sure if I can get up the hill to the mansion. I would not try to. Chances are your car will slide off the side of the road. Hopefully the storm won't last long. The snowmobiles came to our rescue and are getting the customers home. One of them will be happy to take you. Who are they? Julia asked. It wasn't like she cared, but if they had to drive her to the mansion, she wasn't sure how she'd feel riding behind a teenager at warp speed. It's actually a few of the guests from the mansion. They have use of the snowmobiles and came down to offer to help. I think Cole is also helping. That's great. I need to make sure he put a key in the lockbox for Savannah. Your mom has decided to rent her the Americana cottage. Savannah rolled her eyes. Come on, Julia. It was all your doing. Don't act like you were surprised she rented it to me. Julia laughed. She's impossible. Won't take a handout from her rich aunt. Olivia smiled. I'm glad you decided to come to Hideaway Lake, Savannah. I already told you I'd use your talent at the mansion. As a matter of fact, I've got a job for you if you're interested. How about party planning for the Hearts of Love Valentine's Ball? Savannah leaned in towards Julia, who was amazed at how quick the girl was. Olivia, did you just come up with that? Olivia grinned. Sort of. We are planning an intimate Valentine dinner at my restaurant, but what if we incorporated a Valentine's ball? A masked ball. Wouldn't that be fun? Actually, my head is spinning with ideas. That's great. We'll get together to plan it out next week. Or maybe this week. We need to advertise. I can help you with that, Madison called out. You know Cole calls me the advertising maniac. Savannah, join us. There were 3 other girls sitting in one of the booths with Madison. Savannah hesitated until she gave Julia a look. Julia nodded. Go on, you deserve to spend time with people your age. Julia watched as she made her way to the booth, and then sat down beside Madison. A few times Julia looked back to find all of them laughing. A sigh of relief passed through her. Savannah would be all right. Olivia had gone back to the kitchen to help the chef, so Julia sat at the counter by herself. When the jukebox began to play a lively 50s tune, Olivia and Missy came out of the back with 2 trays of hot cocoa. For the snowmobiles pulling in, she mentioned. They set the trays on the counter beside Julia. She watched as the rest of the young people got up to dance. Savannah even went with them to the dance floor, and it made Julia's heart happy. She tapped her boot on the floor to the beat of the music. Someone turned up the music even louder. Julia noticed that Chef Missy joined them on the dance floor, but Olivia hung behind with her. You should go dance, Olivia mentioned. This may go on for some time. I don't dance. When the snowmobilers cracked open the door, cold air brought a chill inside the cafe. They hurried to close the door and get inside to the warmth of the cafe. Come over here, boys. Warm up with some hot cocoa. Olivia handed out cups when the men took off their gloves. There were 5 guys, Cole included. Julia called to him, and they spoke about the cottage before he excused himself and met Madison on the dance floor. 2 of the other men followed, and began to jump around on the dance floor to warm up. Julia watched, amused. Both of her feet were tapping to the beat of the music. This night was turning out to be quite interesting. She never thought she'd be sitting in a cafe and watching a teen dance take place while it was snowing outside. On a night like this, she'd still be in her office, walking home on snow-covered sidewalks to an empty condo. Someone took her hand and bowed over it. His hair was covered with a beanie, and his face leaned down over her hand. Since the disco ball was flashing, someone turned off the bright lights and it was hard to see his face. Care to dance? The deep voice asked. She rolled her eyes. I don't dance, she told the guy. This was extremely silly. Your feet are telling me otherwise. I see them tapping to the sound of the music. Come on, you'll have fun. He began walking towards the dance floor, her hand still in his. He turned his back to her and tugged. She was surprised that she got up and followed him, looking back at Olivia for help. Olivia waved, giving her a nod of approval. Julia didn't behave this way. What in the world was this guy doing? Then he pulled her into the crowd that was dancing on the floor. She stood there for a moment, right before he swung her in a circle and pulled her back into his arms. She gasped and called out, laughing at the absurdity. Julia did not dance. She was going to tell him politely that she didn't care to dance with him. Her eyelashes blinked several times at the bright lights, which were now blinking. The disco ball was playing tricks with her eyeballs. Funny how this felt just like the night of Joe's wedding, when she decided to let loose for a little while. Even the man whose arms were wrapped around her felt like, wait a minute. She opened her eyes and stared at a pair of amused steel-gray eyes for a second time this month. This time there wasn't an ounce of alcohol to muddle her brain. Chapter 3. Julia had never laughed so much in her life. The kids didn't really know the dance moves of the 50s besides the twist, but they gave it a good shot. Then when the two brothers got on the dance floor and started to do the funky chicken, everyone joined in and were laughing so hard, Julia didn't think she'd ever stop. Even though Julia was completely out of character, she knew she had to present a good image for the company. But tonight they were having so much fun that she didn't really care about her image. It felt nice not to care for once. Olivia made an announcement, causing the others to groan out loud. "Last dance, folks. We have to close. Let's end this with the stroll." One of the guys waved to everyone to form two lines. Girls on one side and boys on the other. Julia laughed as she faced her dance partner. There were far more girls than boys, but as each person from each line took hands with the other and danced down the middle, everyone was clapping and laughing, encouraging the couples along the way. The sound coming from the speakers was a bluesy, rhythmic beat that had Julia swaying to the music. When it was their turn, he pulled her close and lifted her up to swing her around, then leaned her back so far her head almost hit the ground, but she was laughing too hard to notice. He brought her back up, and they were almost nose to nose. Julia looked into those eyes that were staring hard. She thought he was going to dip his head for a kiss, but she was having none of that. Julia had to have some kind of control here, since this guy was way out of line. "That's enough," she told him, but it came out in a whispery voice instead of her normal surefire command. He grinned, his chest rising and falling from dancing. "I apologize. I don't even know your name," he told her with a tilt of his head. "We should leave it at that. I don't know yours either." For lack of anything else to say, she knew the time would come when he was going to be quite surprised to find out she was Joe's sister and their escort to look at the Walter Connolly holdings. "You do know who I am. We danced a few days ago at a wedding." Julia wanted to deny it. She opened her mouth to tell him that she had been too drunk to recall how his hands felt as he held her in his arms that night. Except when he started to stare into her soul like he had that night, something connected with her, and it scared Julia to death. She took a step back. This was way too intense. She wasn't drinking a thing tonight. Why didn't these fluttery feelings go away? Flashing lights from outside lit up the parking lot, causing a distraction as relief flowed through Julia's veins. The music ended, and someone flipped the overhead lights on. The snow was coming down so hard and fast, it was almost impossible to see 2 feet outside, as a shadow came across the parking lot. A flashlight whipped back and forth in the police officer's hand. Harry came through the opening of the door, shaking himself off. He searched the cafe until his eyes fell upon Olivia. Julia watched as Olivia came forward, her eyes wide and frightened. "Is something wrong?" Harry nodded. "We found James's vehicle down an embankment, but he wasn't inside. I think he may have been trying to get back here. I came to see if he made it back." Olivia shook her head slowly, then put on her cap, gloves and coat. "I'm coming with you to help look for him." "Olivia, I don't advise it. Someone should stay here in case he makes his way here." Julia spoke up. She was a take-charge person. "I'll wait here." "Go, Olivia. My car won't make it up the hill to the mansion anyway. Hurry." When the snowmobile riders heard there was a man lost out in the storm, they donned their coats to help. The guy she was dancing with looked back, gave a salute and left with the others. Missy ordered the rest of the kids to go home. "Make sure you all text me when you get to your houses." Since Madison had her own snowmobile, she offered to make sure everyone got home safely. She turned to Savannah, who was yawning. "I can take you to the Americana cottage when I'm done. It's close to mine." Julia was glad everyone was working things out. She was on edge, especially now that everyone was out looking for a lost man. Plus, the man was Olivia's fiancé. This was not a good night at all. Even so, she was not one to become idle. "Missy, what can I do to help?" "I have a few dishes to throw in the dishwasher, but other than that there is nothing to do but wait." They finished up the rest of the dishes and wiped down the counter and tables. Madison came back to help get Savannah to her cottage. Is there room for my 2 bags on your snowmobile? We can try. If not, I can come back and get them. Madison, I appreciate you helping out, Savannah told her. No worries. I won't be able to settle until Cole gets back. I can show you how to start a fire if you need help. The cottage has a huge fireplace. I hope they find James soon. It's so cold outside. Julia hoped so too. She was anxious to get back to the nice warm fire in her luxurious suite. A crackling flame while hiding under a down comforter sounded glorious right now. Julia, you can come to the cottage if you want to. I don't mind the company, Savannah told her. Julia shook her head. No, I promised Olivia I would wait here and keep an eye out in case James finds his way here. Besides, I'm sure Missy wants to close up and go home. One of the snowmobile drivers can drop me off at the mansion. I do need to get home to my mother, but I am worried about James. I'm sure they will find him soon. I'm sure too. Although Julia had no idea if they would. It concerned her that Olivia was out there now as well. If you don't have a problem with me holding down the fort, I can get my laptop from the car and do some work until everyone gets back here. Are you sure? I'd love to head home. Go on, Missy. Your mother is probably worried about you. I'll go get my things from the car. No need, Savannah called out. I'll get them for you. I have my coat on. Julia threw her a set of keys and waited by the door while Savannah found her laptop bag in the back seat. She didn't go anywhere without it. Thank you, Savannah. Now get going to your new home. Savannah gave her a hug and left, climbing on the back of Madison's snowmobile while holding onto her bag. She slung the other one over her shoulder and waved. Julia watched them disappear from sight. I'm heading out too. Good night, Julia. Here is a spare key, in case you need to lock up for any reason. Julia took the key and spun around, looking at the empty room that had been full of laughter and music a few minutes earlier. She'd had a gloriously fun time with that guy. Which brother was he? She took her laptop and sat down at one of the booths determined to find out. It was time to get busy. It was so unlike Julia to be dancing and carrying on with a guy whose name she wasn't even sure of. Julia always kept her heart intact. She was called cold and calculating, a woman with a heart as cold as ice. She propped her chin on her hand and stared at the monitor as it loaded up. Was her cold heart starting to soften? James lost his footing. Frustration rose up inside each time he came to a dead end. He was going in circles, trying to find the lights he saw earlier. Somehow he got turned around and walked too far into the woods instead of back up to the road. The swirling white snow had blinded him for several minutes after he dropped off the high school kids over the mountain. They showed him a shortcut, but when he came back through, his untrained eyes took a wrong turn, and he went over the bank into the ravine. He tried to back out, but his tires spun, rendering the vehicle useless. It wasn't going anywhere, not without a tow truck. No cell service either. Frustrated, he shoved the phone in his pocket and wrapped the scarf from the back seat around his neck, covering his mouth and nose. The only thing to do was walk back to the cafe. Once he got to the top of the hill, he saw headlights in the distance several times, but they soon faded away. He tried to walk towards them. He knew the cafe wasn't far, but somehow when the wind started, everything became a blur and he lost sight of the lights. Somehow he got turned around and walked in a complete circle. James was starting to wonder if he should maybe hunker down somewhere until the storm stopped or daylight came. When he realized how terrified Olivia would be at his disappearance, it forced him to keep going. One way or another, he would find his way back to her. She'd been through enough losing a child. He did not want her to think she lost him too. Luckily, he found a pair of fur-lined leather gloves in the pocket of his winter coat. He pulled his Carhartt beanie over his ears and lifted the hood on his parka to keep the wet snow off his face. James knew he had to stop and assess his situation, or he could be wandering around in the same spot for hours going nowhere. It was so hard to see anything in front of him. The woods were so quiet right now. No signs of birds or any wild animal noises. The wind howled for a moment, pounding closer and louder and then fading into the distance, making it hard to listen if someone was out there looking for him. He was certain they would be, especially when Olivia knew it only took a short time to drive to the development across town and back. Anger and stupidity flooded his thoughts when he realized he should have stuck to the main road instead of driving the shortcut the kids showed him. It hadn't seemed too bad at first until the snow blinded him and he lost his sense of direction. Now he was here, wandering around in the woods, not sure which way to go. He didn't have phone service when the vehicle first broke down, but he pulled out his phone again to recheck. A surge of hope went through his veins when he saw 2 bars on the screen. Maybe he could get a text out to Olivia. Pulling off one glove, he tapped the keys, then hit send. Nothing. Red letters alerted him the text was unable to send. He scrolled to her name and hit the call button. The line was silent for the longest time. The slow, choppy ring had him shouting into the speaker. Her voice sang to him like a choir of angels. He grinned and laughed out loud. "Babe." "James? Where are you?" Then the aliens came on the line, and there was so much static, James was no longer able to understand a word she said. He tried to give her directions, hoping she was still able to hear him. "I took a shortcut, but I'm in the woods. Can't find the way out." She spoke again, but he wasn't able to understand. He threw the phone, frustrated. Realizing what he'd done, James stomped through the snow to pick it up. After all, it might be a lifesaver at some point if he ever found his way out of the woods. Right now he was walking in an endless circle. At least she knew he was okay so far. Staring at the now wet, useless phone, he realized he had to find a way to get someone's attention or find his way back to Hideaway Lake. There was no way to contact anyone in a storm that wasn't letting up anytime soon. A smart man would look for shelter. James searched the area as far as he could see. There was nowhere to hunker down. He had no choice but to keep going. At least with 2 bars, maybe he could find an app to help him navigate his way. The temperature was dipping. He forced one foot in front of the other, against the sudden swirling wind that almost forced him back instead of forward. For over 10 minutes he pushed against that awful brisk wind, noticing every time it hit the parts of his skin that were exposed. James always had a variety of clothes in his wardrobe, mostly suits for meetings, jeans and casual sweaters or shirts for office work. He never planned to be out in a snowstorm like this. His boots were warm enough to go out for short periods, but not for walking through the woods. If he was going to make this his home, there had to be some changes in his lifestyle. Being caught like this was a fool's game, and he didn't like being one. There would not be a next time. Even though all this was going through his head, James heard a noise. He slowed, his boots no longer making the only sound in the forest. In the distance he heard engines. Squatting down near the ground, he pulled back his hood, trying to hear which direction they were coming from. The wind still whistled, perhaps not as strong, giving him a break. To his disappointment, he heard the engine noise fading away. He was getting tired. Fighting this snow and wind and freezing cold was taking its toll on his physical body, even though he knew he had to keep putting one foot in front of the other if he wanted to survive. "Stand up, man. Olivia is out there looking for you. Stand up." James wiped at his eyes. He lifted himself up from the ground. Olivia. Joe. Hideaway Lake. The mansion. In his vision he saw each and every one of the people and things close to his heart. He wasn't going to go out like this. Not in a snowstorm he hadn't come prepared for. Anger fueled him on. Disappointment in himself for being a slacker. It made him take another step, and another, reminding himself that a few nights ago he shook his head when Olivia put a care package in the back of her vehicle. She added a blanket, snacks, bottles of water and a few flares, along with a flashlight and extra batteries. Now he wished he'd done the same. Then he would not be out here in this mess. Instead, he'd be waiting in the vehicle, food and water under a warm blanket until daylight. This was no time to learn a hard lesson. He was a damn fool, and he'd be the first one to admit it if he made it back. Oh, he was going to make it back. A smile slipped across his face when his boot hit the macadam road. Snowmobile tracks ran in a line to the east as he followed them. At least he was on the road. As long as he didn't go back into the trees, he'd find his way. After another hour, maybe longer, it was hard to tell, he found himself slowing down. It took all the strength he had to lift one foot, then the other. Even his arms felt so heavy. The soft snow hitting the ground reminded him of a blanket, like white down, the same kind that was on his bed at the mansion. If he could just reach out and touch it, then he could sleep before moving on again. Glaring lights hit him in the face. He stared through a glaze at his beautiful fiancée running towards him. Or was this an illusion? He tried to shake himself. If only his whole body didn't feel so weighed down. Was he about to fall victim to the storm? Julia leaned back. The vinyl cushion in the booth was no longer comfortable, since she'd been sitting here for at least an hour and a half. It was time to get up and stretch, but staring at her from the screen was a pair of steel gray eyes that had held her attention for a while now. His brother was beside him on the web page, not near as vivid as he was. Or was that just her opinion? She studied them both. Her dance partner had dark brown hair, a strong nose and chin, and those eyes that were staring into her even from the screen. He was obviously the oldest of the two. She could see he was sharp, intelligent, and there was a twinkle in those eyes that instantly made her smile. She glanced underneath the photo at his name. Logan. Single. Wealthy. It was a wonder women were not fawning all over him. He was one handsome man. That's if she were in the market for a man, which she was not. She flipped through several screens to see if he was in the public eye. She read his bio. He started a tech company when he was right out of college, and his brother joined him a year later. Julia read the list of assets, quite impressed. How was it that this man was still single? No kids. Just like her. Except she was not a nice person. She could see in his eyes and his smile that he was. It was a wonder they even hit it off. Julia was not kind, nor was she happy. Julia just was. She knew how to get a job done, and people depended on her. Russel Enterprise depended on her to keep them strong and profitable. She was married to the company. No man had ever made her want them enough to interfere with her work. She didn't think no man ever would. Perhaps Logan felt the same way. Maybe it's why he chose to flirt and dance with her. He knew she'd never take him seriously. Good. Exactly the kind of man she liked. No strings. It was obvious from the side-by-side photos, his brother Dylan was the more serious of the two. She read how Dylan had been married and divorced twice, no children. Interesting. He seemed quite a bit younger than Logan. Julia always dug deep to find out everything about the people who would consider doing business with Russel Enterprise, so this was a typical run for her. By the time she was done investigating, she'd know what size boxers Logan and Dylan both wore. She studied a variety of documents she had access to, until headlights from several snowmobiles went flying by. One slowed down to turn into the parking lot while the rest passed by. Julia got up to peek out the window. It was still snowing pretty hard. How was it that she hadn't noticed how windy it had gotten? The driver of the machine made his way inside, pulling the door open as brisk air hit Julia in the face. She shivered and wrapped both arms around herself. She knew it was Logan, even before he took off his helmet and pushed back his ski mask. It was bitter cold out, and his cheeks were red even though he had all that gear on. He rubbed both hands together after he took off his gloves. We found James safe and sound. Relief hit Julia, and she let out a sigh. I'm so glad. Let me get you a cup of hot coffee. I made a pot a while ago. That would be nice. I'll warm up for a few minutes until I take you to the mansion. You don't mind riding on the back, do you? She shook her head as she bypassed him and found a cup under the counter. I trust a snowmobile much more than I do a car right now. Logan leaned against the counter, watching her pour from the carafe. She wasn't intimidated by him one bit. Except she imagined he was staring at her with those sexy eyes. He had to stop. She was going to make him stop. This was not the time or place to flirt. And he was a flirt. A big flirt. She turned to tell him so, since she felt his eyes on her. The cup shook a moment as she steadied her hand. That was weird. Julia had nerves of steel. She never allowed anyone to mess with her emotions. He was smiling. Her eyes focused on the small dimple on his left cheek, instead of those eyes that told her without saying a word she was the most interesting thing he'd seen today. He's a flirt, Julia. Remember that. Even so, she gave him her most professional smile and handed him the hot cup. He cradled the ceramic mug in both hands, lifting it to his mouth. Now it was her turn to stare as he took a sip of the warm liquid. Give him a taste of his own medicine. She could flirt too. Why not? She wasn't obligated to anyone at all. Her job was her life, and there was no reason why she had to take herself so seriously. From what she read, Logan was just like her. Except for the flirting part. Maybe it was time to have a bit of fun. Maybe her life had been too stuffy for the past few years. She hated how Joe, Jonathan and Joshua looked at her with pity at times. They harped at her about being alone. Even Joy told her it was not healthy to be alone. Perhaps her siblings were right. So if she was going to be with someone for fun, then she'd want it to be with a guy like Logan. With him, there was nothing to lose. Her heart would stay intact. He made her laugh. Even now, he was back to watching her closely as he sat down at the counter, his eyes telling her he wanted her without saying a word. Except she had to draw a line. There was no getting serious here. Not ever. He was the type of man that didn't need Russel Enterprise, so there was no threat that he'd try to make a fool of her. She leaned against the other side of the counter, chin in hand. She watched him as he took another gulp of coffee. He put the cup down and leaned in. His mouth was almost touching hers. I like you, even if I don't know your name. It's Julia, she admitted. He'd never guess who she was. Even if he did, it did not matter, since she was about to give him the rules of the game. Hello, Julia. I'm Logan. He grinned, his eyes staring at her mouth. I like the way my name rolls off your lips. Stop flirting, Logan. We have to have some rules here. He leaned in even closer. I don't play by anyone's rules. You will mine, or we can part ways right now. How will you get back to the mansion? She grinned. He wasn't going to get one on her. I'll walk. That is until you feel sorry for making me walk when it's obvious you came here to take me there. He laughed. You are right. I'd never let you go out there in the storm without me. His words caused her to pause. She didn't need a protector. Logan, I want you to know that I'm well aware you've been flirting with me since we met. Probably since the night you saw me dancing on a table at that wedding. I don't usually dance on tables. I didn't think you did. You looked pretty hammered. Why do you think I left? His words surprised her. Why did you leave? He leaned in, speaking slowly in her ear. When I finally hold you in my arms, I want you to remember. Julia's heart skyrocketed, and it was his fault. She didn't know how to come back from that one. If she tried, it would be a foolish mistake. Instead, she pushed away from the counter and made her way to the booth to close her laptop. He got the hint. How do you know my name is Logan? She flipped the screen towards him. He nodded. I see. She snapped the lid and placed the laptop back in her bag. No, you don't see. I'm cautious who I allow into my life. It's pretty obvious your face has been splashed all over the tabloids. Most players are. I'm not a player. According to what I've read, you are. She didn't tell him the various business papers didn't display him that way, only tabloids. Even if you are, I never said I didn't like it. He stood up after finishing his coffee. I like you, Julia. What are your rules? I like you too. My job is my life. It will always come first. My family seems to think I have no private life away from my work. Same. Except those tabloids find a way to try to ruin my reputation. I did not say I believe those papers either. I'm a grown woman, Logan. I don't play games. We can have fun, date, or whatever you want to call it, but at the end of the day, I go back to my laptop. Don't expect to wake up with me smiling and batting my eyelashes from your pillow. He shook his head. That's harsh. He moved towards her while buttoning his jacket. He pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on. It's a deal, he told her. I don't want anything serious either. I've gotten along just fine without a nagging woman clinging onto me. Julia laughed. She was starting to really like this guy. Good. We understand each other. Anything more than a friendship is a waste of time. Logan took her hand and pulled her to him. I'm not sure if friends do this, he said in a low, gravelly voice. He dipped his head and took her mouth, claiming her in a kiss that forced Julia to pay attention. She gave him back exactly what he dished out, until he let go, breathing hard. Julia! That was intense. She turned away and went to the coat rack to retrieve her winter coat and scarf. We can make our own rules. Friends can do that if they want to. I better lock up. Are you ready to take me back to the mansion? He stood there staring hard at her. You are incredible, Julia. She never thought she'd hear a man say that. Chapter 4. Lucky for you, there is a raging storm outside, which means I can't leave today after all. Bailey was sitting at the kitchen counter in her mom's inn. Even though it was closed for the month of January while Laura and Joe went on their honeymoon, Bailey and her bio mom had been staying there. Holly, her bio mom, had finally felt strong enough to go home earlier today, so it was just Bailey and Bobby Fairland now. Bobby had been lodging there until his cabin behind the roller skating rink he bought got inspected. Lucky for you, I can't get to my cabin tonight, so I guess this means I'll have to stay here another night. I met with Chad Peterson earlier before the storm. She gave him an all-knowing smile, since there was a brand new snowmobile parked right outside the back door that he purchased a week ago at Cole's urging. Bobby, I hope you plan to behave yourself. We have the inn to ourselves now that my bio mom went home. Bobby lifted a brow. I would never do anything you didn't want me to, Bailey. I have too much respect for you. Besides, we should keep things amicable for now. You will be living in Berks County, and I'll be here busy getting the roller skating rink ready. At least the cabin is done, inspected and ready to move into. I'm glad you got that done today. Chad Peterson has been so busy spending time with his new girlfriend, I wasn't sure he'd have time to inspect the property. Lucky for me he did. Since you may have to wait to leave, do you want me to drive you there? I can make sure you are settled. I'd feel better doing that. Sure. Plus, Joe said there's a car in the garage for me to use, so I'll be able to come home on the days I have off. I'm so glad he's letting me rent his townhouse. I won't need a car in the city since I'll take public transportation to the rehab center, but at least I can drive home every weekend. It's a relief to know you will be home on weekends. I think I'm going to miss you, Bailey. She gave him a sweet smile. Bobby had saved her from a horrible boyfriend who was trying to hurt her. She still couldn't believe she got caught up with drugs at one time. It caused her to drop out of nursing school, but at least she was going to do something with her life now. Learning how to be a rehab counselor was now her heart's desire. If she could help one person get over addiction, then it was worth all these changes. $1 for your thoughts? She smiled. I don't think that's how it goes. Inflation. Bailey grinned. True. Want to make some popcorn and watch a movie? It's the perfect night for it. Bobby had been out with the group searching for James. When he got back with the news, they found Olivia's fiancé. She could have sent him home to his cabin, but he insisted he stay here another night so she wasn't alone. She was glad. It felt nice to have someone here in this big house. Without her mom here, it wasn't the same. Sounds like a great idea. Bobby stood to help her make popcorn. He was so much taller than her. She looked up to give him an assuring smile. In a way, she was so glad he wanted to remain just friends. She wasn't ready for anything more. Not yet. In a sense, Bailey's inner self knew she'd be spending all of her free time with Bobby. Her heart was pointing his way. But she had to go slow. If she fell in love again, it was going to be because the other person felt the same way. For now, friendship was all she could give. The soft lull of the engine was the only sound, as they made their way up the steep hill towards the mansion. Julia's gloved hands held onto Logan's waist as she leaned against his back, hiding her face from the onslaught of icy snow that was filtering through the wind. Gusts of wind had the snowmobile swaying a bit. That's when she held onto Logan tighter. Don't worry, this thing will get us to the mansion. His voice carried away with the wind. It better, she retorted, mentally commanding the machine to get them back in one piece. It was so cold, even though they were in warm clothes. Riding a snowmobile during this storm was a necessary evil. At least it wasn't slipping and sliding dangerously on the road. Her car would never make it up the hill. The extra clothes and shoes she went for earlier were left in the car, but at least she had her laptop bag slung over her shoulder. When she first got on the snowmobile, she didn't think she'd enjoy the ride, but as they left the cafe parking lot, her nerves were pushed to the back of her mind, and she was actually having a good time despite the cold weather. At least until the wind began shifting them back and forth. As they zoomed around a few turns, the snowmobile came close to the edge of the road. Luckily, Logan seemed to know what he was doing and got them through each curve without flipping the thing. He pointed up the hill. "See the lights ahead? We're almost there." It was hard to see the faded lights, but as they got further up the mountain, it looked as if a cloud of light was trying to squeeze through the trees. As they topped the hill, the open parking lot and road to the mansion sent a sigh of relief through Julia. "I'm not ready to go inside yet. How about you?" Was he kidding? "It's freezing out here." "There's a few others out here. Hang on." Julia yelped like a scared puppy, then pounded him on the back. She laughed and hung on tighter. Logan drove them around the side of the building to make sure no one needed help when he saw the other headlights of fellow snowmobilers. A few of the drivers waved to Logan and Julia as they pulled up. "What's going on here?" Logan asked. "We just dropped off James and Olivia. We thought maybe we'd take a sweep around the town to make sure everyone is safe and no one else needs our help." Logan turned to look at Julia. "You game?" Her feet were cold, but other than that she had to admit she was having fun. "Why not?" The minute he nodded to the rest, they all revved the engines, then took off in a staggered line back down the mountain. Even though the wind was brisk, it was much easier to see with a half-dozen lights shining through the storm. Julia was aware that Logan could have easily dropped her off at the main entrance and met up with the riders, but he asked her to go along. How interesting. For a guy that just wanted to have fun, he wasn't in a hurry to get rid of her. Julia knew she was a stick in the mud, as her brother Jonathan called her. When Logan finds out that she is Joe's sister, Julia wondered if he'd be angry that she hadn't disclosed that fact. She could lie and say she didn't know who he was, but that was not her style. Not telling him up front probably would not look good for Russel Enterprise. He may think she was trying to infiltrate his good intentions before going into business with the company. That would not make Joe happy at all. Julia sighed as she hugged the driver even tighter, moving her head behind his back as a gust of wind blew a cloud of snow in their faces. Julia was smart. She knew that it wasn't wise to keep Logan in the dark, but she didn't want to think about work or the company or anything else except this moment. It wasn't often she had these thoughts. Actually, she hadn't had fun ever. The riders rode past the cafe and turned up the road towards the Hideaway Inn, where Julia knew Bailey was staying. There was a single light on the porch, and the blue glare from the television screen shone through a window at the inn. One of the riders in the front shouted, causing everyone to slow down. A flash of tan fur ran across the road, then took a hard right between two cottages. "What was that?" Logan questioned. "It looked like a deer, but there was a leash dragging behind." "I have no clue, but someone is out in this. Look." A slim body came around the corner, buttoned up in a heavy coat, a scarf with the edges hanging behind. When she saw the snowmobiles, she stopped. "Did you see Jellybean?" "Who?" Several of them nodded and pointed towards the two cottages. One of the riders motioned for her to get on his machine. She did. They all formed together in a single line and drove between the two cottages, searching for Jellybean. Which was a dog, Julia supposed. Who would name their dog Jellybean? She was rolling her eyes when she saw a flash from the corner of her eye. She turned slightly and began to laugh. "The dog is behind us." Julia felt the snowmobile slow down even more. The dog was chasing them. It was hilarious when Logan slowed down, the others kept going, but the dog slowed down too. Then Logan would speed up, and the dog did the same. "I think we are a human dog toy," Julia told Logan. He chuckled. "I'm going to let the dog get closer to me. When I do, Can you reach out and grab his collar? Yes, let's do this. She was pumped up, ready to grab the dog now that she realized he was toying with them. She could be inside in front of a fireplace, and here they were, playing cat and mouse with a dog. Logan sped up, and then told her to hold tight when he almost came to a complete stop. The dog, who was running behind them, tried to veer away, but Julia, who was ready for him, sprung herself from the seat and jumped off, practically attacking the dog. She was aiming for his leash that was hanging from his collar, and luckily caught it with her right hand. The dog tried to pull away, and his feet were moving quick, but when the leash tightened it stopped his exit. Julia shouted, "I got him!" She was on her back, her arms and legs spread out on the freshly fallen snow, and the dog, when he realized he was not going anywhere, plopped right down on her and began to lick her face. "Jellybean! Stop it this instant!" Julia heard the owner's sharp command, but Jellybean was having none of that. She had to make this mutt behave, but instead of reprimanding the animal, he was making her laugh so hard her belly ached. It didn't help that Logan was standing over them laughing so hard. It was no wonder the dog hadn't heard the owner's voice. A slim shadow came up beside Logan and stared at Julia on the ground. Her face looked horrified. "I'm so sorry, ma'am." She took the leash from Julia's hand and pulled Jellybean off. "Bad dog." Jellybean gave her one last lick while she watched the girl shake a finger at her dog. She tried to sit up but fell back in the snow. Her legs were so heavy, and her body was frozen. When Logan saw her struggling, he held out a hand, then put his hands around her waist and pulled her up. "You okay?" She brushed snow off her coat. "Yes, but I think it's time to sit in front of a roaring fire." "I tend to agree." They both turned to the girl when she apologized again. "I'm so sorry. I'm Chloe, and this is my naughty dog, Jellybean. He has a habit of running off from me, even with dog training school. Nothing seems to work. I was so worried he'd get lost in the storm. Thank you for coming to his rescue." Before they could offer to help her get home, she hurried towards a cottage where the porch lights were on. It looked like the front door was open as well. Julia shook her head. It was an awful time to let a dog outside, especially in this weather. Logan helped her onto the snowmobile. "Let's get back to the mansion." They started up the hill when Julia began to shiver from the cold. Logan leaned back. "Lean into me. I'll keep the wind out," he told her. She thought that was sweet of him. When she jumped on the dog and laid on the ground, some snow went into her boots and up her arms. She felt wet and cold. Logan gave a shout to the others and gunned the snowmobile, moving them in the lead. He kept going faster, reminding her to hold on as he flew up the hill through the brisk wind and falling snow. In a matter of minutes they were at the top, turning onto the road that led to the mansion. The others were farther down the hill, moving at a steadier speed. A few were closing in, probably thinking Logan was racing them. He pulled up at the front of the mansion and shut down the engine. Hopping off, he took her hand and helped her up, then slung an arm around her shoulder. "Let's get you inside," he told her, almost as if she were an injured bird. That didn't sit well with Julia. She did not care for anyone to lead the way except for herself. "I'm fine, Logan." Even though she tried to pull away, he gave her a look and didn't leave her side until the doors of the mansion were behind them. Instant heat surrounded them. At last. Now all she wanted was to get to her room and have a hot shower. He wasn't having any of that. Logan led her away from the door. "The others will be here any second, and the cold will follow them through the doors. Let's get you over to the fireplace." In which Julia didn't have much say, as he guided them both towards the crackling flames. There were 2 roaring fires, one on each side of the rotunda. They stopped at the closest one. She instantly pulled off her gloves, stuffing them in her pockets, then placed her hands closer to the fire. "Ah, so nice." He did the same. "It is bitter cold outside." Were they really standing here talking about the weather? She gave him a look. He grinned. She turned her back on the fire and made her way to the elevator. She looked back once. "Follow me." He may have gotten them to safety through the storm, but she was in charge now. He did not question her sudden authoritative voice and stepped into the elevator, leaning back against the wall, watching her until it stopped on the floor where her suite was located. No words were said. She pushed in the code and opened the door, turning once to make sure he was right behind her. He was. His stormy eyes stared into hers. She walked across the threshold. He followed, then pushed the door closed behind him. Julia smiled. She dropped the laptop bag on the cushioned chair, unbuttoned her coat and slung it over the back, crooked her finger and marched towards the shower. She did not look back to see if he followed. Her heart beat faster when she felt him closing in, and she swung around to find herself picked up off the floor as he turned the corner and moved them both into the luxurious bathroom. He gazed at the shower, and then stared at the huge tub that could accommodate 2 people. Still holding her in his arms, he walked to the door and kicked it closed. Julia sighed. She had a feeling the night had just begun. Olivia was concerned. James was a tough guy, but he felt warm to the touch. She was hoping a fever would not begin to rage through his body. "I don't have time to be sick, Olivia," he had told her, his voice a raspy whisper. It had been difficult for him to speak. "Rest for now, love. Don't think about anything else." They had gotten him back to the mansion, instead of trying to cross over the mountain to the hospital. It was so far away, and Olivia knew they had to get him warm first. If he needed emergency help, then she'd call an ambulance. For right now, he appeared okay. Was it reckless of her to make such a decision, after he spent hours out in the bitter cold? She had called ahead, and asked the head of hospitality to have someone start a bath in their suite. Then they got him inside, and he was conscious enough to walk in and get undressed and into the garden tub. He had soaked in there for some time, reveling in the warmth. Olivia had stayed by his side, making sure he was not going to pass out. While he soaked, she had called their local ambulance service to make sure someone was available if they needed help. Deb, the EMT tech, assured her she had done the right thing by getting him inside as quickly as possible. The warm bath was a good idea, and she suggested keeping an eye on his temperature and blood pressure. Deb offered to stop by on her way back from the hospital, where they had just dropped someone off. She admitted the roads were really bad, and it would be a while until they got to the mansion. Olivia was relieved and hung up, knowing a professional would at least check his vitals and let her know if she did the right thing. She didn't want anything more to happen to James. Her heart was thumping so loud, she wondered if he heard it. Fear of losing the man she loved had taken its toll on her. The stark reality that he could succumb to the cold if he were lost in the mountains hadn't been lost on Olivia. Losing her grandmother had been awful. Watching the old woman die of cancer had been difficult, but it had been expected. When Olivia had lost her unborn child, it almost devastated her. If she lost James, she knew her world would collapse. She didn't know if she would ever come back from that. So many losses caused her to be so nervous right now. He was resting in bed, fresh pajama pants on and no shirt. The covers were pulled up to his shoulders. He was so still. Then his eyes flickered open, and he saw her concerned look. "Babe," he whispered, his voice sounding so weak. "I'm just exhausted. Stop worrying about me and come lie here with me." She crawled between the sheets, wrapping her arms around his neck, the palms of her hands against his skin while she tangled her fingers through his hair. "I thought I'd never see you again." He chuckled. "That's quite dramatic, Olivia. I'm here. No worries. Just let me hold you." She did. For over an hour, they laid beside each other. James instantly fell back to sleep while Olivia, wide-eyed, was happy and content to feel him in her arms. She lifted her arm to the nightstand, trying to find the remote for the gas fireplace. It was on high, and she figured it was time to back down on the heat some. James's skin was warm and she had checked his fingers and toes. They were all good. A soft knock on the door caused him to stir, and had Olivia sitting up in the bed. She looked down, realizing she was still in her jeans and top. She moved back the covers and shuffled across the floor, her feet sinking in the thick rug. Peeking out, she saw Deb in her EMT uniform standing in the hall. Olivia opened for her. "Thanks for coming, Deb. I was terribly worried." "No worries, Olivia. I'll check his vitals and make sure we don't need to take him in. It's getting worse out there, so if he doesn't need medical attention, it's best he stays put." She moved to the bed, where James was lying with his eyes wide open. Deb waved. "Hey James. Heard you had a mishap in the snow?" He tried to sit up. "You could say that. I'm fine. Do you mind if I just check and make sure so the sweet, lovely Olivia won't worry?" James turned his gaze to her. "Sure. I don't want her to worry. Get this over with so I can have her back in my arms." Deb laughed. "You sound like the man we are all getting to know." Deb opened the small bag she had slung over her shoulder, pulling out a manual blood pressure cuff. She took his blood pressure and checked his heart rate, temperature, and studied his skin for any signs of frostbite. "No numbness in your face, ears, or fingertips?" she asked. James shook his head. "They feel great." He lifted his hands in the air and wiggled his fingertips. "Do you mind if I check the toes?" "Go for it," he told her. "They are warm, and I can feel them." Deb checked to make sure and asked several more questions. "Any eye pain or vision changes that you noticed?" He shook his head. Olivia sat on the edge of the bed, watching. "Your body temperature is normal, so no reason to think hypothermia exists. It looks like you'll survive, James. Do me a favor and get a checkup at the doctor when the storm subsides, just to be sure." He nodded. "Thanks for coming." Deb gave him a salute. "You are welcome." She threw her things back in her pack and slung it over her shoulder. A call came through as she began to walk across the floor. "I better get this. I'll let myself out." "Thanks, Deb." Olivia locked the door behind her and crawled back in bed with James. She laid her head on his chest and sighed. "I told you I was fine, babe. I had to be sure." "You have to trust me," he told her, not in the least upset. "Besides, there is no way I was staying out there in the cold woods without you. The thought of dying out there was not a choice. I was coming home to you." She smiled. He had been about to fall over when they found him. Even so, it did not matter. The only thing that did was the fact he was here in their bed, alive and well. She was not going to take him for granted ever again. This episode gave her the scare of a lifetime. "I love you, James." "I love you too, babe," he told her, letting out a deep sigh. "Maybe it is time we—" She stirred in his arms. "Maybe it's time we, what?" But when she lifted her head, he was fast asleep. What had he been trying to say? Chapter 5. Julia should be ashamed of her behavior, but she stretched lazily under the down comforter and rolled on her back, blinking several times until the ceiling came into focus. She felt absolutely wonderful. "I don't remember a time when I felt this way," she whispered to herself, knowing Logan had gone back to his suite hours ago. They had fallen asleep together, but she felt him get out of the bed in the early hours of the morning. He had shuffled around, getting dressed, then quietly strolled out of her room, locking the door behind him. She turned on her side to glance at the spot he had occupied, when she noticed a piece of hotel stationery on the nightstand, underneath a silk flower from the wedding bouquet that had been placed onto the fireplace mantel days ago. Originally, she had tossed the awful bouquet on the chair, but housekeeping set it on the wood mantel where it was promptly forgotten. "Impressive, Logan." She reached for the flower, moving it aside, then picked up the note to read it. There was one word written inside. "Wow?" She held the note against her chest and laughed out loud. "One word? That's it." She thought he'd at least say thanks for the great night or something sweet, but nope. Just wow. Funny thing, she felt the same way. That word described their night together perfectly. It caused her to smile, until she thought about the meeting she had to attend today in the business conference room. The meeting scheduled with Logan and his younger brother, the infamous Bradley brothers. The meeting that would introduce a partnership, where she'd show him some financial documents and set up a Zoom call with Walter Connolly. She had to let him know she was Joe's sister before the meeting, otherwise she imagined he'd be pretty upset. She did not sleep with him to coerce him into becoming Joe's partner. That was the furthest thing from her mind. Besides, he could ask anyone. Julia was not that petty. She was brutally honest, and when she wanted something she went after it. Except, this whole situation had gotten out of hand. She never intended to have a secret affair with the man her brother wanted to partner with. It just happened to be Logan. All she had wanted was one night. To scrub him out of her system so she could work. Besides, he made it way too easy to spend the night together. They were both adults in their 40s, so why not? He was in his 40s, wasn't he? Sighing, Julia slipped from the warm downy comforter, turning the gas fireplace up a notch. She stretched again, gazing out the huge window to see the snow still falling, only the wind wasn't causing the branches to sway. That was a good sign. She stumbled to the shower, her body aching in places she hadn't used for a long time. Still, it made her smile. Now that she got Logan out of her system, it was time to put the business hat back on. What she had last night would only be a memory once Logan found out that she was Joe's sister anyway. He was a successful businessman. She was a successful businesswoman. They did not need to muddy their relationship with personal stuff. Which meant no more sleeping with Logan. Except instead of getting him out of her system, she was worried it had backfired on her. She walked past a mirror and stopped to look at her reflection. Her face glowed, which made her raise an eyebrow. Her skin was always pearly white since she did not go out in the sun much. Tanning was taboo, so her pale skin always had her family ranting at her about getting outside for some vitamin D. Now she knew it hadn't mattered one bit. Logan didn't seem to mind that her skin was not tanned. Not the way he was idolizing her body last night. It made her shiver just thinking about him. This had to stop. No more. She would go see him and speak with him before the meeting. After all, this was all her fault. She allowed it to happen. Julia knew better. Why it happened was beyond her thinking. She could not and would not jeopardize the company. Hopefully, she'd make it right with a promise to never sleep with someone who was about to partner with the company. As the water ran over her skin, Julia closed her eyes to focus on the meeting at noon. But all she could think about was the feel of Logan's touch. This shower was not helping one bit. Julia dug through her closet for her best outfit. Many of her belongings were still in her car, which was in the cafe parking lot. She'd have to check the weather and hope the plows were already out clearing the roads. Digging through the closet, she pulled out a twill gray skirt and blazer to match. Throwing them on the chair, she dug through her blouses until she found a pleat-neck sleeveless black cami and threw it over her head, letting it slide over her skin. Pulling on a half-slip, Julia put on the skirt and blazer. She put on a pair of black patent leather gloves, slid them on her hands, and pulled a black matching bag from the shelf in the closet. She slipped on a pair of black stockings and 4-inch heels that matched her gloves and looked in the mirror. Not quite perfect yet. Julia opened the safe in the wall, pulling out a velvet-covered tray. She chose a thick gold chain with a black onyx stone and carefully closed the clasp around her neck. Her blonde hair was usually swept back, but not today. She let it flow over her shoulders, adding some true Brazilian activating serum to the roots and ends. After she finished her hair and makeup, she was ready to go in search of Logan. She needed caffeine. Instead of calling for room service, she decided to go to Olivia's restaurant, then find out what room Logan was in. She glanced at her Michelle Deco diamond two-tone watch. 40 minutes until noon. She slept in this morning. Probably too late to find Logan before the meeting. She could at least try. Julia shot through the doors of the elevator that was going to the first floor. A younger man was coming out of the room 2 doors down. She knew who it was. Logan's brother, Dylan Bradley. He lifted a hand for her to hold the elevator, but the doors were already closing. She hit the button, stopping them just in time. At least now she knew where Logan was staying, which meant she'd get her coffee and come back up to find him. Julia definitely needed the boost of caffeine first. He slid in through the steel opening and turned to her. "Thanks. Are you going to the first floor?" "Yes." He nodded, staring at her legs. She raised a brow, tilting her head and giving him a look. When his stare reached her eyes, he shrugged, then apologized. "I'm sorry. You are beautiful." Beautiful. No one ever told her that. Was the guy crazy? Knowing it was Logan's younger brother, she let the compliment roll over her shoulder. "Thank you. I'm Julia Russel." The recognition in his eyes had her grinning. He glanced at the folder in her hand, and then apologized. "I'm so sorry. You must be Ms. Russell, Joe's sister? We have an appointment with you at noon." Apology accepted. He looked nervous. Do me a favor, and don't tell my brother I tried to hit on you. He will probably make me leave here, and I kind of like it. I'd like to be a part of this, but he keeps warning me to stop flirting. I can't help myself. When I see a beautiful woman, I say so. It's my kryptonite. Julia laughed. It's okay, Mr. Russell. No harm done. We'll meet at noon. I'm going for a coffee. Would you like me to bring you one as well? He shook his head. Can't stand the stuff. Logan went for one a few minutes ago. He calls me a flirt and player, and yet I know for a fact he never went to his suite last night. I heard him come in when I was getting up. He's the brother that tells you to do what he says, not what he does. By the way, call me Dylan. Anyone can see I'm not a mister. Julia laughed. I understand. She was not about to tell Dylan his brother spent the night in her arms. No. That was something they had to get straightened out. Like now. At least she knew he was getting coffee, so it would be easier to find him and talk. A loud chime dinged as a set of doors opened up just in time. I'll see you at noon. She stepped out of the elevator, her heels clicking across the foyer. Julia kept her eyes opened in case Logan was somewhere besides Olivia's place. She walked through the archway and spotted him at a table in the rear of the upper dining room. It was more of a cafe area where the breakfast and lunch crowd were served. She imagined they opened up the bigger area that was now dark and roped off when they had a full house. Julia knew he saw her enter the room. Instead of walking to his table, she made a sharp turn and went to the kitchen to find Olivia. Anything to distract herself before facing him. She needed a moment. Olivia was pleased to see Julia. Hey, how's it going? Good. Can I get a coffee? I don't need anyone waiting on me. How is James? Let me make you one. Olivia knew she liked hers, black with a teaspoon of creamer and a splash of Irish cream. James is feeling much better. I was worried for a few hours when he ran a fever, but he seems fine now. I ordered him to stay in bed all day. I doubt he will, but he was really worn out. Julia gave her a smile. I'm glad he's better. What did Logan Bradley order? Coffee. He drinks it like you do, with one creamer and a splash of Irish cream. Isn't that weird? Hey, don't you have a meeting today? I sent Adele to the meeting room to set up a beverage bar, Olivia told her. Thank you for that. Yes, I'm meeting with Logan and his brother, who I met for the first time in the elevator. This should be a weird and interesting meeting. I can take Logan's coffee to him. Oh, why will it be weird? I can't tell you, Olivia. She turned, handing Julia both cups on a tray. Here you go. We need to talk. You look like you need a wine night. I'm done with alcohol. Olivia laughed. You need a girls' night. That's different. I promise it will be fun. Tonight come up to my place. Top floor. I have a hot tub on the closed-in balcony, and you won't be cold. Bring a suit and towel. Are you serious? Julia never had a wine night or hot tub evening with anyone before. She took advantage of the gym at her condo complex, but she always went alone. Come to think of it, she'd done practically everything alone. Of course I'm serious. Julia, you have to live a little. I understand you love to work, but this will be fun. I promise. Everyone needs to have a bit of fun and relaxation. Won't it be cold on the balcony? She had enough of the storm last night, and had no intention to freeze again. Nope, not with a fireplace to keep us warm while we are in the hot tub. I'm doing quite a bit of relaxing in this place. I've never had so many offers to have fun before. Olivia laughed. Maybe it's time you do. Julia frowned before turning away. I'm just not sold on what purpose it serves. She didn't wait for Olivia to reply, knowing she was being sarcastic. This place was a vacationer's dream. Her brother had pulled out all the stops to make it a wonderful playground for those who needed some time off, as well as 2 huge meeting rooms for business. The partition allowed the wall to open up for a convention if needed. Joe had thought this through. The mansion would accommodate almost any company, family or business. Even though she had tried to convince him at first it was a bad investment, She saw with her own eyes he had truly spent his money well. She was so used to denying requests to spend Russel Enterprise profit that perhaps she hadn't seen the worth of this investment. Except the numbers all worked, so in the end, she hadn't been able to deny her brother. Besides, Joe would always make the final decision, with or without her blessing. Which was ironic, since he put her in charge of the company finances. Now she had to deal with another request, and it happened to be with the man she slept with last night. She had to keep an open mind, and be the face of the company while Joe was on his honeymoon. The fact the brothers were willing to negotiate with her was a good sign. As long as the numbers worked out, then buying the Connolly properties would be worthwhile going into a partnership for this project. After all, she had such a tight rein on the finances, they needed to invest soon. Joe was also aware of everything and knew it was time. That's why she would not have any skeletons in her closet. She would not be accused of undermining this deal. The truth had to be told, and she was almost at the table where he sat. His tall form was leaning back against the chair, one elbow lying casually on the table edge. He raised a brow. Impressive. Do you always dress like this to serve coffee? She set his cup in front of him, then slid into the chair across from where he sat. She needed a sip of her own coffee before divulging who she was. Julia gave him a look of approval. He wore a gray tailored single-breasted lapel jacket, with matching classic cut trousers and black leather shoes. His suit was impeccable, and she knew he only wore it to meet the sister of Joe Russell. Julia could not help herself. She reached across the table and fixed his tie. It was just a tiny bit off. He placed a hand over hers. She froze as the warmth from his fingers went straight up her arm and shot through her like a zap of lightning on the horizon. Julia's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to speak, and nothing came out. This was quite insidious. How was she going to tell him the truth? Logan lifted her hand to his mouth and brushed his lips across her skin. She shivered. Not now, Logan. Stop. She had to tell him the truth, yet was putty in his presence. This had to stop. Logan. There you are. Hey, Julia. Dylan Bradley pulled out a chair and sat down, breaking the spell. Julia quickly pulled her hand back, feeling quite ridiculous. Dylan looked from Julia to Logan, and back again. Do you two know each other? Or is he trying to charm you, Julia? Hey, are we going to have the meeting here instead? Logan had been staring at her with those steel grays. He glanced towards his brother. Meeting? What do you mean, Dylan? His hand was still in midair. Our meeting with Joe's sister. Dylan glared at his brother. Or were you rude and started without me? Logan's brow creased. Julia could tell he wasn't sure what was going on. Have you two met? He glanced from Julia to Dylan. Julia nodded. We met in the elevator. Logan, there's something I need to tell. Dylan shook his head. You are so stupid, bro. Instead of trying to charm this beautiful lady, you should introduce yourself. He lifted a hand in the air. I'll do it instead. Julia Russel, meet Logan, my older brother and probably not the smartest of us. He gave her a charming smile, but she turned to watch Logan's face go from confusion to realization. She noticed the moment his jaw tightened. Russell? He shook his head. I should have put two and two together. She stared at him, knowing it had been a mistake not telling him up front. Julia saw the interest drop right out of him. She straightened her shoulders and made a note to herself to call Joe right after the meeting. This was not going well, and they weren't in the meeting yet. Would he walk away from the whole thing right now? No, he wanted this partnership as much as Joe did. She knew that much. He was angry right now, even if he hadn't said a word. She felt his surprise and disappointment. If he was anything like her, and he was, he didn't mix business with pleasure. He would deal with this interruption like a pro. Julia had done the one thing she swore never to do. She wanted to kick herself for not disclosing who she was. But she had to be the professional here. He was not one bit happy. She was an expert on how to pull everyone together. Julia had done it all her life. She pushed out of her seat and stood, picked up her coffee and glanced at her watch. 2 minutes until noon. I suggest we get moving to the meeting room. With those words she nodded first to Logan, then to Dylan and walked away, her heels clicking across the floor. She saw Olivia from the corner of her eye, but forced herself to keep her chin up and look straight ahead. She would walk into that room, like the professional she was, and pretend she hadn't had the best sex in her entire adult life last night. Logan Bradley sat in the wrought iron chair, staring at the back of her skirt and long legs. She was unbelievable. How did this happen? He ran a hand through his hair, then drew his hand into a fist. He needed to get to the gym and let out some pent-up energy. Are you coming? Dylan stopped, turned and stared at his brother. What is wrong with you? I'm pretty speechless right now, he told Dylan, rising from the chair. He reached in his pocket and threw a few dollar bills on the table, then proceeded to follow his little brother out the door. He didn't even know which way they were going, until Dylan turned down the hall to the right. I'm not sure why you are speechless or dragging your feet, but we have exactly 1 minute to get to the meeting. It looks like Julia was quite adamant we be on time. Dylan didn't know what went on between Julia and himself. Besides that, it was none of his business. Had Julia known who he was, and slept with him to sway his decision on the partnership? Why? It made no sense. Or had they both acted upon their desire for one another, blinded to the fact they were both in the same hotel for a reason? He knew her name. Why hadn't he realized who she was? He'd only met her twice. She had been at the grand opening that night, dancing on a table. He remembered sitting in the back of the room with some of the other guests, and looked up to find her and a younger woman dancing to a country song, kicking their heels up. Well, not even their heels, they both had kicked off their shoes and danced barefoot. He knew right then he wanted her. She was gorgeous. Her blonde hair fell in waves across her shoulders, and her pale skin glowed under the lights. Those eyes, they were strong and daunting, and made him want to get to see exactly who she was. When the music had turned slow, he got up and went to her, gathering her by the waist and helping her off the table. They danced through 2 slow dances that night. He felt the surge of electricity between them, but when he realized she was pretty hammered, he wasn't going to make any moves on her. That night, he decided to walk away, and she called out to him to come back. He did, and promised her he would see her again. He gave her a corny line. He remembered it well. He pulled her to him and told her, "I'll be back." Then he let go of her, and left before he wasn't able to refuse her. He had no clue who she was, but hoped to find her the next day. He did find her then. Or did she find him? The thoughts that were going through his head gave him a headache. He actually could say his head hurt. Now he had to abandon all thoughts of any type of relationship, even though she told him up front they would be friends only. He knew and agreed with her. It was what he preferred anyway, except knowing she was Joe's sister, and they'd have to spend the next few weeks working on a partnership that had him on edge. How was he supposed to do business when all he wanted to do was wrap her in his arms and make sweet love to her? The door to the room was hanging wide open. Logan stepped through the conference doors and saw her seated at a huge round table with 6 chairs. He didn't know what to say, or frankly to do. First time in his life he was probably speechless. It wasn't a good feeling, either. He followed his brother to the table like a robot, which was odd since Logan always took charge. Dylan sat down in the chair to her left. He could sit beside his brother, which would be a jerk move. Instead, he focused on the chair and sat down on her opposite side. He moved the chair a hair's inch away from her, then clasped his hands together as he rested his elbows on the tabletop. "Gentlemen, welcome. I know we've all met before, but let me introduce myself. My name is Julia Russel. I'm the CFO of Russel Enterprise. My responsibility is to manage the company finances, and that includes all financial planning and risks, along with financial reporting and data analysis. Everything goes through me, and I've kept this company in the black for over 20 years. Whatever you want to know, I can show you data as long as it relates to budget management, cost-benefit analysis, forecasting needs, and even securing new funding." She was certainly all business. Plus, he believed every word she said. Joe had put the right person in charge of finances. "Good. It's a pleasure to meet you, Julia." He tried hard to keep it professional. My brother Dylan, whom you've already met, is my younger brother. Bradley Brothers wants to partner with Joe and Russel Enterprise, only because we know Joe is one of the most honest, loyal, and successful entrepreneurs in this industry. When he called, we came right away, not realizing he was going on a month-long honeymoon. I won't pretend that this partnership won't benefit our company, because we both know that would be a lie. I understand. Julia avoided his eyes. She was watching a water cooler beside the door. When Joe suggested we meet with you, we trusted him because he makes sound judgments. I hope you do as well. Logan saw her flinch. He didn't want to make this personal, but the words came out of his mouth. This was insane. He could honestly say he had been happy to be a player up to this point. Love 'em and leave 'em type of guy. No strings attached. Why did he feel so angry inside that maybe that's what Julia just did to him? Had she felt anything at all? Of course she did. There was no way she could fake last night. He had been with women before who had, and a man knows these things. Logan? Julia was speaking to him, an eyebrow raised. She wasn't smiling. I'm sorry, Ms. Russell. Would you mind repeating that? He asked, hearing his brother sigh long and hard from across the table. I arranged for a Zoom call with Walter Connolly. Are you ready to proceed? He nodded, looking away. Logan gritted his teeth, pulling himself up straighter. He had to stop thinking about her and pay attention to the reason he was here in the first place. She opened her laptop first, then messaged Connolly. It took him a few seconds to get online. Hello, Julia. Happy to see you. I'm afraid I'm not an expert at these gadgets today. Can you hear me and see me? Yes, sir. Oh, come on now. I'm not a sir. Call me Walter. Julia gave him a genuine smile. Fair enough, Walter. You can call me Julia. I'd like to introduce you to the Bradleys. On your left is Logan Bradley, and to your right is his brother Dylan. She was keeping it professional. In that moment, Logan felt proud of the calmness and ease in which she conducted herself. He had to focus and do the same. Walter, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. Good. I can't stand these video conferences. No offense, kids. But if we are going to do business, let's get together and get to know each other. How about tomorrow at that little cafe on the main drag? I am so hungry for pancakes. Julia gave him a sweet smile. Missy's Cafe? Of course. Name the time and we will be there. 7 sharp. The roads should be cleared off by then. If not, we'll rearrange. Good day, Julia. He nodded to the men. Logan and Dylan, I look forward to meeting you both. Julia looked amused as his face got closer to the monitor, and he began to cuss when he didn't find the end button. She quickly switched hers off, closing the laptop with a snap. She stood. If you will excuse me, I have work to do. We can meet in the lobby at 6:45 to go to the cafe. I'll arrange a car to take us there. We have a rental we can use. Dylan reached an arm across the table and shook hands. It's indeed a pleasure to meet you. If you don't mind, I'm going to go on an excursion today with a few of the other guests on a snowmobile. He looked at Logan. Want to come along, bro? Logan stood and shook his head. No thanks. I had enough of snowmobiles for one night. I'll talk to you later. Good day, Julia. Bye. She was standing at the table, probably waiting for him to leave also. Instead, he turned to her. They had to have this conversation. Julia. Her posture was stiff. She tried to act as if she were all business, but he knew a side to her no one else had seen. She wasn't fooling him. What do you want to say, Logan? That I instigated this thing between us for business reasons? He shook his head. I wanted you from the first time I saw you at the grand opening party, he told her. She looked surprised that he mentioned that night. Even so, he recognized she was determined to be a professional. Why do I care? This thing we have is no strings attached, remember? He shrugged. I remember every word you have spoken since I met you. He wanted her to know that it was not a game to him, even if he said things would be casual. He never took anyone or anything for granted. He understood the rules. While it's all fun and games for you, Julia, I can't sleep with someone I work with. Why did you think this was okay? You obviously knew who I was." There it was, out in the open. She closed her eyes briefly, then turned and looked deep into his own eyes. It startled him at the passion in them, no matter how hard she tried to act as if she didn't care one way or another. "I lost sight of my priorities." He took a step closer. "How did you manage to do that? From what I've heard about the famous Julia Russel, nothing gets under her skin. They said she is a force to be reckoned with. It was why I was anxious to meet Julia Russel today. And then to find out it was you has totally blown my mind." Julia shrugged. "Why should it blow your mind? I am a woman with needs. Just like a man." He leaned in. "You are much more than that." She took a step back, a small gasp leaving her. "This is not going to work, Logan. I can't work like this." "Then perhaps we have to do something about it." She shook her head. "No. I can't mix business with pleasure." "Too late. You already did." She looked desperate. "It was a mistake. I'm sorry. It will not happen again." Logan knew she was right. They could not continue to behave this way. Not now. Maybe later down the road. The thought of it had him frowning. "Okay, truce." He held out his hand. She stared at it, and he almost smiled when she said, "Is this a trick?" He laughed then. "No trick. Let's make a deal. No being alone together. No sex. Let's get this deal done and then we'll see what the future brings." He watched her carefully. Julia nodded. She placed her hand in his, almost hesitant to do so. He realized why she was unsure when they touched. It caused her to let out a small gasp. The feeling was mutual. She whipped her hand out of his, but he held onto the tips of her fingers, gently holding them in his hand. "We will continue this someday," he promised. "Meanwhile, why don't you join Dylan and I in the dining room this evening for dinner? We usually have a late meal, and there will be plenty of others there." She shook her head, then pulled her hand completely out of his. "I'm sorry, but I kind of have a date tonight." She hesitated and looked into his eyes, causing his heart to race a little more. "In a hot tub." Then she turned, picked up her laptop and bag, and he stared as her heels clicked across the floor, fading into the distance as he was left alone in the huge room. Chapter 6. Julia dug through her suitcase. After leaving Logan speechless in the meeting room earlier, she had checked at the front desk to see if the roads were clear yet. Once she knew the main road to the mansion was plowed, a security guard had taken her down to her car in one of the jeeps that was used as a security vehicle. He had been nice enough to clean the snow off her car, and insisted she go into the cafe while he did so. His name was Stuart. Julia made a mental note to tell Joe how he went above and beyond his call of duty. They always rewarded those who did so at Russel Enterprise. This place wouldn't be any different. She was glad to revisit the cafe to see how Missy was doing, who welcomed her with a hug. She insisted Julia sit and drink a cup of coffee, whether she wanted it or not. It made her feel a bit quirky inside. Being in Hideaway Lake was changing her. Julia wasn't quite sure if she liked how friendly people were. She was used to others avoiding her mostly. Yet, maybe letting her guard down at times didn't hurt anything. After Stuart let her know he had her car warmed up, she said her goodbyes and promised Missy she'd come back for Roaring Twenties night on Friday evening. Wearing a flapper dress may be fun, she thought, even though Julia had never experienced these things like she was doing in Hideaway Lake, including having a casual affair. If any of her siblings found out what she'd done, they'd be shocked. Not only shocked, angry too. Her brothers and even Joy would be upset she didn't practice what she always preached. It had been all she thought about as she headed back to the mansion earlier. She sighed, then pulled out her Sean one-piece black suit. Slipping it on, she adjusted the straps in the mirror. It had a low V-neck down the front and in the back, and a ruched laced up front. Perfect. At her age, she refused to wear a bikini even though she could pull it off. A bikini wasn't her style. She did look good in black, and wore it often. The classic silhouette swimwear was perfect for her shape. Julia wrapped a print Pareo maxi cover-up around her, tying it securely above her breasts. It looked gorgeous on her. She grabbed a hotel towel, slipped on a pair of open-toe sandals with 3-inch heels and left her room. She was running late, so Julia was happy when Olivia called to see if there was anything wrong. After assuring her new friend she was on her way, Olivia told her she was looking forward to their girls' night together. Julia didn't mention that she had almost canceled, thinking she wasn't good company tonight, until she realized that Olivia was going out of her way to be friendly. She pushed in the code to the top floor. It had been a long day, especially after the encounter with Logan. Was he all she thought about? Her brother Joe was going to be so disappointed with her if she didn't make this meeting tomorrow look good. That's why she figured a dip in Olivia's hot tub would certainly be good for her soul and mental health. She was going to forget Logan and concentrate on this new partnership. All she had to do was put Walter Connolly and the two brothers together, and then she could get back to taking her winter retreat working vacation here at the mansion. The elevator dinged and opened up to a huge foyer. She went to the arched doorways and knocked on the thick wooden double door. Olivia opened with a huge smile. "I'm so glad you came. Come in." She heard voices in another room and wondered who all Olivia invited. She didn't plan on there being anyone else there. Olivia told her a girls' night, and those voices sounded manly. "You have company? Maybe I should go." Julia didn't mind turning around and leaving. "No, that's James and his company. Follow me. We are going to step out onto the balcony. Do you mind grabbing those 2 glasses?" Julia picked up the stems of the 2 glasses, while Olivia got a bottle of wine and set it in a bucket with ice. She followed her hostess through French doors and was pleasantly surprised how warm the closed-in balcony was. A fire was going full force in the stone fireplace on the far wall. Julia slipped out of her cover-up. The 2 sat in the tub, and she leaned her head back and almost died. "This is heavenly. I can't believe I've waited so long to sit in a hot tub." Olivia was surprised. "You've never been in a hot tub?" "I know, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" "I'm not surprised, the way I hear you've worked with your nose to the grindstone." Olivia had already uncorked the wine. She poured Julia a glass and handed it to her. Julia swirled it around, figuring she'd be polite and take a sip or 2 then stop. Of course it did not work that way. "I don't drink, you know." "I heard you water it down. Maybe a glass or 2 won't hurt." "It will actually help you to relax, Julia. You do seem uptight. Aren't you enjoying your time here? It's a beautiful place." "I most certainly am, now that I got over my week-long hangover." "That was a bit too much. I never drank champagne like that before." "It looked like you and Savannah were having a blast." "I did invite her tonight, but she was busy helping Madison. Cole and Madison bought the cottage beside the Hideaway Inn, you know." Julia shook her head. She didn't really know anything that went on here. She stared at the wine, as if in a trance since her body was melting in the hot swirling water, before taking another small sip and swirling it around her tongue. When she looked up, shadows fell across the wall as James and his guests moved to take a seat in the living room. She looked away, determined to spend this time with Olivia and relax. Olivia noticed where she had been looking. "Don't mind the men. James was so bored to death today. His doctor made him promise not to return to work for 24 hours. So instead of getting much-needed rest, he invited the Bradley brothers here to introduce himself to them. He had wanted to meet with them, but with the mansion's opening, he wasn't able to, and felt terrible for putting it on you." Julia smiled. "No worries. That's why I am here." Joe knew James had to be overlooking the mansion business. "I am glad they are meeting, though. But enough about work." It was all Julia could do to get Logan out of her mind, and now he was here with James. Inside this apartment. The apartment she had to go through to go to her own suite. Great. This would not help their predicament one bit. Hopefully, by the time they were finished, the men would be gone. She wasn't much of a talker, and Olivia was yawning. Julia still sipped on the same glass of wine. She knew it wasn't watered down, and wasn't about to get too relaxed. Not with the company inside. The truth was, Julia was not afraid of him. She was afraid of her own self. "Julia." Your mind is elsewhere tonight. Just like earlier today when you came to the restaurant for coffee. I notice things. When Logan Bradley is around, you pretend you don't like him." Julia laughed. She flung her head back and let out a huge sigh. When she opened her eyes and turned to the window without even thinking, she saw steel-gray eyes watching her. The three men were standing in the living room in a small group talking. James was moving his hand while he held a drink in the other one. Logan wasn't drinking anything, but she noticed Dylan had a bottle of beer. Logan's hands were deep in his pockets as he continued to stare. She told him earlier she had a date, and well, she didn't tell him it was with a friend. His gaze switched to Olivia, and she saw through the glass how his cheek twitched. They were that close and yet so far away. Still, she read him like a book. She knew what he was thinking, and didn't like where her thoughts were leading to. "Julia." She looked away, breaking from the trance he put on her whenever he was near. "I'm sorry, Olivia." "You should not be one bit sorry. That man is a fine specimen." Julia laughed. "A specimen? Olivia, that's a strange way to describe someone." "It's because Hunk went out in the 80s, I believe. At least that's what my mom tells me. I still say it. He is a hunk of a man. Except, you keep pretending you are not interested in him." "How do you know, Olivia?" "I am trained to pay attention to what my customers want. It goes way beyond food though, unfortunately for you. I can guess when a woman and man are being all sweet on each other." "Sweet?" Olivia laughed too. "I know. It's a weird thing. But I promised Joe I'd get you to have some fun while you are here." "Joe set me up?" "I'm afraid so. He is worried about you, and do not tell him I told you." "You have my word." "I get it. They tell me I'm a bitch and work too hard." "I've never seen the bitch in you yet. Should I be worried?" Julia grinned. "Maybe, I don't know. In work, I have to be tough. I've never had friends, so not sure how to answer." "Well, you have a friend now. I'm glad you came. Maybe you should get some of that." She lifted her glass and pointed it towards Logan. "Olivia." Then she figured she may as well admit it to someone. "Maybe I already have." Olivia almost choked on her wine. "That explains everything. No wonder you look as if the whole situation is complicated." "It is complicated. I'm not supposed to sleep with my brother's new partner." "I'm glad you said partner and not partners." "Just kidding." Julia shook her head. Having a friend was exhausting, even though it felt nice to discuss the subject at hand. She was so confused and mixed up. Seeing Logan just made her want him more, and he stood there, no longer looking her way as if she no longer existed. He was probably proving to her that they could work together and stay away from each other. The fact was, neither one of them had known the other was going to be here. This was an accident, so they had to learn how to behave properly. Olivia yawned again. Julia set her glass on the edge and stood up. "You look tired, and I'm feeling like a rag doll. I'm calling it a night." "Thank you, Olivia. This was fun." Olivia got out too. They both dried off, then she wrapped herself up and tied her cover up. She looked through the glass to see Logan shaking hands with James before leaving. Dylan stayed behind. "Let me help you clean up, Olivia." She carried the glasses and followed Olivia to the kitchen. They talked for a few minutes more, while James and Dylan continued conversing in the living room. "James, do you think you should be drinking like that?" Olivia asked. He turned and picked up a bottle from the glass end table. It was ginger ale. "What a relief." "Thank you," she mouthed to him. He grinned and turned back to Dylan. They were both engrossed in a deep conversation when Olivia walked her to the elevator. "Thank you so much for coming tonight." "I had fun, Olivia. It's nice to talk to you. I must admit you are the first real person I've been friendly with." "Good. Then I can report back to Joe that you found a new friend." "Don't you dare. Let him think I'm a bitch." They both hugged and laughed, promising to get together again before Julia went back to the city. She got into the elevator and leaned against the wall. Julia always thought she was a city girl. Turns out, she was enjoying the middle of nowhere. Of course there were things here much more interesting than skyscrapers and Uber drivers. It wasn't quite as dead as she thought the country would be. The bell dinged and the doors opened to her floor. Julia was holding a towel in her hand, along with her heels. She had never put them back on, since she was just going down 2 floors and right into her own apartment. She walked towards her suite when the door next to hers swung open. Logan came out, stopping in his tracks. He loosened the tie at his neck and strolled across the hall, meeting her halfway. He stared into her eyes, daring her to walk away. Julia wanted to walk away. She glanced at her own door, thinking she should run now while she can. She weighed the cost of doing so, except her bare feet didn't think they should go anywhere. Closing her eyes, she tried to picture her siblings shaking their fist at her, telling her she was terrible to jeopardize the company like this. Every single argument flew through her brain, but when she opened her eyes, there he was. The hunger on his face was evident. The only place her feet would take her was forward. He reached out and ran a finger across the top of her cover-up, where the ends were tied together. His eyes were intense and pleading, silently begging her not to refuse him. Julie reached up and covered his hand, leaving his fingers free to run across her skin. He turned then, holding onto the ridge of her cover-up, moving them towards his room, looking back to punch in the code and open the door. She followed, unsure. Was she going to do this again? Twice. This was wrong on all levels. Yes. But she'd think about that later. Julia's cell rang and rang until she finally answered. I know it's early, sis, but Laura is sleeping in, so I had a few minutes to make some phone calls. I wanted to make sure everything is going well. How did your meeting go with the Bradleys? Joe, it's 5 in the morning. Luckily, she left Logan's room about an hour ago and fell into her own bed. Otherwise, she'd have missed her brother's call. She wiggled her toes and tried to forget what happened. Again. Concentrate on the conversation, Julia. You never had a problem with me calling you this early before. What's going on? Is everything okay? Julia sat up, needing to pay attention. Of course everything is fine. Why wouldn't it be? Joe sighed through the phone. It must be fine. You are answering my question with your own question. You sound distracted. I was at Olivia's last night. We had a girls' night in the hot tub. Joe whistled. Wow. Please don't say that word, Joe. There's only one person who can say that to me now, she thought to herself. Before you go telling everyone that I actually did something not related to work, I am going to admit this place sucks you in. The mansion was a brilliant idea. I'm actually relaxing for the first time in my life, Joe. Please don't say wow. Okay, not sure why, but I won't say that word again. Glad you are enjoying yourself. Just make sure the Bradleys are well taken care of. That's why I am counting on you, sis. I know you will get the job done. I want to feel guilty for not being there, but I'm having too much fun with my wife to care 100%. His words made Julia grin. Joe deserved this. Don't worry about a thing. I'll send an email later this evening about the meeting today. We'll be getting together with Walter at 7 sharp. He wants pancakes. That had Joe laughing. Love you, sis. Gotta run. I hear my sweet wife waking up. Goodbye, Joe. Don't worry, I have it handled on this end. James is here too. He met with the brothers last night also. That's good to know. I heard about his accident. Glad he's okay. I'll give him a call soon. Julia, thank you for doing this. I have complete trust in you. She ended the call, horrified. While Joe trusted her decisions, she was making horrible ones. Sleeping with Logan once could be forgiven, but twice after she made up her mind not to do it again? What was wrong with her? Never in her life had she been so weak. It was Logan's fault. She rolled her eyes and slid from the bed. May as well stay up. She slipped her toes into a pair of quilted silk slippers and shuffled across the room to her wardrobe. She'd call room service for a cup of coffee to get her day started. She was so tired. Julia was used to getting plenty of sleep each night. She had always got up early and worked late into the evening, but since she never went out, she was always in bed by 10. These late-night excursions were causing her to make even more bad decisions. It had to stop. There was a quick rapping sound on the door. She called out before opening the door. Who is it? There was no one else up this early, was there? Room service. Julia closed her eyes. She stood at the door, her hand on the knob. It doesn't sound like room service. Sounds more like the guest next door. I have coffee. Hold on. She unhooked the security lock and turned the one on the door, pulling it wide open. There stood Logan. His eyes widened. Julia. Close that door. Why? She took a step, leaned her upper body out and looked up and down the hall. The place was dead. No one in their right minds was up this early. Then she caught a glimpse of herself when she looked down and realized she was as naked as the day she was born. Gasping, she pulled herself back inside and slammed the door. Another knock. Can you let me in? Julia leaned her forehead against the door and began to laugh. The man had her so worked up she answered the door naked. She's doomed. She turned the knob, pulling the door open and staying behind it. When he came through holding 2 cups of takeout steaming coffee, she pulled one out of his hand. He grinned. Nothing on but a cup of coffee and slippers. I can dig it. Dig it. What kind of 60s talk is that? He laughed out loud. I don't know. Heard my parents say it. Come here. She did not. He set his cup down on the small round table beside the door, then reached out and took hers from her hand, setting it beside the other one. Julia took a step back. We have to be at the cafe at 7 sharp, Logan. I don't think we have time for another. He never let her finish. Then we better make it quick, he growled before he slammed his mouth to hers. Forgive me, Lord. I'm a lost cause. Savannah stopped dead in her tracks. Who is there? Her voice came out whisper soft, yet sounding so loud as she slowly made her way down the hallway to the stairs. She knew in her heart there would be no one there, but she crept along, her fingers latched onto a baseball bat she found in the closet by the front door her first night in this cottage. The sound of silence echoed in her ears. I know you are there, she told the empty hall. This is getting old fast. You need to show yourself now. The last few days had been a living nightmare. At first, she thought one of the neighborhood kids was trying to scare her, so she rigged the place to catch whoever was messing around. But then, when she realized the noises and shadows were from the inside, the fear of what was happening kept her wide awake for the past 48 hours. The baseball bat made her feel better, even though she knew it would not faze what she suspected was putting fear into her heart and soul. There was no way she was going to tell her new family about this. After all, her Uncle Joe had stayed here for quite some time, Madison had informed her when she helped her get settled. They would think she was off her rocker, and she'd be known as the crazy relative who needed to be put away. Then a cold draft whooshed past her right shoulder that made her tense up even more, while the hairs in the back of her neck stood up. Ghosts? The place was haunted. Just as she suspected. A crashing noise came from downstairs. Had the entity traveled that quick? Savannah jumped, screamed, and ran down the hall, taking the stairs as fast as she could go. She was going to catch the ghost in action. It was daylight, and she had more nerve now than in the middle of the night. She rigged the small foyer last night before she went to bed. There was now a shadow she could see plain as day through the front door curtains. She stood in front of the door, out of breath, leaned forward, opened the 3 locks on the door and swung it open with one hand while holding the bat up in the air. Her father stood there, the smile on his face quickly fading when he noticed her arm raised up with a weapon in her hand. What's going on here? He demanded, then pushed his way inside. He looked around, then down at his feet. Why do I have powder all over my shoes? Savannah wanted to laugh or cry or both. She dropped her arm, letting the bat fall to her side, and let out a huge sigh. Then she laughed. Joshua Russel turned, his eyebrows raised and a frown on his face. Savannah, what is going on? Come in, Joshua. She wasn't ready to call him Dad yet. He was her biological father, but they only found out during Joe's wedding dinner. She needed some time to digest everything that had happened before calling him Dad. At 26, she'd done without him all these years. She just didn't know yet how to be some man's daughter. He was trying hard to be in her life, though. He stomped his feet on the braided rug in the parlor. I don't want to drag this around on the floor. He squatted and ran a finger over the sole of his shoe. He sniffed the residue. Powder? Why in the world is there a half-inch of powder spread out at the front door? I also knocked over 2 metal pails that were rigged when I opened the storm door. She only told him half the story. Sure, he would never believe it if she told him her suspicions. I've been hearing noises, and thought one of the neighborhood kids was trying to scare me. So I bought some powder at the grocery store and poured it all over the entryway, figuring if they are trying to get in, I'd have proof of it. Actually, she had her suspicions it was a ghost, and was using the powder as a motion detector. Savannah remembered she put powder at all the entryways upstairs too. I'm not sure how that would be proof. He wiped his fingers on his jacket, shrugging. You look tired. Have you slept? I've been trying to settle in here, you know. Would you like some coffee? There's a Keurig here and some French vanilla creamer. He smiled. It sounds perfect. He followed her into the kitchen and sat at the table while she made them each a cup. 2 spoons of creamer, right? She remembered he drank it like that at the dinner on the eve of Joe and Laura's wedding. Funny how observant she was once she knew he was her real father. Yes, 2 scoops. Are you going to put that bat down? He was watching her carefully. She handed him the cup, then sat down across from him, placing the bat on the right side of the table. The man was going to think she was completely bonkers before he left today. She felt crazy from being woken up so often. The noises would get louder if she'd drift off to sleep, as if whoever was haunting this place decided she had to stay awake. It was ridiculous. The first night, she fell asleep on the sofa, and was woken up after she had slept like a log for 4 hours. But after those 4 hours, it was a free-for-all. Even during the day when she tried to get a cat nap, she was woken up by noises and shadows. How did Joe stay here, she wondered. Maybe when he got back from his honeymoon, she'd ask him. Meanwhile, she had to either make friends with this ghost or perform an exorcism. When I thought of you here alone in this cottage, I got an idea. Oh no. What kind of idea? He grinned. I wanted to wait until you settled in, and I thought if you'd like some company, we'd go to the shelter and get you a dog. She'd never had a dog. Actually, she had wanted one, but her mom told her it was not right for them to have an animal when she could barely put a roof over her head. Then when she moved in with her Grams, she didn't have the heart to ask the older woman. Savannah didn't want to burden her. Well, what do you think? I'm kind of liking that idea, actually. I've never had a dog. It's a lot of responsibility, but with the proper training, you can train it to protect you and be your companion. I'll admit, Savannah, that it would make me feel better knowing you had some kind of protection while living on your own. She picked up the baseball bat and smiled. I do have protection. He shook his head. I'm afraid a bat that size wouldn't do much to a grown man. Or a ghost. Savannah's eyes widened when the stairs began to creak. She had heard the sound for 4 days now, and it was starting to grate on her nerves. She almost yelled at the ghost to knock it off. What's that noise? Joshua got up and walked into the living room, then towards the stairs. He turned back and stood in the doorway. This house must be settling some. It happens in these old places. Even as he said it, he gave her a look of concern. I hear it often, she admitted. Grab your coat. The roads are all clear, and we can head to the shelter. I don't want you to argue with me about the cost either. I know you are going to do this on your own, but it's my housewarming gift to you, okay? And let's leave it at that. He actually looked surprised when Savannah didn't argue. She honestly didn't have the energy to do so. It would be nice to have a dog here, she admitted. Good. Let's get going then. Savannah got her warm woolen coat on and wrapped a scarf around her neck. Are you still at the mansion? No, Jonathan and I left after the weekend. I had a few appointments in the city this week, and Jonathan went on a 3-day cruise out of Baltimore. I think it's a singles cruise. Julia is staying there for a month while Joe is on his honeymoon. I knew that, she told him, checking the lights and closing the door behind them. His car was out front, and they took off for the shelter in the next town. Savannah looked back to see her porch light blink on and off. She did a double take thinking it was her tired eyes, but nope, it was that ghost messing with her as if it knew she'd look back. Maybe I should get 2 dogs, she mumbled, then plastered a smile on her face. Now that she was out of the cottage in broad daylight, she realized there was nothing to be afraid of. She was letting her inner scaredy cat take over. Well, no more. The ghost was being mischievous. 2. Just kidding. Savannah had a ton of work to do to get her shop ready to open. She had to get some sleep, eventually. Relief flooded through her as she realized the ghost was probably harmless and was taunting her. She could live with that. Maybe she'd even charge it rent since it was taking up so much space. Chapter 7. Walter Connolly waved to them from his perch on the stool at the counter. "Come have some pancakes," he insisted. Pancakes so early in the morning made Julia want to gag. She wasn't a breakfast person to begin with, but anything she did from this point on would be to please the man who may or may not sell his entire holdings to the Russell and Bradley companies. She intended to make a great impression. She turned to both Bradleys. "Let's have some pancakes." She forged her way to the counter and sat beside Walter. She was ready for a day's excursion with the elderly man, and dressed appropriately in wool slacks and a lavender and gray marled turtleneck sweater. A pair of suede high-heeled booties covered her feet. She liked to hear the sound of heels clicking across a room for some reason. It made her feel powerful, she guessed. Then again, she was starting to second-guess everything about herself lately. Logan and Dylan occupied the other 2 stools. A lone diner sat at the end, finishing his own pancakes. He nodded to them before stuffing another forkful of pancakes in his mouth. "How are you today, Walter?" Julia had spoken to him several times, and they were now on a first-name basis. "I'm great. Are you going to introduce the boys to me?" Even though he met them on the video chat, now he wanted another introduction in person. She should have been on her toes, realizing that is the kind of man Walter was. Julia had to do better. She was so intoxicated with a memory from the past hour, she forgot all about introductions. It was time to turn off her private life and switch to her business side. "Forgive me. The man beside me is Logan Bradley and his younger brother Dylan." "Gentlemen," Walter got out between mouthfuls of pancakes. He nodded. "We'll eat first." "Dig in," he told them when the server brought them each a plate, setting it down in front of them. Julia stared at hers. Walter chuckled. "Not a breakfast eater, huh?" She laughed. "Not one bit. Coffee and a mid-morning pastry or bagel." "Yep, I used to be like that for many years," he told her. "Then I smartened up after my doc kept nagging me. It got me to thinking I had better take care of myself, or my distant relatives would get everything I worked all my life for, before I decided what I wanted them to have. Go on, give those pancakes a try." Julia glanced at Logan, who had already begun stuffing some in his mouth. She leaned in to see Dylan doing the same. Logan looked up and grinned. "We learned the same lesson as Walter." Walter shook his fork in the air. "That's what I like to hear." Julia stared at the pancakes on her plate, trying to convince herself to eat. Logan gently nudged her with his knee. The sudden contact made her almost jump out of her skin. She looked at Walter to see if he noticed, but he was eating his pancakes as if it were his last meal. This was quite different from the business meetings she had attended over the years in boardrooms and fine restaurants. She didn't quite understand Walter's way of doing things, but Julia kept an open mind and was willing to learn. She added a dab of butter and poured some syrup on top of the tall stack. Logan waved to the waitress. "Would you mind adding a few strawberries and whipped topping for her, please?" "What? For breakfast?" "That's like a dessert," she told him. "Trust me, you'll love it." The server took her plate, then returned from the back with fresh strawberries and a pile of whipped cream on top. She set the plate in front of Julia, who realized the girl looked familiar. "There you go. Thanks for helping to save my dog. Jellybean is so bad. My name is Chloe, just shout for me if you need anything. I'll be in the back for a few minutes, but I can hear you call." Julia thanked her. She lifted a fork and dug in. Then she closed her eyes. The succulent blend of fresh fruit, cream, and pancakes made her moan out loud. Walter laughed, his loud voice causing her eyes to fly open. All 3 men were staring at her, amused. "Told you," Logan said softly. "I have to admit, this is quite delicious." She dug in, ignoring their stares, eating about a quarter of the pancakes until she had to put her fork down. "I'm stuffed. Would you like a coffee refill?" Chloe came out just in time. "Thank you." Julia sipped on her coffee, wondering why she had forsaken breakfast all these years. "That was quite entertaining," Walter told her. "I'll bet you will think twice to ignore breakfast from now on." Julia shook her head. "I don't know, but I'll give it a try. There's been quite a lot of changes in my life lately." "All good, I hope." She took a good long look at Walter's profile as he called for the server. She had studied his history. He'd gone through 2 wives in his 70-some years, and was now ready to retire. He owned so much land, and many properties in the towns around Hideaway Lake. His farm alone was worth a fortune, and the mountains on both sides of his farm. There was a vineyard, several vacation lots, and commercial businesses. His portfolio was huge. Walter didn't wear Armani suits or throw around his wealth like a bad habit. Instead, he preferred to wear bib overalls or flannel shirts, blue jeans, and a baseball cap sometimes turned backwards. He looked like a country boy at heart, but she read about the way he worked deals over the years. He was an intelligent man who was comfortable in his own skin and did not try to impress anyone. From what she learned, he had a hard life growing up on a farm with strict parents. When they died, he took over the farm and realized he was sitting on a gold mine. He began to accumulate wealth, selling mineral rights on a portion of his land. Then came the gas lines through part of his property. They renewed their lease every few years, paying him lump sums of cash. Instead of blowing the money, he began to invest and buy up the land all around him. When a business or a property owner was in trouble or wanted to sell, they went to Walter first before listing their property. 50 years later, he was a rich man. He lost a son and his first wife over 20 years ago in a bad accident, remarried but never had any other children. Most of his brothers had died young. It was Walter and his housemaid, and a nephew. He'd been contemplating selling his portfolio to the right company. "Are you ready to go?" The men stood, waiting on Julia. She got up and went for her coat, but Logan had beat her to the coat rack and held it out for her. She put her arms through, thanking him. Walter watched the exchange, nodding his approval. "I like a gentleman," he told Logan. "Now hop in my Land Rover and we'll take a tour." Logan and Dylan sat in the back, while Walter opened the door for Julia. She thanked him while putting on her seatbelt. When he fired up his vehicle, the motor sounded loud and clunky, like it was about to fall right out on the ground. The whole vehicle shook. She clung onto the dash as he shifted gears and looked at her face. "Don't worry, Julia. I have it under control." "I hope so." Walter gave her a huge smile. "If there is anything you want to know about me you haven't already read about, just ask. Bet you didn't know I am an excellent driver, even at my age." "Good. Because I'm feeling like my life is in jeopardy right about now," she mumbled, her fingers hanging on the dash for dear life as they went over another bump. Why was he driving on a dirt road half covered with snow? He laughed again. "You are such a sight for sore eyes and you sure make me laugh," he told her, not upset at her complaint. "I'm actually glad Joe is on his honeymoon. There's so much to show young greenhorns like the lot of you here." Julia looked back to see Logan and Dylan, grinning. "We'd be happy to learn from you," Logan admitted. "It isn't every day we get to see how a man like you works and lives." Walter shifted gears. Julia watched, wondering how old the Rover was to have a manual gear shift. She didn't even think they made them anymore. As long as she wore her seatbelt, which thank God there was one, she was going to trust him. "Walter, where are we heading to first?" she asked, wanting to know if they planned to climb the huge mountain ahead of them. "I'll take you past the vineyard, and a few of my properties that are local. Then we'll stop at the farm for lunch before taking a look at the commercial properties in town. My housekeeper will have it ready by then." "We just ate breakfast, Walter." He laughed as he turned to her, taking his eyes off the road, making Julia more nervous. "Trust me, it will take a while to look at everything. You'll be hungry by then." Julia doubted it, but one thing she knew how to do was stay quiet when necessary. If he wanted to show them fields and land, then she'd sit through the tour. She'd rather be at the hotel and stop? Concentrate, Julia. Business and pleasure has to be kept separate, although how was she going to do so when Logan was sitting right behind her? This was all so new and made her nervous. She was a well-put-together woman who needed no one except her family. She was fine alone. They went to the vineyard first. The snow was covering most of the fields, so it was hard to see where the vineyards actually started. Walter drove through a few side roads and slowed down, pointing out the window. All those rows of trunks and canes, as far as the eye can see, are lying dormant until the spring. Don't let your eyes fool you. There's much work to be done even during the winter. Everything looks so dead and barren, Julia mentioned. It's because you are used to seeing rows and rows of lush green canopies. But underneath the frozen ground, the root system is soaking up all the soil's nutrients, keeping the vines strong over the harsh winter. The vines are hibernating. Logan jumped into the conversation. Yes, that's true in a way. During the growing season, carbs are stored in the trunk of the vines, almost like a reserve. So, between the reserved carbs and all the nutrients in the soil feeding the roots, once it hits 50 degrees on top of the earth, everything comes alive. Walter nodded in agreement. Julia had been listening carefully, as the passion in Logan's face made it clear he knew plenty about vineyards. She was quite impressed. I see you learned something from your parents, Walter directed his attention to Logan. Logan shrugged. I found it fascinating when my mother spoke of her vineyard. He looked at Julia, who had turned her head towards the back seat. My mother's family owned a vineyard for many years. We don't really talk about that. Julia saw the sadness creep across his face. She turned to Dylan, who sat silent, a frown on his brow. She got the feeling the younger brother did not like speaking of his mother. She felt the air go from calm to tense. Julia liked to know everything about the people Russel Enterprise dealt with. She was certain Walter did too. What she had learned from Joe's detailed notes was the two brothers grew up in Berks County. During college, Logan built an app that earned him a cool $1 million before he sold it. After that, he developed other techie stuff and she lost interest from there. All she cared about was whether their company had the money to invest as a partner with Joe. Even though she wanted to know everything about them, she never dug into the family side since Joe had already done it. She always trusted Joe's judgment, but perhaps she needed to go a little deeper before they made any commitment. After all, during this time Joe had been busy with the mansion and getting married. He may have been distracted. She had to be sure. Her heart said the two brothers were good guys. Her head wanted only facts. Julia always did her due diligence when it came to the Russell business. She would follow through and make sure Joe hadn't missed anything. Walter reached back and gave Logan a pat on the knee. Obviously, he had done his homework since he knew about the vineyard in Logan's family. I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to bring up sad memories. Forgive me. Logan shook his head. No problem. He instantly tried to change the subject. Julia got the feeling it wasn't Logan who needed to move on from the conversation, but Dylan. The younger brother's face looked stricken. She was going to find out exactly what happened, that talking about his mother was difficult. Why don't we head on over to the next property? The two men in the back seat were fairly quiet as they drove across the road to a huge working dairy farm. Several trucks were coming and going, along with a big milk tanker they had to move aside for. By the time they made it down the long lane, Logan and Walter were discussing the farmer who leased the farm. A hyperactive collie raced around the barn, his tail wagging as he jumped through the snow. What in the world is that dog doing? Julia was quite amused. The dog disappeared into the snow, then its head popped back up, and the tail began to wag. He's probably chasing a barn cat. Julia got out of the Land Rover and made her way towards the dog. She stood and watched the two jumping through the snow. Both the cat and dog were playing around, jumping into the snow, then one would wait for the other to follow. It was a joy to watch. I never thought I'd find pleasure in watching two animals romping around, she said out loud. No one heard her. When she moved away, Walter was standing at the barn door speaking with Logan and Dylan. He gave them both a pat on the shoulder as the men nodded. It looked like a private conversation, so she turned back to the animals. They were much more entertaining anyway. She laughed as a loud bell echoed in the air. The dog turned towards the sound and ran off, leaving the cat with its tail in the air alone on the snowbank. Julia walked over to the men, who were now conversing with a few of the farm workers. She joined the small circle, listening half-heartedly until they began to speak finances. "I can email you a spreadsheet if you'd like," one of the men told Logan. "You can send it to Julia. She works the numbers and we'll consult with her." "Thanks, appreciate it." Julia reached in her pocket to pull out a card. "Here's all my information. I'd be happy to take a look at the numbers. I'll have it sent right away. I better get to work. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure." The man hurried away, heading towards the porch where the bell rang. Walter snickered. His wife rang that bell for lunchtime. If he doesn't show up, she gives his plate to the dog. That's why the dog ran off first. He knows if Randall doesn't show up, he gets another meal. Everyone laughed. Walter waved them on. "We have a few more places to check out before we head back to my farm. Let's get moving." The man was in his 70s, but he didn't slow down or waste any time. They drove a few miles up the road to a farm with a huge red barn and several outbuildings painted in the same red color. Walter told them the leaseholder wasn't available today, since he takes his father to a specialist in the next town. "I'm not sure how long he'll be leasing the farm. I just want to tell you that up front. If we make a deal, you may find yourself with an unproductive farm for a while. Jake is getting up there in age, and he's been thinking of giving up farming and moving to town. I lease him this farm for $10 a year as a favor to him. He's an old friend." Julia knew there had to be some write-offs, but this was a huge loss in the portfolio. It horrified her. This farm was the red flag that may have her reconsidering the whole deal. She stayed quiet and observed just as Joe knew she would. Walter continued on. "If he leaves, the contents get sold, including all the machinery and cattle for his retirement. You'll be looking at an empty farmhouse and barns. Would he consider selling his equipment to us?" "That's a good question, Dylan. We can ask him. He needs the money to retire and take care of his dad, so I'm not sure what price he'd be willing to ask for. I doubt he'd haggle. It would be much easier to buy what's there than start all over." "You are right, young man. Now let's go see a few of my vacation retreat investments that make up for this loss." 10 minutes later, Julia and the others stood on top of the mountain, looking across at acres and acres of forestry covered in a white blanket of snow. At the end of the driveway was a huge luxurious log cabin, attached garage and small barn. "Let's take a walk," he told them. She followed the others, as Walter showed them the barn first. When they walked in, Logan and Dylan whistled. It was a top-of-the-line recording studio, with all the gadgets and whistles anyone ever needed to make music. "From what I understand, the acoustics in here are phenomenal. I don't hardly understand that kind of stuff, but this property alone will make you a pretty penny. It's already booked from spring until October for the next 3 years. Mostly the same musicians rent it. It's amazing. Wait until you see the log cabin. I wanted to guarantee the place would make a profit." As they walked into the cabin, she was quite impressed. Luxury abounded in every detail. Logan nodded as Walter went over some of the details, in which Julia was not interested in. She noticed the outside pool and hot tub, a gym and sauna. "Who takes care of this place?" "You mean places? I've got 2 more like this all along this mountain. This is at the top of the mountain. I have staff that takes care of this. You can hire them on, they'll need the jobs." "Come on out on this balcony," Walter told them. They slid open the doors in the upstairs bedroom to find a view of the mountainside. If you look to your left, you can see the other 2 properties way down there. "They are just like this?" "Yep, but without the recording studio. Booked most of the time. Unless one of you plans to move here. Then you'll lose that income, which is substantial." Now there's a thought, Julia contemplated. She'd love to get out of the city now that she got a taste of the country. Except there was more than just her to consider. "Walter, is there land to build any more of these gorgeous properties?" Walter considered that. "Well, there is, but if you get them too close, you'll lose the beauty of this place. It's secluded and serene, without someone else looking at what you are doing. It's why people chose to come here. There are some parties that want privacy. You have to consider that if you plan to build. She understood. Good point, and yet knowing there is room to grow if we needed to does help our decision-making. I hate to see you destroy any of the beauty of the property. I almost sold off to a company and found out he was going to mow everything down and build commercial properties everywhere. The integrity of this place would have been destroyed. Just to be clear, I do not want that to happen. Julia smiled. That's why we are here, Walter. We all want the same thing you do. Our goal is not to destroy anything, but to invest in what you have here. We want longevity too. Walter swung around to the brothers. How about you two? Are you willing to buy with conditions? Because I'm going to be writing a lot of them in the sales contract. Logan stepped forward. I'd have to take a look at them first, so we can negotiate, Walter. This is not something I want to make any quick decision on. We plan to spend a lot of time with you in the next few weeks while we are here at the mansion, if you are willing to put up with us. Walter gave them a huge smile. He waved them on. You bet I will. Come on then. Lunch is waiting. I'm starving. Julia shook her head. It didn't seem like that long ago they had eaten breakfast. Walter drove them down the mountain, pointing out the roads to the other 2 log cabins. His farm was a few miles away, he said, but it seemed like they drove longer than a few miles. Finally, he turned into a driveway with an old Western wrought iron archway with the letters WC in the center of the arch. As they came around a bend, Walter pointed. Welcome to my neck of the woods, my farm. Julia's jaw dropped. This was not what she expected at all. Chapter 8. Walter, I was expecting to see a 2-story farmhouse with a few outbuildings and cows. Cows? I leave them for the farmers. Nope, I like horses. It certainly shows. Julia blinked twice. This wasn't a farm but a ranch. A beautiful, colossal 1-story ranch house made of stone, built against a mountain backdrop. Several corrals and outbuildings were scattered over the area. It looked like small cottages were nestled against one side of the mountains, where a small creek ran through. Everything looked neat and tidy. Julia could only describe it like a painting hanging on a wall. It was too perfect. This property is about 255 acres. Walter turned from the road onto a concrete driveway that took them to the main entrance, where he turned off the car underneath a covered roof. A woman opened the front door and waved them in. Come along now, Walter. Bring your friends. I've been keeping lunch warm for almost an hour. Walter waved to her, then spoke out of the corner of his mouth. She's full of malarkey. She probably warmed up some soup when she saw the rover coming down the lane. Julia thought she noticed a sparkle in his eyes when he spoke about the woman in the doorway. She loved observing people and learning their interests and sometimes weak spots. The inside was as perfect and tidy as the outside. A huge open foyer greeted them before they followed the woman to the dining room, where she had a table set with exactly 4 place settings. The inside was similar to the luxury cabins they went through earlier. Log cabin walls with white ceilings and lots of windows to see the landscape and mountains outside. They passed a huge stone fireplace, the warmth from the fire heating up Julia's cold bones. She had been so interested in the tour, she forgot how cold it was outside. Let me take your coats, the woman offered. I'm Heidi, Walter's housekeeper. I've been around here for more than 15 years, right after his second wife ran off and left him. Thank goodness, he had a prenuptial agreement, or you may not be standing on this beautiful floor right now. You let me know if you need anything. Now sit down and let's have some lunch. Heidi was quite the talker. Julia gave her a cool smile and followed the others to the large rectangular table. Logan held out a chair for her and she sat, thanking him. She noticed Walter watched his actions. He was as observant as Julia. She almost laughed that they were both trying to make sure this was the right thing to do all around. She was sure Logan and Dylan were sizing everything up too. But that's what made them all successful, and they all knew it. Walter sat at the head of the table. He tapped his knuckles on the top. Heidi, instead of telling everything about my sordid past, how about serving us some lunch? Heidi shook her head as she left the room, mumbling about how rude he was not to let a person except him say a word. Walter shook his head. I'd fire her if I could find someone to put up with me like she does. A voice came out from the closed door. You will not. I tried to quit and you came running after me, so stop your fussing. Julia tried not to laugh. She glanced at Logan to find him holding back a grin. They exchanged glances and it felt nice. Walter rolled his eyes. Okay, I did go after her. Twice. The door swung open. Heidi came out carrying a huge silver platter. Walter got up and fussed. Now Heidi, I told you not to be carrying so much at one time. It's clear you can't follow any instructions. Heidi blushed. Julia observed. The man had it bad for his housekeeper, and it appeared the woman felt the same way about him. Walter took the tray from her and set it in the middle of the large table. A large tureen filled with soup and plates of crusty bread. There was also a bowl of fresh fruit. Heidi filled each bowl using a silver ladle, then passed the plate of bread. Before they ate, Walter made her sit down with them to eat and said a quick prayer. He lifted his head and gave them a smile. We always are grateful here for what we have. It all starts from the Creator. Logan, Dylan and Julia agreed, then dug in. The aroma coming from her bowl was making her stomach growl. She stared into the bowl, then took a spoonful. Oh, this is delicious, Julia told Heidi. It's happy soup. Strange name, but whatever. It's so good. The others agreed, their mouths filled with crusty bread and soup. Heidi smiled. Walter has names for all of my soups. He loves them. Julia was enjoying hers immensely as Heidi kept chatting away. Walter laughed. Well, it makes you happy because I love your cooking, so instead of calling it cheeseburger soup, because that's what it is, I renamed it happy soup. Heidi made eye contact with Julia. I also make yum soup and wow soup. Julia almost choked on her mouthful. She swallowed and gulped down a drink of water. Her face had to be bright red. Logan, who was across the table from her, tapped her with his boot. She would not look at him. Are you all right, dear? Heidi stood. I can't have you choking on my food. Julia raised a hand. Oh no, it wasn't your food. This is fine. It is so good, I think I was eating way too fast. Will you excuse me and point me to your ladies' room? I'll do better than that, I'll show you. Julia felt Logan's eyes on her. She wasn't going to look back at him as she left the room, utterly embarrassed. How dare she think of something like that while they were sitting in this man's house? What was happening to her? Maybe it was time to speak with a therapist. Savannah had forgotten all about her mischievous ghost once they pulled up in front of the animal shelter. It was still bitter cold out, but at least the snow had stopped and the roads were all clear. She followed Joshua into the lobby. A counter closed off the small lobby to the main office, where 2 desks and several blankets were on the floor, along with tons of pet toys. A girl behind the glass greeted them. Hello. I'm Alana. She was holding a little rabbit in her arms with a soft blanket around the bunny. This is Waffles. She's my buddy right now. Can I help you? Joshua spoke up. My daughter would like to adopt a dog. Wonderful. You've come to the right place. She spoke with them for a few minutes longer, asking a million questions until she handed Savannah a clipboard. I'll need you to fill this out after you've chosen the pet you'd like. From there, we will check your credentials and your home to make sure it is suitable for a pet, and then you'll be the proud owner of a rescue pet. Would you like a tour? Absolutely. Now that Savannah was here, she was getting anxious. She gave Joshua a smile. Thanks for bringing me, she told him. He grinned back, laid a hand over her shoulder and moved towards the kennels. The noise inside was thunderous, the moment the animals got a hint of a human being stepping through the doors. Waffles began to stir. Let me put her into her cage in the office. She's been a bit jumpy lately. It's probably her medicine, but we better keep her from getting too anxious. Go on and meet the others. I'll be back soon. Savannah began to walk down the middle of the aisle, between 2 rows of kennels with puppies and dogs begging for attention. She noticed how a few sat back in a corner as if nothing fazed them, their little eyes pleading for peace and quiet. A few others were so scared, they stood shaking like they were going to be attacked. My goodness, it's hard to choose. She leaned down at each kennel, talking softly to the ones who'd rub up against the aluminum wire. Joshua wandered off, kneeling down at times to pet one of them. He was at the kennel beside her, sticking a finger inside to stroke a friendly beagle. "I think you made a friend, Dad." Joshua's fingers stopped in midair. He looked at Savannah, as if he were going to break down in tears, when she realized what she called him. Earlier she was determined not to call him anything but Joshua. But suddenly it all changed. He turned away from her and stared at the dog. Savannah knew he was trying to get his emotions under control. Calling him Dad had slipped out. She hadn't meant to, but it happened. Why was it so easy to say the word that she had never used before? Perhaps she had thought about it so much in her dreams and inner thoughts, it was easy now to say. Or, possibly she had wanted a dad so much, it was now even easier to accept him. Why even think about it? What was done was done. She had to move on. Remembering how Julia said she had to stop dwelling in the past and move on to make a good life for herself, she decided this slip would be the start of a new relationship. "I know you heard me and I meant it, Dad. I want this." He moved away from the beagle, who groaned out loud and pulled her into his arms. "Thank you," was all he said, holding her close. It felt right. Like she was home. Making this move to Hideaway Lake had been the right thing to do. She looked up at him. He was teary-eyed and trying hard not to be. Joshua Russel was not one to show his emotions, and she liked that about him. He wasn't all girly girl like some men were, needing to show his feminine side. He was strong and tough, and she wondered why he wasn't with anyone. Perhaps that would be her next project to work on. He deserved happiness too. The door from the office opened up. Alana came through empty-handed, but behind her a man in scrubs holding onto a leash followed her. As they came closer to Savannah, her attention was on the fluffy, honey-colored shepherd walking slowly beside the man. When Savannah looked into the eyes of the glassy-eyed dog, something clicked. Savannah kneeled down to her level, and the dog came right to her, nuzzling a nose in her hand. The dog leaned her body against Savannah's, almost knocking her down, so she sat on the cold concrete floor, petting the fluffy fur. "You are beautiful," she whispered. In all reality, the overweight dog's fur was unkempt, her eyes were glassy and she had smelly breath. The man holding the leash sat down on the floor too. He was smiling at the two of them when Savannah looked up. "Looks like you found a buddy," he told her. His blue eyes were so friendly, and his demeanor was so nice it made her smile at him. He returned her smile with one of his own, and laughed heartily when the dog moved in between them. Savannah felt a warm tongue begin to lick her face. Her dad laughed and leaned down to pet the dog. As soon as he did that, the beagle he had been petting earlier began to howl. Everyone looked shocked at first. Alana shook her head. "Hush now," she told the beagle, but it didn't stop until Joshua went over to him. As soon as he petted the beagle, the dog got quiet. "Looks like you need to fill out an application too. That would require a whole new way of living. I doubt a beagle wants to live in a condo." "Why not? It's much better than here. Besides, if you don't take Tucker home with you, I'll have to listen to him whine for the next 24 hours. Perhaps longer." "Tucker? That's a good name for a beagle. What do you say, Mr. Russell? Are you ready to adopt him?" Her dad looked back at Savannah, as if he needed her permission. "We'll do it together, Dad. I think I found my pal." The man in scrubs agreed. "I didn't introduce myself. I'm Dr. Parker Huntington. Everyone calls me Doc Parker. This little lady here needs lots of attention. Her name is Hannah, which means favor or grace in German. She's certainly graced us with her presence. She is a senior dog, and requires a lot of care. She keeps getting passed over for the younger dogs. Are you willing to give an old lady some special attention?" She ruffled the old girl's ears, which were perked and standing straight up. "Yes," she whispered. "Hannah, you look so regal and I love you already." Hannah snuggled in her lap. Doc Parker leaned in, rubbing her ears. "I'd like to get her in a home, as soon as possible. She has some arthritis issues, and lying here on a concrete floor does her no good at her age. Let's see if we can expedite things, and I'll even help you get her settled in your home." Savannah leaned into the dog's fur. "I hope she likes ghosts." "Ah, why did she say that?" She looked around to make sure her dad hadn't heard that part. She was getting along well with him, and didn't want him to think she lost her mind. Doc Parker laughed. Ghosts? He must have seen her worried look. Your dad went with Alana a few minutes ago. You are so involved in Hannah's happiness, you never noticed. That's why I know you will be good for her. She'll be good for me too. Why did you mention ghosts? What's up with that? He asked, looking amused. Savannah realized from the way he spoke that the doctor wasn't too much older than her. He had dark, almost black hair cut short, and a clean-shaven face. His eyes were midnight blue, and framed in dark eyelashes that women would kill to have. She may as well come clean. Besides, the doctor didn't know her or her family. They were 2 towns over from Hideaway Lake. It was unlikely he knew anyone from there that knew the Russel family. Or was she being naive? I have a resident ghost in my cottage at Hideaway Lake. You live there? How nice. I have a cottage there too. I've been too busy to really get there much. My grandparents spent their summers at Hideaway Lake for years. I would go visit for 2 weeks. It was fun while growing up. I was debating on selling it since I have no time to be there, but it's hard to let it go. Maybe now I'll make time to visit. Wait. Because of her? Or the dog? No way. Was the doctor hitting on her? Dear Lord, that never happened before, and she didn't know what to say. She stood up, a little worried she had gotten too friendly with him. He stood too, handing the leash to her. Hannah is not going back into that cold kennel. Savannah wanted to cry. Seriously? He nodded. I'll vouch for you. Besides, if you have a ghost, you need Hannah to scare it off. Savannah laughed out loud, forgetting about the uncomfortable position she was in a moment ago. Maybe she was mistaken, and he was just a wonderful, nice guy. Please keep that to yourself. No one else knows. They'll think I'm off my rocker. He lifted his hand and placed it over his heart with a grin. I promise, so help me God. She thought it was the most adorable thing anyone said or did, until he mentioned he'd stop by her place later. What? He patted Hannah on the head. Someone will have to make sure she is in the proper environment, and it may as well be me, since she'll need an injection for her back legs. I didn't give it to her today, because I heard there were visitors here and wanted to make sure she'd be seen. This old girl desperately needs a home. I'm not sure she'll make it much longer in a kennel environment. I guess you can say I manipulated this visit. Savannah took his outstretched hand. I'm glad you did. Tell me what I have to do to take Hannah home. Follow me. She wondered if the doctor was breaking the rules for her. There was a tension between them that she honestly had never felt with anyone else before. It was strange and yet nice. As Savannah made her way to the office, she found herself staring at the way Doc Parker fit into his dark blue scrubs. Chapter 9. How did the meeting go? Joe's words had Julia shaking her head. Joe, I'm putting you on speakerphone. We're in Walter's Land Rover, and he's about to drop us off at the mansion. Walter gave Joe a hearty welcome. Then he reprimanded him. Hello, Joe. Good to hear your voice. Now, what on God's green earth are you doing checking in during your honeymoon? That little miss may just dump you for someone who will pay attention to her. Joe's voice came through the speakerphone. Hi, Walter. Good to hear you are still as bossy as ever. I'm actually sitting here with my wife, holding hands and staring at the top of the beautiful mountains. Where are you, Joe? Julia asked. We are somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains. I'm not sure where, but we are having a glass of wine, enjoying watching the clouds rise over the tops of the trees somewhere near Dollywood. Dollywood? Isn't that the amusement park by that famous singer? Sure is. We will be taking a tour and visiting tomorrow. Meanwhile, we are relaxing and enjoying our lovely weather. And we are going to a hoedown later this evening. It sounds lovely. Enjoy your adventure, Joe. Everything is fine here. We've been with Walter all day touring his properties. Good. I'm going back to my wife and the perfect blue sky. See you in a few weeks. Julia ended the call. He can't stay away from his work. He will never be able to retire. Walter grunted. I feel his pain. Why do you think I've been dragging my feet these past few months? It's not easy giving up everything you know for a different life, especially at this stage. But on the same hand, I'm anxious to relax and spend time elsewhere. He turned his head, almost going off the road. Julia gasped and grabbed the dashboard. Sorry about that. She wanted to appease him, but that wasn't Julia. She always spoke her mind. If you keep driving like that, Walter, you won't get to enjoy your retirement. Maybe she should not lecture him. Then he laughed. I guess you're right. That would truly stink if I sold all my holdings and then died. It could happen. I just thank the good Lord I had all these good years. So long as Heidi is taken care of, then I'll die a happy man. Was that what Julia could expect in her old age? She'd worked for so many years with her head down, not trying to have a life of her own outside of Russel Enterprise. Now, she was getting a small taste of having fun and enjoying someone else's company without any attachments. It was all new and thrilling, and a bit exciting to be spending time with Logan in secret. Neither of them wanted a serious relationship. Plus, each time they were together, they swore it wouldn't happen again. And then it did. What happens when the deal closes and they go their separate ways? Back to a life of ordinary again? Julia was learning something about herself today. She was tired of the ordinary life. Here we are, kids. Walter had been calling them kids all day. It was cute, but she was in her 40s. Not a kid any longer. Except she'd put up with his endearments to help Joe get this deal. Julia had forgotten they drove to the cafe in Logan's rental car, but Walter hadn't. He pulled right alongside it. She turned to Walter. Thank you for showing us your properties. It's been a learning experience. Walter shook everyone's hand. If you want to get a real feel for what you are getting, why don't the three of you plan to spend the weekend at the farm? I've got several cottages along the river you can stay in, or you can all bunk in one of the luxury cabins. Take the horses on a long ride around my farm, instead of staying at the mansion. What do you say? I'm all for spending time there, Logan told Walter. Walter turned to Dylan. Son, you going to come along with your brother? I would love to, but I already have plans to go to the city. Logan laughed. He's got a date, Walter. I'll be there for sure. It will be nice to go riding again. It's been quite a few years. Julia wasn't crazy about horses. They scared her. They were beautiful animals, from a distance. She didn't want to let Walter know that, so she added another lie to the mix. Sure. Why not? Walter waved and took off after letting them know to be at his farm by noon on Friday. He mentioned he was taking Heidi to a movie theater in the late afternoon, which was probably the matinee. He mentioned Heidi expected them on time, but Julia figured it was really Walter who wanted to make sure they were prompt. Do you get the feeling he is testing us to see if we honor our commitments? Logan and Dylan both nodded. The three stood outside of the rental, huddled in a small circle talking. Logan nodded. I do get that feeling. What's going on tonight in the cafe? Are they having another 50s night? The cafe parking lot was full, along with snowmobiles lined up by the front door. I think it's karaoke night. Want to go in and see for ourselves? Dylan was always looking for some kind of action going on. Logan looked at her to see if she was interested. It's up to you, Julia. She wasn't ready to go back to the hotel to spend the evening alone. That was a first, she thought to herself, inwardly surprised at herself. Sure, why not? That was the second time tonight she was agreeing to something she'd never done before. This winter retreat was definitely doing something to her. The moment the door opened, the music hit them hard. A heavy metal song was playing, and a bunch of teens were swinging their heads around, their hair flying in the air. What had they walked into? Chef Missy saw Julia and motioned them to the counter. The three sat down on the stools. She leaned forward, having to speak loud in order to be heard. You are all so brave to come in here. Most of my regulars left when they heard it was karaoke night. Well, we would like a cup of hot chocolate if you don't mind, Julia told her. Coming right up. Julia hadn't even liked hot chocolate before she came to this little diner in the middle of the mountains. She was changing and wasn't sure if it was for the better. She turned to look at the crowd. She never thought she'd be sitting in a little country diner, listening to wild metal music either. A hand began to wave over top of the crowd. She looked closer since the lights had been dimmed to find Savannah coming towards her. It was actually nice to see her niece again. She hadn't checked on her since they got here the night of the snowstorm. They had spoken on the phone, and Joshua filled her in on everything that was going on. But Julia had to be honest, she had been busy with other things. Like the man sitting next to her. "Hey Savannah. How are you?" They hugged. Her niece was wearing her long black slacks and a sweater Julia hadn't seen before. She had to get the girl a new wardrobe. "I'm great. Madison and Cole invited me to karaoke night. It's fun but I can't stay long." "Why not?" "I have to get back to Hannah. She's alone and likes it when I'm there with her." "How lovely." Savannah shook her head. "I don't hear any compassion in your voice at all, Julia. Wait until you meet her. Then you'll change your mind. How about if I stop by tomorrow morning? I think it's time we go on a shopping date, and I won't take no for an answer." Julia was surprised when Savannah admitted she was right. "Maybe you are right about wearing better clothes. After all, I do have an image to maintain now that I am a Russel." Julia's jaw hit the ground, and she gave Savannah a huge smile. "Oh brother. Have we created a monster?" Savannah laughed. "I better get going. Thanks Aunt Julia. I'll see you tomorrow." Missy came out with a tray that held their mugs. She set one down at each of their place settings. When she looked up and noticed Savannah getting her coat on, she waved. "Good night, Savannah. I hope to see you here more often." Savannah waved. "I'll try. Next week I'll be busy working in my shop. Then make sure you stop in for lunch. If I don't see you, I'll be over at your shop with a nutritious meal." Savannah thanked her and left. When the door closed, she turned to Julia. "I'm not one to gossip, but have you seen Doc Parker?" Julia was confused. "Who in the world is he?" "Savannah's vet. He stops every single evening to check on the quote-unquote rescue dog." Julia was intrigued. "Oh, that's interesting. I haven't heard anything about this new development. Fine specimen for a doctor. He's got muscles under that scrub top that shows he stays in fine shape, and his eyes are the bluest shade that makes a woman swoon. Like in a romance novel." Julia laughed. "That's so silly. A man making a woman swoon." Logan's boot hit her foot. "Why not? It could happen." "Doubtful." Julia didn't want to imagine Savannah falling head over heels already. "I hope Savannah isn't rushing into anything now that she lost her Grammy. She may feel all alone." Missy rolled her eyes. "Girl, don't you know a woman can't resist a hot guy like the doctor, and I think he likes her too. At least that's the talk of the town." "I don't like my niece being the talk of anything. That was the problem in small-town America. People didn't know when to mind their own business. It's all harmless. Besides, aren't you glad most people talk about it here so I can monitor what goes on?" "That's a weird way to look at things, but I guess so. I'll speak with Savannah tomorrow on our shopping date." "I'm going to dance," Dylan told them, taking off before anyone could answer. The two sat there with the music in the background playing, when Julia turned to Logan. "I can't believe I've been neglecting my niece. I'm worried about her now." Logan shrugged. "Maybe you should leave things be with your niece." "Why is it any of your business? You did mention you are worried about her." "You're right. I'm sorry. Today's been a long day. I'm probably ready to head back to the mansion after we're done here." Logan leaned closer. "Talk to me, Julia. Tell me what you're thinking. I don't talk about things easily." "I think you should. We are friends, right?" "Yes. I promise you will feel better if you do." Things were happening to Julia that she never experienced before. Maybe it was time to speak up more in the feelings category. "I am worried Savannah may be falling for the first man to come her way. She doesn't have much experience with men. Someone like a doctor may rip her heart to shreds, and she doesn't need that after all she's been through." Logan chuckled. "I think I gave you the right advice. Leave her alone. You wouldn't want anyone to interfere with our relationship, would you?" Julia didn't like his choice of words. We don't have a relationship other than a friendship, remember? To answer, yes we do. We are secretly engaging in the most amazing sex a man and woman in this century will ever have. His words probably should have shocked her. They didn't. Not too loud there, Romeo. I really don't want my brother or any of my family members to get wind of my private life. Not right now, at least. Probably not ever, she surmised. Her family stayed clear of her since she was a loner. They didn't think she had a private life other than her work. She wanted to leave it at that. Romeo. Nice. Was that all you got out of this conversation? Logan, what is happening to you? You are. She turned away, slightly amused yet worried. This was not a conversation she wanted to continue. Stop, she told him. The serious look she gave him caused Logan to frown. Julia, lighten up. I'm teasing you. It's been a long day. Maybe we should dance. Karaoke ended, but then someone turned on more music from the jukebox. A song they could understand the words to blared from the speakers. He stood and held out his hand. She followed him to the dance floor, even though she was reluctant to be seen with him like this. Dylan was already there, an older woman in his arms. Julia knew Missy had 1 or 2 adults helping her monitor the dances here, just to be on the safe side. Looks like Dylan already found the one woman closest to his age in this crowd. I found the other, he told her, nuzzling her neck. Stop, Logan. We can't do this. If you think about it, this is truly a matter of life or death. If Joe doesn't get this deal because of our fooling around and not paying attention, he is going to blame me. Logan pulled her closer. We'll get the deal. I'm sure Walter already made up his mind he wants to sell to our companies. He's playing with us to give himself more time to make sure he made the right decision. I really don't want to spend the weekend at a horse ranch. There, she said it. Her nerves were shot just thinking about what she'd have to deal with this weekend. Why not? Just thinking about riding one of those big monsters that blow air from their noses and may bite with those ugly big teeth will give me nightmares. Logan pulled her to him. Well. We now know the truth. The brave and formidable Julia Russel is afraid of horses. Those creatures will never harm you, darling. Shush, don't call me that. Julia warned. Logan stopped dancing. He stood there, staring into Julia's eyes. She wasn't sure what had changed. He went from joking to serious. Julia, I'm not ashamed to let anyone know we like each other. We are just dancing. I get it why we should hide what we are doing with this deal, but I like you. I like being with you out here in public, and I don't think calling you darling is going to make a difference what anyone thinks about us, or whether the deal goes through or not. I didn't mean to upset you, Logan. We can't do this here. Someone may hear us discussing this. You are a fool, Julia. You caring so much about your reputation may bite you in the ass someday. Julia pushed away from him. That was not nice. He looked totally frustrated. Maybe not, but it's the truth. You aren't the only one who says what's on their mind. Maybe we shouldn't tell each other what's on our minds then. Fine with me. I'll go warm up the car. Logan turned away from her, spoke to his brother, then went out to the parking lot. Julia shook her head, standing in the middle of the dance floor. What just happened? Everything went sour in a New York minute. The car was ice cold, but he sat in the driver's seat, gloves on, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Logan had never felt so frustrated in his life. A life that had primarily gone his way for most of it, minus a heartbreaking childhood that he had no control over. But as an adult, he had control over every aspect of his actions. He worked hard, building his tech business and making his first $1 million before he turned 25. After all these years, he was an investor, along with his brother who joined him right out of college. He never ever thought he'd want anything more out of the life he chose. Yet in a matter of weeks, it was all changing. The first time he saw Julia at the grand opening party, he wanted her. He never had trouble getting women, but he was tired of that life. When he came to Hideaway Lake, at the request of Joe Russell, it was to invest in this ultimate portfolio with a man he respected above all others in his business. If he was going to invest in anything with anyone, Joe was the guy. He didn't expect to fall for the man's sister. Logan would like to believe it was the sex that drove him to keep breaking his own rules. He even tried abstaining from it. So did Julia. But something was drawing them together, and he wasn't able to help himself. He slammed his hand against the steering wheel, disappointment at his lack of self-control. He'd have to try harder. The lights, the dancing in a small cafe in the middle of nowhere, and the music got to him. He'd never done anything like that before with anyone. Except Julia. It was nice and refreshing, and made him feel like she wanted him. Just him. Not for what he had or who he was. He knew she didn't care about any of that, since she was actually part owner of Joe's company, and didn't need his money. All she did care about was her reputation, and the Russel Enterprise name. She admitted it was her life, and all she had ever known. Was he the one who would show her there was more to life than working? If so, he was doing a lousy job, and had to try harder. He had to stop caring so much. It wasn't his way. Look at this, like you look at an investment. Not as anything more, or you will break your own heart, stupid. Boots crunching across the parking lot moved closer to his rental. Before Logan could get out to open the door for Julia, Dylan had done so. She gave his brother a sweet smile and put on her seatbelt, avoiding looking over at him. Logan waited until Dylan closed his door and backed the car up, then turned up the hill towards the mansion. It was relatively quiet, until Dylan spoke up. I could see myself living here, Logan. What about you? Logan was surprised. His brother loved city life. That's a shocker, Dylan. Don't you think you'd get tired of looking at cow pastures, lakes and mountains? This is a great place to vacation, but wouldn't you find it boring to live in? I mean, you go out every weekend. I doubt Hideaway Lake has that kind of nightlife here. Dylan shrugged. Maybe I'm tired of the nightlife, bro. I'm getting old like you. Logan laughed. Nah, you're getting smart, brother. A person can only party like there's no tomorrow for so long. You would know, Logan. Yeah, I guess so. Julia glanced at him, then quickly turned away to gaze out the window. She hadn't said a word the whole ride up the hill. Probably still mad at him for calling her darling in public. If he were honest, it had slipped out before he realized what he said. He was about to apologize, then she had to chew him out. That changed things. When she made such a big deal out of it, he didn't know what to say. So he told her the truth. He did not mind if people knew they liked each other, and what was wrong with that? What did he care if a bunch of teenagers in a small-town cafe saw them dance or kiss, or get close to each other? Problem was she cared. Her reputation was impeccable, and he had almost ruined it for her. She hadn't wanted anyone to know. She deserved respect. He owed her an apology. He pulled the car up to the front entrance. You two go ahead inside. I'm going to park the rental and take a walk before calling it a night. It's too cold out to walk. You doing okay, Logan? Dylan knew him better than anyone. He also knew better than to ask, making it seem odd that he did so. I'm fine, bro. Go on, I'll see you later. Julia hesitated before getting out as if she were about to say something. Then she took Dylan's outstretched arm and walked inside with him. Almost as if they were together. And why would that make him feel all gritty and horrible inside? Logan was not jealous of his own brother. Maybe just jealous in general. Another first for him. Before he signed his name on this new deal, he'd be so screwed up they'd have to put him away. He laughed at himself, wondering why he cared. What did she have that drew him to her? He parked the rental and locked it up, then walked down the concrete steps towards the lake. It was bitter cold out, but he pulled up the collar of his coat and took one step after another. The closer he got to the lake, the colder it got. He blew frost out his mouth, and he pulled his cap tighter around his ears. He didn't want to go back inside yet. Lampposts lit the way all the way down the steps, like a wide path leading to the beautiful body of water ahead. He turned around and looked up at the mansion from where he stood, its tall columns holding up the formidable fortress. It had gotten dark about 10 minutes earlier, but the brilliant lights lit up the place, displaying the beauty of an era long gone. Joe had saved this old relic from distinction. He was respected all over the world for his timely purchases, saving many buildings from becoming dust. Logan had a huge amount of respect for the man. Standing out here, he realized Julia hadn't asked anything of him except to keep their relationship quiet. He had stepped over the line, calling her darling in a public place. Logan realized he had to stay away from her. No matter what. He had to put his desires aside and make this deal work. He was ashamed of himself for reacting with his heart instead of his head. He was still standing there looking up when he saw her at the top, looking around. She spotted him and moved forward, pulling her jacket closer around her, and began to come down the steps until she was standing in front of him. She shivered. It's freezing outside. He almost reached out to pull her into his arms to keep her warm, except he pushed his fists further into his coat pocket. It's colder closer to the lake. Logan watched her as she stared out at the lake, watching the moonlight dance across the almost still water. It's beautiful out here, isn't it? She said. Yes. Turn around and look at what your brother has done. She swung around to look up and her breath caught. I've never seen the mansion from this point of view. Imagine in the 40s being out on the lake and coming across a sight like this. My brother killed it, didn't he? I am so proud of him. Julia. She swung around to face him. I'm sorry, she whispered before he could say a word. He took a step back, wanting her and yet wanting to make things right. He looked up at the mansion again, reminding himself of what had to be. I'm sorry too, he told her. You were right. I did not respect your wishes, Julia. I'll be honest with you. This is all new to me. Not necessarily being with a woman, but you. You are new to me. I crossed a line and I know better. She smiled. Can we still be friends? I find there's truly an ache in my soul knowing you were upset with me. He wanted to hold her. With all his strength he refrained. His jaw tightened. Yes. We are friends and partners. Let's leave the rest for another time. I know we said it before, but it has to be this way or we won't get through this without damaging each other. I heard Olivia makes a mean hot chocolate. Julia gave him a brilliant smile. You know it. Race you up the steps? Everything was all right. He felt it more than he knew it. For some reason the two were kindred souls. Perhaps they didn't need to have sex every time they turned around. It was going to be hard to refrain from, but they could do it, right? She was winning. No fair. You got a head start. She turned to shout and almost lost her balance. He caught her before she fell and held her steady. They were almost nose to nose. She felt like an angel in his arms even if all he felt was the thick coat. He was stronger than his needs. He wanted her for a long-term relationship, not only as a sleeping partner. He let her go. Turned and got his own head start. At first he thought she hadn't moved, until a flash went by him, and she got in the lead. Loser. She called out when she reached the top step. He stopped near the top, hands on his knees out of breath. Then he went down, pretending to twist his foot. Arg. She put both hands on her hips. You honestly don't think I'm going to fall for that, do you? He got up and ran up the last few steps. I guess you are just so much smarter than I realized. Get used to it, Buster. Now that's the infamous Julia speaking, he told her, holding out his arm. She took it, as they strolled into the mansion together. Chapter 10. Savannah unlocked the bolt. She looked down to see Hannah right beside her, doing a very good job of being her protector, then opened the door. Hello, Aunt Julia. Hannah backed up, then sniffed Julia's feet before turning away. She waddled over to the sofa and pulled her large frame up, her back legs showing her age as she floundered a bit before making herself comfortable. Julia's eyes widened when a loud crash came from the kitchen. What the heck was that? Savannah smiled. It was nothing really. Before Julia had a chance to drill her with questions, Doc Parker made his way to the living room where Hannah was stretched on the sofa with her ears perked up. There you are, Hannah. He held a small container in his hand. Savannah forgot to mention Parker would be here. Julia, this is Doc Parker. He stopped by to check on Hannah. She got away from him while he mixed up her medicine. She has been refusing, so he promised to stop by and help. Doc Parker waved. Hello. Julia raised a brow. Typical Julia. Assuming the worst. I'll be ready to go in just a moment. Do you want a cup of coffee or tea before we go? I'm good. Logan, Dylan and I had breakfast at Olivia's place this morning. Oh. Who is Logan and Dylan? The reason I'm in this small village, Savannah. Joe's new partners, remember? Vaguely. Wasn't one of them your dance partner the night of Joe's wedding? I imagine so. Hopefully no one will remember that episode. Savannah giggled. I remember quite well. She took her purse from the closet right inside the door. She had it clipped to the hanger with a safety pin. Julia watched her. Why are you pinning your purse to the closet, Savannah? Is that some kind of precaution from living in that shady part of town? Savannah laughed. She didn't dare tell Julia it was to keep the ghost from hiding her purse, which had happened several times in the last few days. Julia was smart. Sooner or later, she would suspect everything was not as perfect as Savannah made it out to be. Until then, the ghost stayed in the closet, more or less. You could say that, she answered. Savannah hurried over to Hannah when the elderly dog began to whine. Now, Hannah. Doc Parker is not going to hurt you. You like him. I know you do. Ever since she brought Hannah home and they bonded, the old girl no longer wanted anything to do with the rescue or anyone who worked there, including the doctor. It was almost like she made up her mind, if she had to go back there, it would be over her dead body. Actually, Hannah was very smart, and she was playing at being upset now. Doc Parker was speaking gently to her, trying to get her to take the medicine. Whenever he got too close to her mouth, she would growl and refuse by moving her head to the side. Or she'd put her paws over her nose. Not even Savannah could get her to take it. Julia stood over the dog and stared at her, as if she could convince the dog to take the dropper. You can't fool me, Julia told her. You just want attention. Then Julia marched off to the kitchen and began going through Savannah's cupboards. Aha, she heard her aunt say. Parker frowned. What is she doing? I have no idea. Parker was so close to her. He had offered to stop by before she left today, but got caught up at a farm a few miles away. He was the best vet in the area, offering to do home visits when his clients weren't able to get their animals into the clinic or his office. Luckily, she hadn't left with Julia yet. So far he had been friendly and only seemed interested in Hannah, which was fine with her. She was not going to encourage him in any way. When he stopped by the first day she brought Hannah home, she was terrified he was hitting on her. Then when he spent most of his time with Hannah and spoke to her about how to care for the elderly dog, he was all business. She was so relieved. There was no time right now for any type of romance. There you go. Give me the medicine, Julia ordered. She held out her hand for the syringe filled with Hannah's meds. Doc Parker handed Julia the syringe. I hope you can get her to take it. She has been terribly stubborn the last few days. Julia took the syringe, emptied it in the small bowl filled with 2 tablespoons of peanut butter, and began to mix it up. Here you go, dog. Have a treat. Julia set the bowl in front of her. She sniffed the bowl, then began to lick the peanut butter. I'll be darned. I should have thought of that, the doctor mentioned. Savannah saw Julia shake her head. I'm sure it was more convenient not to think of that. She glanced at Doc Parker, worried her aunt's brutally honest words would upset him. He looked at Julia and smiled. I believe you may be right. I have to get going. Bye, Hannah. See you soon. I'll text you later. He nodded and left. Savannah went for her coat. If you are ready, we can go now. Hannah, you behave until I get back. As she closed the front door, Hannah growled. She was sure the ghost was going to flip the light switch off and on the minute she got in Julia's car. Except when she looked back as they drove away, the light stayed off. Maybe Hannah's warning scared the ghost. That would serve it right. Julia checked her watch. I have 4 hours to spend shopping. Then a hot tub wine night with Olivia. Care to join us? I'd love to. Maybe next time. I was invited to dinner at Madison and Cole's place. I want to talk to her about doing some advertising for my shop. Good idea. She did a great job helping to get Laura's inn up and running from what Joe told me. It's so scary and exciting, and I'm so nervous about opening my own shop. Why? Look at what you've endeavored so far. If anyone can get through that, then you can keep going. At least now you have a family behind you. I know. I want to make it on my own. We are not going to do this again, Savannah. You have to accept the fact you are a Russel, and no longer on your own. Face it, kiddo, you inherited a weird, quirky family and you better get used to us. Savannah smiled. Julia told her, like it was, whether she was ready for the lecture or not. At least her dad was quieter and didn't give her so much advice. She wondered how he was doing. Dad got a beagle. Dad? Truly? You called him that? Savannah nodded. Yes. It was an accident. I had no intention of calling him that, until it slipped out. Well, he is your dad. So I don't see the issue. Savannah shook her head. You always put it so matter-of-factly that I can't argue with you. You must be formidable in a boardroom, Julia. It's my job to be. I think you are great. Don't get all mushy on me. Savannah saw Julia smile when she said it. In all honesty, Julia had been the one to convince her to go out on her own. I wonder when my car will be ready. I've been calling every day, but they keep putting me off. I hate to see the bill. Julia gave her a smile. I wouldn't worry. I believe your father is taking care of that. Savannah shook her head. I don't want his help. Not like that. You are being pushy, insisting it's your right to buy me clothes, and I'm sure Dad will try to convince me it is his job to fix my car. I'm not feeling good about this at all. Julia swerved when a car came flying around the corner. Geez, who was that jerk? Not sure who that was. It's going too fast to even see the license plate. I hope whoever it is slows down before they cause an accident. Now back to us. Let me tell you something, Savannah. You've been deprived of us for 26 years. It's like winning the lottery now. This family shares everything with each other. Joe was a smart businessman and still is. He invested and worked hard, so we all are able to bask in the rewards. Savannah shook her head. It's not the same for me. I don't deserve it. Yes, you do. If I have to tell you one more time that you have Russel blood in you, and you are now a part of us, you are going to see your auntie scream. Savannah sighed. I'm sorry, Aunt Julia. It's all so weird. When you are poor all your life and then bam, there's money and you never worked for it, it doesn't feel real. I think I understand. We were never poor, but we had to make ends meet in the early years. It was hard, but it taught me how to take care of our finances. Look for the positive, Savannah. There are so many lessons to learn from, even when you don't think there is. Use them to better your life. Thanks. You made me feel better already. You always do. Wait until we go shopping. I'm giving you fair warning. They hate me. Savannah laughed. Who hates you and why? The clothing shops we will be going to. There are a few salespeople who stand around and think I should take care of my own shopping, when it's clear the reason I go there is to be waited upon, like the company guarantees on their website. So when I insist on being waited upon, they snicker and whisper behind my back. Savannah sighed. I'm almost certain you take longer to shop when that happens. Julia chuckled. You are getting to know me quite well, aren't you? You have a heart of gold, Julia. It's just people haven't tried to see that part of you like I do. Mushy again. We have one more shop to stop at, then I'll have to get back, Julia told her. I can't possibly think of what else I would need. Although Savannah was having a blast shopping with Julia. She was right about the shop employees. There were 2 fine clothing stores that did a double take when they came through the front door. Savannah overheard the one girl arguing that she wasn't going to wait on that woman. It had been exciting to go shopping, but now they were sitting at a bistro table having a Caesar wrap for lunch, when a man walked past, stopped and backed up. He looked at Julia for a moment. Pardon me, he told her. May I help you? Julia inquired, as if she got interrupted on a normal basis. Julia Russel? Do I have the pleasure of meeting the CFO of Russel Enterprise? Savannah watched as Julia and the man spoke, but she wasn't really paying attention. Her mind was on her new shop, making a mental list of what all needed done. Luckily, she deposited the $10,000 insurance check last week. It went through the bank. Now she was waiting on Chad Peterson to inspect the shop so she could set up her displays. She had ordered all of her display shelves a week ago. Luckily, she was able to track them, and they would be here in about 3 days. She was told the inspection would be easy, but the inspector hadn't called her back yet. Now, she was worried the place wouldn't get inspected by the time her supplies got here. Savannah? Julia's sharp tone brought her back to reality. This is Walter Connolly's nephew, Eric. I invited him to sit with us. Oh, hello. She shook his hand and moved over to make room. Nice to meet you. While Julia and Eric chatted, Savannah went off into her own world again. She just had too much going on in her head right now. The clothing her aunt bought for her was not discount store fabric like she had been used to for all these years. They went into fine clothing stores and a few brand name stores. Julia even had them deliver some of the bags, so they wouldn't have to carry a ton of shopping bags around. Was money now going to define everything she did? She had been without it, and grew up trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Now it seemed as if all she had to do was wave a pile of money in front of someone, and they'd do whatever she asked. At least that was what worked for Julia. Savannah was not sure she wanted to live like that, although the perks of not having to lug around heavy shopping bags was nice. Maybe she'd go with the flow for a while, and see what happened. It was soon time to depart, so Eric shook both their hands and left, promising Julia he'd see her over the weekend. Savannah caught the last bit of their conversation. This weekend? Do you have a date with him? Julia gave her one of those horrified looks. No way, Walter Connolly invited us to his farm for the weekend. He is going to stop by his uncle's place. Want to come along? Your presence will keep me out of trouble. You and trouble do not mix, Julia, Savannah told her. Oh, how wrong you are. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Savannah laughed. I have no doubt about that. But when it comes to Russel Enterprise, you are as loyal as ever, and would never do anything to ruin that. So I think I will pass on the invite once again. I'm sorry that I'm so crazy busy right now. Julia placed an arm around her and steered them into a shoe store. It's quite fine, Savannah. I've been on my own for so long, I can take care of business blindfolded. I don't doubt that, she told her aunt. Now, the last thing is to get something wonderful for those feet of yours. They're your foundation, and if you have crappy shoes, you don't feel good. Wait and see. Before they left, Julia picked out a pair of lug sole leather Chelsea boots, a pair of tall leather boots that would go with a skirt or slacks, a pair of rib knit suede boots that Savannah just loved, and several others. The suede boots will go with the pom-pom mini skirt and mesh sweater. You should wear that to your grand opening. Savannah was thoughtful. All of these things are too much. I'm starting to feel. Julia raised a finger. Ah. Nope. Not doing that again. Look in the mirror and repeat. I am a Russel. I must look like a Russel, not a hobo. Savannah laughed and gave her aunt a hug. You crack me up. I do know I won't have to buy clothes again for years. Julia began to head for the car, carrying several bags from the shoe store. Come on, we gotta get going. And to not buying clothes for years, just so you know, we are only getting started. This is your winter wardrobe. We have to do this again in about 6 weeks, when it's time to shop for a seasonal wardrobe. Savannah shook her head. It was too much. She let out a deep sigh, then looked at all the purchases and smiled. I'm having a blast shopping with you, Aunt Julia. I actually can't wait until we do this again. Julia stopped, turned and gave her a nod. That a girl? Own it. Savannah didn't know if she ever would. This was all just too weird. Madison and Cole welcomed Savannah with open arms. I'm so glad you showed up. I thought maybe with all you have to do, you'd cancel. I was shopping with my aunt today, so this will be a nice break. Chad Peterson was supposed to let me know when he'd inspect the shop, but he never called about setting up an appointment. Madison gave her a hug. I have the solution for that. She picked up her cell that was lying on the counter. They were sitting at the kitchen table, chatting. She pushed in a few numbers and let it ring. Chad, this is Madison calling. Where have you been? Has someone kidnapped you? Madison laughed and continued. I'm going to be working with Savannah to get the party planner shop up and running, and we are on a tight deadline. I hate to bribe you, but if you get hers done next, I have a blueberry cheesecake with your name on it. Perfect. See you tomorrow at 9. Madison hung up and nodded to Savannah. And that is how you do it here in Hideaway Lake. Chad has no organizing skills. He is always behind schedule, so we have to bribe him with food. Oh, and if you do that, make sure to send a plate along for his mother. Amazing. What if you have zero cooking skills? Savannah was not a good cook. She'd rather grab something to throw in the microwave than cook a meal. Madison laughed. Call Olivia and tell her you have to feed Chad Peterson, and she'll have something whipped up for you in no time. Everyone does it. Doesn't he realize he is being bribed? Of course. It's probably why he is extremely late. Although, right now, I hear he is dating, so that's probably making him even later than usual. He can only seem to do one thing at a time. How funny is that? Now he may be twice as late. Let's get this table set and we'll have dinner. I made a pan of lasagna. Sounds perfect. Even though they had already stopped at the small cafe and ate earlier, Savannah was getting hungry again. She helped set the table and the three of them took hands, said grace and dug in. During their meal, Cole got a call from one of the renters. I have to take this, excuse me. Madison pushed her plate back. I'm stuffed. How about you, Savannah? Would you like more? Heavens no. I'm so full right now I'm not sure how I'll get out of this chair. Your meal was delicious. Thank you. Would you like to take some along home? We will never eat all these leftovers. The thought of reheating her delicious food for a meal would save Savannah a ton of time. I'd love that, as long as the ghost leaves it alone. Her hand flew to her mouth. She was so comfortable with Madison, her words slipped out. Ghost. Madison's eyes widened in realization. Are you serious? Savannah had no choice. Yes. A ghost. Please do not say a word. The only other person who knows is Doc Parker, and I'm certain he doesn't take me seriously. Doc Parker is a nice man. I'm sure he means well. He's handsome too. Well, yes. There is that. I saw he was coming to the Americana. Savannah put up a hand. Don't. He isn't coming because of me. It's Hannah. She needs medication, and he has been checking on her daily to make sure she is fitting in and doing okay. Madison placed a hand on her chin. Right. What? Savannah had the feeling she didn't believe her. Well, I noticed things. I don't know if anyone else Doc Parker has visited daily to check on a pet. I mean, he does do house calls, but every day? I'm thinking he is coming to see you. No, that's so not right. Hannah is special. He let me take her home the same day against the company rules. He vouched for me to get her a loving home. He is just being cautious because she is old. If you say so. Savannah gave her new friend a look of despair. I do. Well then, let's get back to the ghost. Do you have any idea who it is? She shrugged. No, I have no clue. He or she, not sure which one, is wrecking my house. I've even had to hide my purse. One morning I woke up, and it was all dumped out on the floor in the foyer, and the purse was in my trash bin. A mischievous ghost. Would you like to find out who it might be? Can we do that? How? I work for the Historical Society. We'll have to dig up some history on the cottage and take a look at who owned it. Maybe we can find out who keeps hanging around. Oh, how the Walter would love to be here right now. I should call them. No. Don't tell anyone else yet. My new family will think I'm crazy. I mean, who believes in ghosts? Madison lifted her head and stared at Savannah. Are you kidding me? You'd be surprised how many people have seen ghosts or spirits. Why, Gettysburg is supposed to be haunted by the soldiers from the Civil War. We are only a few hours from there. I'd love to know who owned the cottage. Maybe then I can get this ghost to calm down. Madison laid her elbows on the table and clutched her hands. If you are serious and want to see if there is actual paranormal activity, the group of little old ladies can help. They are ghost hunters. Will they keep this quiet until I can figure out how to make sure my relatives do not think I'm having a mental breakdown? I doubt they believe in ghosts. You may be right. Joe stayed in that house for a long time and never said a word. I'm sure if there was a ghost bothering him, he'd have mentioned it. I always heard your mind has to be open to them, like having a sixth sense for the spirit world. I dunno. Maybe it's all my imagination. Hardly. Let's get to the bottom of it. How does Hannah react? Usually dogs know these things. Hannah's ears perk up every time the ghost gets near her. She has growled it, raised her head and stared at air. She even ran around the room, as if she were chasing something. I don't know how I know she was chasing the ghost, but she was. That went on the second night she was here. It was weird, especially since she had a hard time with her back legs being in pain. Now, Hannah mostly ignores the ghost. Her ears perk up, but then she lets out a deep sigh and goes back to napping, which is what she loves the best. That's one of the ways I know the culprit is near. Madison took Savannah's hand. This is all so fascinating, and I think you are so brave to stay in a house with a ghost. I hated it at first because I was so scared. But when I realized it was harmless and not going to hurt me, it feels familiar. Like I'm not alone. How strange is that? Strange. I know, right? Well, I better get moving. Thank you for calling Chad for me. I better get to the shop and make sure it's perfect for tomorrow morning. I'd get there about 8:15. He always shows up a half hour early just to annoy people. Thank you. Good night, Madison. Tell Cole I said thanks for supper. I will. He is having quite a long conversation. Some of these renters are very needy. I'm sure. Bye. Savannah walked back to the Americana, noticing her porch light was now turned on. Something she had not done when she went to Madison's house earlier. I guess you are leaving the light on for me, she joked. Her phone rang. She stared at the screen. Doc Parker's name flashed across it. Hey Parker. Or Doc Parker. He sounded tired. You can call me Parker. How's our girl? Hannah? He did mean the dog, right? She stood on her porch, not wanting to go inside yet. It was cold, so she pulled her coat tighter around her. Of course. I wouldn't call you my girl. Not unless you wanted me to. Never mind, I said that. It was out of line. Sorry. Hey, I gotta go. See you tomorrow. He hung up before she had a chance to tell him she knew he was kidding. He was kidding, right? Savannah looked out into the darkness of the evening. Cottages dotted the street in front of her, while snow was piled alongside narrow driveways. This was a much better sight than the city streets she had looked at for so many years. She was a Russel. Julia had told her to own it. Straightening her shoulders, she decided her aunt was right. She whispered against the night breeze. I am a Russel. Then, a little louder. I am a Russel, and looked to make sure no one was outside. She wasn't ready for anyone to call her the crazy lady at the haunted cottage. The thought made her smile. Savannah wanted to shout it louder, but she held it in. She turned to go into the house. That was enough for now. The porch light blinked on and off, as if it was acknowledging the words she spoke. Thank you, she told the ghost. The light flickered before she was left in complete darkness. Everything was going to be fine, she told herself. Because I am a Russel, and I'm owning it. Chapter 11. Are you ready to get going? Yes, hang on. I want to tell Olivia where I'm heading. She hurried across the long foyer in the lobby and made her way to Olivia's restaurant. She found the chef hard at work in the back, moving inventory onto shelves. Isn't there anyone to help you? She asked. I gave my chefs the evening off. We have a buffet going tonight, since the place isn't that busy. The snowstorm has caused people to cancel their plans. Of course, if anyone wants something made special, it will happen. It won't hurt to take a short break. I imagine the mansion will be filled back up in no time. You're not leaving too, are you? Olivia eyed the overnight bag, slung over her shoulder. No. I promised Joe I'd stay here until he gets back. I'm actually going to be working this weekend at Walter Connolly's farm. He's invited us to see the operations there. He has several cottages on his property where we will be staying. Dylan is heading to the city, like he does every weekend. How nice. Thanks for letting me know. Want some snacks to take along? Homemade by Olivia? Absolutely. I made a ton of chocolate-covered strawberries, and now we've had so many cancellations. It's not like we can freeze these. Besides, I serve all my food fresh. Olivia reached in the commercial refrigerator and pulled out 2 square containers. She reached underneath the counter and put them in a bag. Take these. Share. Julia stuck her nose in the bag. I may not want to share, she joked. Your choice. As long as I know they are not going to be thrown out, I'm happy. Julia wished she could have a positive attitude like Olivia. They were becoming so close. Each week at their wine night hot tub date, they'd reveal a little more about each other's internal thoughts, the ones they were both afraid to let out. Hot tub night was better than talking to a therapist. She gave Olivia a hug and went to find the brothers. Last night, Olivia revealed to her she wanted a child. It was sad watching how she teared up confessing her loss. Julia had almost shed a few tears herself, then caught herself before she actually let one fall. She understood more about Olivia and her need to have another baby. There wasn't much Julia could do for her, except listen. At least she could do that. She had to smile at the way Olivia had quickly changed the subject, shooting questions left and right about Logan and her. Except there was nothing to tell. They had called a truce, and each went to their own rooms when the day was done. Logan was all business after he had apologized that night for not showing her respect. She knew he was right. They had to pay attention and make sure this deal went smoothly. There was no way to do that if they were falling into each other's arms and beds every time they turned around. She almost smiled, remembering how it felt. Did Olivia give you food? What is it, and why are you smiling like that? Logan asked, trying to peek in the container. She lifted a hand to swat him away. Back off, or you will have to watch me eat these all by myself. No fair. Oh glory be, is that chocolate-covered strawberries? Julia's smile told him it was. I'm dying. Can I have one right now? No, you may not. One container will go to Walter and Heidi. The other one is ours. Or mine if you don't stop drooling right now. They were in the parking lot, heading for the car. May I carry them for you or take your bag? Logan asked. Very funny, but I'm not that gullible. I tried, he told her, laying his hand lightly on the base of her lower back. It almost made her jump, but she knew he was only being a gentleman. There was nothing else in the gesture to think he was breaking their agreement. He unlocked the door and opened it for her. She threw her bag into the back and sat in the passenger side, placing the containers on her lap. She looked up at him and gave him a pointed look. I see. So this is how you want to play. Fine. Hold them if you must. How are you going to fasten your seat belt? You'll have to let those containers go for a split second, and when you do, I'm going to have one. Julia laughed. He sounded so serious, even though she knew he was kidding. She leaned over, set the containers on the floor, and went for the seatbelt. By the time he walked to his side of the car and got in, she had her seatbelt on. He grinned. She tried to reach down and pick up the containers. My arms are too short, she laughed. No worries, I'll help you. She raised a hand and caught his arm. No way, sir. This is serious business now. If you have one, we will never leave this parking lot. You'll be back inside begging Olivia for more. Truly, they're that good? He looked so serious. You know it. Olivia is a genius. She always adds some secret ingredient to make your mouth water. Get moving, mister. Logan placed the car in reverse and backed out. They drove down the hill, heading towards the farm. No words were really needed. The weekend was going to be awkward, but she was determined not to let that stop her from doing her job, which was to make sure she answered every question and prepared the way for a smooth transaction if all the numbers worked out. Julia's phone buzzed. When she looked at the screen, it was Walter. Hi Walter, Julia here. Are you on your way? Is Logan with you? Yes. Dylan headed for the city as planned. Can you place me on speakerphone? Sure. Something did not sound right. She looked at Logan. I'm putting Walter on speaker. Can you hear me, kids? Julia grinned at his wording. She was far from being a kid. Yes, Walter. Is there something wrong? I'm afraid we are at the Reading Hospital. Heidi came down with some kind of stomach pain that was so intense she was doubled over when I found her. They have her in the emergency room now with the doctor. I'm not allowed in since I'm not her spouse. That's about to change, he roared. I'm so sorry, Julia told him. Listen, Walter, we can come another weekend. Would you like us to come to the hospital to sit with you? Logan offered. Julia thought that was a good idea. Yes, we can be there in about an hour. No. Stay put. What I want you to do is come to the farm as planned. We can't impose during this time, Walter. Please, we will come back another day. Heidi's health is more important. I couldn't agree more. Hold on. Dr. Zimmerman just came out. I have a few choice words to say to him. Julia and Logan heard him chewing out the doctor. The phone was too far away to make out exactly what he was saying. I can't believe he has us on hold. Why don't you pull over, Logan? At least until we know what's going on. Good idea. Logan drove past a small lake and turned into the lane. They sat there, with their four-ways on, listening to mumbling on the other end of the phone. I really don't feel right about this whole situation. I do hope Heidi is all right, though. I'm sure everything will be fine, Logan told her. Can I have a strawberry now? No. How can you eat at a time like this? It's better than just sitting here doing nothing. I can't reach them. Besides, they are much better with champagne or wine. Hey kids. Sorry to make you wait. Looks like Heidi has to have her appendix removed. Thank the good Lord it isn't serious. That is serious, Julia told him. What can we do for you, Walter? When he spoke, his voice sounded a bit choked up. Thank you. I know we are doing this deal together, but you have no idea what those words mean to me right now. We've become friends along this journey, haven't we? Julia was choked up too. The man was alone at the hospital, relieved to know Heidi wasn't going to die. Yes, Walter, I think we have. We want to help. Logan was nodding at everything Julia said. We are here for you, Walter. Just say the word and we'll help in any way we can. I tell you what. Since I may be tied up here for some time, I want you to go to the farm and enjoy the weekend. I'll call Bill, my manager, and he'll get you squared away. Problem is, the cottages were not cleaned the way Heidi likes them done, so you'll have to stay in one of the other places. I'll have Bill meet you at the house. I'll text you his number so you can contact him when you get there. Walter, please call us if you need us. Do you want me to call your nephew? No. He'll act all concerned and want to be here in my face. Right now, I just want to sit and wait until she's out of danger. The doc said he'll come let me know. I guess they got permission from Heidi to discuss her medical condition with me. At least I'll know how she's doing. He'll let me go in when she's in recovery. You kids take care and I'll call or text later. Julia shut off the phone. Do you think we should continue on, or go back to the mansion? Logan pulled out, heading towards their original destination. We are going. It's where Walter wants us to be. We'll focus on that for now. 15 minutes later, they drove down the driveway to the farm or a ranch house. A dark blue Blazer waited for them. A man waved and waited until Logan turned down his window. I'm Bill, Walter's manager. You may as well stay in the vehicle. The only cabin that is open is the recording cabin. The rest are rented for this weekend. Would you mind following me? Logan pulled behind the other vehicle, and they began the long narrow road up the side of the mountain. She looked at him to see if he was as excited as she was. The luxury cabin they toured was going to be theirs for the weekend. Are you secretly as excited as me? What? Oh, about the cabin. It is a nice place. It's luxury elite, Logan, and you know it. That's okay, I'll be excited for the both of us. They rode the rest of the way in silence, and got out to get the code for access to the front door from Bill. "You have my number, in case you need to call me for anything. The bar is stocked and the refrigerator is filled. We had a last-minute cancellation, so you lucked out. Horseback riding schedule is listed in the book on the counter. Anything else you should find in that book also." Heidi put it together for each of the properties. "Enjoy your stay." Bill was gone before they could thank him. Julia watched his taillights head back down the mountain. She reached in the back seat and got her overnight bag, slung it over her shoulder, and reached for the containers on the floor. "What's next?" she asked, standing on the porch while he put in the code. "We go inside and start a fire. I don't know about you, Julia, but it's cold out here." "Okay then, let's get warmed up by the fire." Logan pushed open the door, flipped on a light, and held it open for her to pass through. The fireplace was glowing, the lights were low, and the place was one romantic setting out of a major motion picture movie. It was obvious the management had already prepared the place for the guests who canceled. Julia looked at Logan. "I think we are in trouble," she whispered. He raised a brow and then nodded. "Yep, I think you are right." "Hello. Anyone here?" Bailey went straight to her bio mom's place when she drove into town. It was late, but she had been so glad to get done working and have the weekend off. Holly opened the door and held out her arms. "Bailey, come in. I've been wondering how your first week went." Bailey hugged her. "More importantly, how are you?" "I'm feeling much better. Come in and have some ice cream with me. I've been indulging and binge watching this new series." Holly went to the kitchen and pulled out the ice cream tub. She dished out a bowl, while Bailey took off her coat and made herself comfortable on the couch. Holly handed her a bowl, and they sat together, eating ice cream and talking more than watching the TV. "So, tell me about your first week away from home." Bailey had been so excited to start her first day at the recovery center. "I got settled into the condo, which was not hard to do, and went to the local college to get books for my classes. It was a hectic week." "What are you not telling me, dear? You know me well, don't you?" Bailey finished her bowl of chocolate marshmallow and leaned her head on her bio mom's shoulder. "I didn't realize exactly what starting at the bottom actually meant. I'm exhausted." Holly patted her arm. "What do they have you doing at the recovery center? I thought you would be counseling others." "That comes later. Remember, I'm taking classes at the college and working full-time at the recovery center. Right now, all I've been doing is cleaning the place and doing some cooking. I knew that I would be starting like this, but with 12 people in the center, everyone makes a mess. I must say, I've never really had to clean up after so many people before." Holly grinned. "It will get better. Eventually, you will work your way up the ladder, and soon someone else will be doing all the house chores." Bailey wondered. "I guess so. Except most of the patients are supposed to be helping themselves and doing their own work. Now that I'm there, I noticed they've gotten lazy. Maybe you should say something to management." "No. Then I'll have everyone there thinking I can't be trusted. That's the thing. I have to earn everyone's trust if they are going to let me be a part of their recovery." "It certainly sounds like you have it all figured out. Just relax, it will get better. I'm so glad you are home. Plus, I'm feeling better. What would you like to do this weekend? I can actually get out of the house. My doctor told me to get outside for some fresh air." "That's great. Want to go see the roller skating rink tomorrow? Bobby is working hard to get it up and running. We've been texting all week. He had someone redo the floors, and I can't wait to see the improvements." "Sure," Holly told her. A hard knock sounded on the front door. Bailey stirred. "Are you expecting someone?" She nodded, trying to get up, but Bailey stopped her. "I can get it." When she went to the door, Shar was standing outside. "That was a surprise. By the look on your face, you act shocked I would be here." Bailey gave her a hug. "Nice seeing you too," she told her, laughing at how serious Shar always was. Shar moved inside and handed Holly a small bag from the pharmacy. "Here are your meds, Holly." "I can't stay. Nor do I want to," she added. Bailey noticed she was still acting cold towards Holly, even if the two had an understanding. They may never be good friends again, but at least Bailey was reassured her bio mom was being looked after while she was in Berks County. When Holly came home from the hospital after contracting meningitis, Bailey almost felt guilty leaving her so soon, even though she was only 40 minutes away. And especially since the rift between her mom, bio mom, and Shar was still raw. They had all promised Bailey they'd look after Holly. It looked like Shar was keeping her word. She was certain when her mom got back from her honeymoon with Joe, she'd do the same. They had been close friends for way too long to let what happened keep them apart forever. She was satisfied, even though it would take a long time, they'd look out for each other. Bailey waved goodbye to Shar and plopped back down on the couch. I should probably get going. You are welcome to stay, Bailey. I'm just hanging out, binge-watching television. It's getting later and later, and I promise to keep an eye on the inn. Holly frowned. I understand, but you do know that Cole and Madison already moved in together next door? Of course I know this, Mom. I probably want to just hang out there. Okay, sweetheart. I'm going to keep watching this show until I'm tired enough to fall asleep. I'm happy you are here. I missed you. Missed you too. Good night, Mom. Want me to put your meds away before I go? Sure. Wait, maybe I should do it. Why? I can set them in your cabinet. You are already comfy. Bailey got up and picked up the bag from the pharmacy. Holly had a special shelf in her kitchen where she kept all her meds on the bottom shelf, in a basket. Holly opened the bag and took out the bottle, then glanced at the label before she set it on the shelf. It read tamoxifen. You taking something new again? Your meningitis is gone, right, Mom? Bailey was a bit concerned. Shouldn't she be off most meds by now? It's been a while since she had been hospitalized. They had told her she'd be weak for a while, maybe even months, but Bailey didn't remember the staff saying anything about so much medication. It's gone, honey. When she looked at her bio mom, there was definitely worry on her face. Bailey was getting to know her well. Maybe she'd ask Shar. After all, she picked it up for Holly. Okay, Mom. Going now. Bailey left quickly, then drove the borrowed car across the street to park it in front of the inn. After she was earning a steady paycheck, she'd talk to Joe about buying the car from him. That way she'd be working for something in her life for once. When they went over her schedule the first day, she found out there would be a weekend each month she had to work, but she'd just come home during the week in that case. The lights were on next door. She saw the curtain being pushed back, and Madison peeking from the window. When she saw it was Bailey, she waved, then the curtain closed her off. Their porch light came on, and Madison ran across the porch and made her way to Bailey, who was now on the inn's front porch. Hey, Madison. Bailey. How was your first week? She unlocked the front door. Exhausting. Madison came in behind her. Want some coffee or something to drink? Bailey asked. No. I just wanted to say hello and find out about your new job. Well, it's hard work. She threw her backpack on the floor by the stairway and picked up the remote to turn on the gas fireplace. Lights flickered and brightened up the room. She sat down on one of the chairs, while Madison sat on the edge of the couch. I'm sure it won't be easy, especially if you are taking classes. It's what I want to do, so it will take time to adjust. I'm looking forward to my first class in 2 weeks. Have you heard from your mom? Which one, bio mom or adopted mom? Madison laughed. Adopted mom. Nope. She texted me to see how my first day went, and said they were somewhere in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. We got the same text. Okay, we know they won't keep in touch more than that, but I think Cole is concerned about his mom even though he says she is in good hands. He's never experienced her being away for so long. Bailey shook her head. He's a mama's boy for sure. What about how she worried when he moved to Philly? He's forgotten about that. In his defense, kids are supposed to move away from home. Mothers, on the other hand, are supposed to be at home where the kids know exactly where she is. They both laughed at that, knowing Cole was going to have to get used to Laura being away at times. He really is protective of her, Madison decided. Not to change the subject, but have you ever heard of tamoxifen? Madison shook her head. Not really. Why? Shar dropped off a prescription for bio mom tonight, and it was tamoxifen. I didn't think she was taking anything new. She should be getting over her illness, shouldn't she? It depends. Madison pulled her phone from her pocket. I'll Google it and see what it is used for. Bailey never thought to Google that. She watched as Madison's face fell. What is it? What's wrong? I'm not sure if I should say. Maybe you should ask Holly. Bailey shook her head. You have to say now. It's too late to make me wonder. Madison sighed. Here, look for yourself. She handed Bailey the phone. Breast cancer? What? As if her bio mom didn't have enough troubles. She handed the phone back to Madison. I can't believe she didn't tell me. Maybe she didn't have time, Bailey. You've been gone all week. How long did she know this? Everything was fine when I left on Monday. It's Friday and I come home to find out my bio mom now has breast cancer. Madison stood. Would you like to come over? Maybe you should not stay by yourself tonight. Bailey waved her off. I'm fine, Madison. Right now I am tired and probably unreasonable. I don't know what to think. Let me absorb this overnight and figure out how to deal with it tomorrow. Okay, if you are sure. I better get home to bed anyway. I'm meeting with the ladies of the night tomorrow. They'll be here for the day to check out some paranormal activities going on in the community. Wait, is that really a thing? I'm not sure, but I guess we'll be finding out. From what I remember of those ladies, they like to eat and drink wine. I'll let you know more details once I know. Bailey grunted. Please. I probably don't want to know if ghosts are haunting the town. I've had enough for one weekend. Good night, Madison. After Madison left, Bailey locked up and made herself a cup of warm milk. She remembered how her adopted mom would tell her that her troubles would go away if she drank some, and it had always worked when she was a little girl. It wasn't working now. Maybe it was because her mother was thousands of miles away, and she wasn't about to trouble her with her problems. Laura was on a honeymoon and deserved this time. She pulled out her phone and texted Bobby. I'm here. It wasn't long before he texted back. Hey Bailey. Are you coming over? No. It's late. It's never too late to see you. Cute. I'll be over in the morning. Can I bring Biomom over to see the roller rink? Yes. I can't wait. What's wrong? Why do you think something is wrong? She made up her mind Bobby had to be a mind reader. How did he know she was upset via text? Her phone buzzed. It was a video chat. She ran a hand through her hair before answering. Hey Bobby. His smile looked wonderful. Hey. It's 1:15 in the morning. That's how I know. You okay? I'm not sure, Bobby. I was at Biomom's place and Shar brought some medicine. When I put it away, I was concerned why she was getting more medicine. So Madison Googled it, and we found out it is for breast cancer. I can't believe she didn't tell me when I asked her about the medicine. Wow, that's a heavy burden. I'm so sorry. Maybe she's been through so much she isn't ready to talk about it yet. She had the opportunity to tell me. I was right there, alone with her at her place. There was no reason not to tell me. I guess it's her private business, Bailey. Don't be so hard on her. She's trying to be a good mom. Bailey turned the camera to the ceiling, so he didn't see the anger in her face. She was surprised to hear that, from someone whose mother basically ignored him. Maybe that's why he didn't think anything of this. But the fact was, after all the lies and deceptions, she was hurt her mom hadn't mentioned it. Are you still there? Did I say something wrong? She turned the phone back. Sorry and yes. You tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but you let me know how much of a brat I can be. Thanks. He smiled. It was genuine and lit up his face. His hair was a bit disheveled, and she realized he was probably settled in bed. Any time, my friend. You sure you don't want to come hang out? I'm heading to bed, Bobby. You look like you need to go back to sleep. I am sorry to disturb you. I was half asleep, but waiting to hear from you knowing you were coming home. When he said home, it made her smile. No matter where she went in life, Hideaway Lake was home. I'm glad you are living here, Bobby. Good night. Me too. Good night, Bailey. He ended the call as she went up the stairs. She held the phone to her, as if she could keep his warm spirit with her all night. Maybe thinking about Bobby instead of her bio mom would help her get to sleep. It was worth a try. Chapter 12. It's really not so bad this way, is it? Julia asked Logan, who was determined to keep his distance. This is a horrible idea. I probably should have asked Bill to stay somewhere else. Julia chuckled, taking another sip of her wine. She had watered it down knowing full strength would get her in trouble with Logan looking so charming this evening, even though she was determined to honor their agreement. However, the longer they sat in front of the romantic fire, the more she wanted to nix the idea and spend the rest of the night in his arms. The atmosphere in the room was charged like a dozen solar panels at full strength. He was tapping his fingers on the ends of the armchair, staring into the fire. I think it's nice we can talk like this, instead of falling head over heels into bed the instant we see each other. I'm surprised we made it all evening without doing so. Thanks. Can you stop talking about us and bed in the same sentence? I'm having a hard enough time staying away from you. Julia shook her head. I get it, Logan. It's just as difficult for me too. But we are adults, and it's time we act like it, instead of star-crossed lovers. He put up a hand. Stop. Every word that comes out of your mouth about us sounds so sexy I can't think straight. I won't be responsible if you keep going. It's not like you are going to. Stop. Julia. I think you are doing this on purpose. We can't make out. If that is your goal, then you are not taking this deal as seriously as I thought. Julia shook her head. We are adults, Logan. That also means we can change our mind about us. Why can't we have fun and make the deal too? I mean, others do it all the time. Was she down to begging now? How ridiculous was she? She never thought the day would come when she was wanting to hang onto a relationship. Her life was changing and she had no control. This was not her at all. Julia was feeling her wine, even if it was watered down. Time to set it aside. There was a small end table beside the chair she sat on, so she placed her glass there. Perhaps he was right. They had agreed to be friends for the time being. Then after the deal was done, they could explore things again. Need I repeat our last conversation, which happened to be the night we stood at the bottom of the steps of the mansion, looking up at one of the many things Joe has done through his company, and the fact that if we continued sleeping together, there is a possibility that may interfere in our decision-making process. Julia shrugged. I completely agree. But this is very difficult. We are thrown together in a cabin that has romance written all over the walls. I mean, a rose petal path that leads to the main bedroom? A hot tub, along with scented oils? We still haven't eaten the chocolate-covered strawberries Olivia sent along. I know. Whoever was renting this cabin, the reason was quite obvious. We have to clear our minds, and you have to stop saying things. Julia roared with laughter. She stood. Okay, Logan. Let's have some strawberries? She made her way to the kitchen, trying to ignore the path of flower petals leading towards the stairs. If she could make a deal with a multi-million-dollar company, then she could get through this night with Logan. Since she hadn't seen Walter to give him his container, she pulled one of them from the stainless steel fridge. She sat at the bar in the kitchen and popped one in her mouth. The taste of chocolate and fruit had her closing her eyes and basking in the succulent flavor. I love these, she said out loud. So do I. Not fair to keep them to yourself. Logan sat down beside her, reaching in the container. He ate too, before he was able to speak. I think I just fell in love with Olivia, he teased. I am so in love with Olivia, Julia admitted and took another bite. The doorbell rang. Julia and Logan looked at each other. Was that a doorbell? He asked. She got up. It sure was. Maybe it's Walter. He hasn't reported back yet about Heidi. They both made their way to the front door to find Dylan standing there holding a small suitcase. Logan opened the door wider. What's going on, bro? I got dumped. No kidding. I didn't even know you had a girlfriend. Come on in. It's probably good you showed up. I went to the farm and a guy named Bill sent me in this direction, so here I am. It's probably a good thing too. Dylan walked in and looked around, noticing the rose petal path and lights on low. He nodded. I'm assuming that was not meant for you and Julia. How funny is that? His words bothered her, but then she remembered Dylan knew nothing about their trysts. She nodded towards the kitchen. Chocolate-covered strawberries on the counter. Go have some. That always helps. I'm calling it a night. Julia headed up the stairs to the room she picked out earlier. It had a huge king-size bed, with a master bath that oozed in luxury. She was going to soak in the tub, even if there were rose petals leading to it. As she sat among the thousands of tiny bubbles, Julia was hoping Walter would soon make up his mind about the deal. She wasn't sure how long she could go on like this. Julia had never wanted or needed someone else to make her life complete. Funny thing was, now she was wondering why she hadn't pursued spending more time with a man before now. When she was with Logan, it felt right. Like she had been missing something all this time. Did he feel the same way? She tried to look back at the time they did spend together. At the cafe, he hadn't cared if anyone knew about them. Was that a sign he wanted to be more than friends? Did she really want more after this deal went through? It would be simple to keep going, like she always had. Since her dating life was dead, having Logan in her life now and again would be nice. Except she was afraid she was the one who wanted more. Julia had never been afraid of anything, except the night her parents died. That was the most terrifying night of her life, one she'd never forget, the feeling of complete loss and abandonment. She had been out of control with grief, until Joe came home from college, sat them all down and explained how they all had to pull together and be there for each other. Joe made sure they made a life worth living. Julia and the rest of her siblings owed Joe so much. He didn't have to come home and take over the family like he had done. She'd do whatever he asked. And Joe did not ask for much. Except, she knew how much he wanted this deal for the company. A deal that would be worth the money they dished out. So instead of sitting here basking in a pity party, she had to spend some time going over all the numbers just to make sure her instincts were correct. She leaned back against the ceramic tub and gazed at the ceiling, staring at the small shadows the candle made. Her phone dinged. She air-dried her hands to check the text in case it was important. It was from Logan. Walter just called. Heidi is doing good. He's going to spend the night at the hotel across the street from the hospital. She's coming home tomorrow if everything goes well in the next 12 hours. He said he'll meet up with us tomorrow after he gets her home and settled. Thank you for letting me know, Logan. He had me concerned. Me too. Are you doing all right? Of course, why wouldn't I be? I don't know. It was kind of a strange evening. Where are you? Why did he want to know? In the bathtub. Want me to come in? No. Stop doing this to me. We have to be strong. Where is your brother? He went to the other guest room. Why is he here? His girl dumped him. I didn't know he had one. I thought he was a player? So did everyone else. Who knew? Julia rose out of the water. She texted him good night. He sent one last text. I miss you already. Julia laughed. He wasn't getting in her room. It was time she got serious and they finished this deal. Tomorrow, she was going to get an answer from Walter one way or another. Let's finish this deal, then you can walk in any door you want. Promise? Yes. I'm going to wait anxiously for the day. I really do miss you though. Do you really want me to say it? Yes. Okay, I miss you too. Let me in. Go to bed. Logan sent a crying face emoji before she turned her phone to silent. It made her smile, even when she laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. It was going to be a long night. Madison, are you seriously telling me they will be here this evening? Yes, Savannah. The ladies of the night planned to spend the evening here. Of course, they decided to stay at the mansion overnight, since I called the manager to get them a special deal. They love deals. They also love wine and food. I guess that's a good thing, right? What time? Savannah asked. Around 6 this evening. They said they can only stay until 9, then it gets too late, but I volunteered to take them back to the mansion. Helen is our contact person, and she'll be calling me once they get to the mansion. Do you have time this morning to do a little digging at the Historical Society? I'd love to find out who owned this place before the current owners. Yes. I'll be over for you in an hour. We'll walk over to the building, which is close to you, and see what we can find. It's actually my day off, so I won't have to worry about getting called away. This will be fun. See you in an hour. Savannah checked her new watch Julia insisted on buying her. She never owned a watch in her life. Now she owned all kinds of glamorous stuff, and it seemed heavy. There were jackets for the slacks that matched the blouse that matched the boots, or shoes and handbags. It was too much. She wasn't going to pay attention to fashion, no matter how much Julia insisted. Savannah chose a pair of bullet blues straight-leg skinny jeans and a cashmere sweater. She topped it off with a colorful scarf and chose the black handbag that did not match the sweater. I'm being a rebel, but this looks more like me, she told her reflection in the mirror. It actually didn't look too bad. Yes, expensive clothes made her look better and they fit so much nicer, but she wanted to be herself. Who knew, maybe she'd start her own fashion trend. Savannah had never worn much makeup before, and she wasn't going to start now. A little concealer and foundation, powder and a touch of lip gloss, and she was done. There. She finished cleaning up and made an egg and toast, then fed Hannah her morning meal. Her phone dinged, and she knew who it was before she even looked. How was my girl today? Savannah smiled. It was nice that he checked up on Hannah. She'd miss these texts once he stopped. She had finally come to the conclusion the doctor was just an all-around nice guy, and he didn't have a crush on Savannah, but truly cared about Hannah. There had been a special bond between the two at the shelter, even though she growled at him when he stopped by. Doc Parker thought it would be better if he gave her a break so she could get used to her new home. He had been worried that he was traumatizing her by stopping by every morning. After showing Savannah how to administer the meds in the syringe, he texted to see how she was doing. She knew sooner or later those would cease, which made her sad in a way. She was getting used to him. He was a kind man, and so sweet, always looking right into her eyes as if she were the most important person. When she spoke, he really listened, and always smiled at her. Savannah felt a little dreamy around him. She shook her head. Get it out of the clouds, girl. Answer him back, or he may show up here. She let him know Hannah did great this morning. There is enough medicine for a few days, but then it's all gone. Does she need to take it every day? It's been a few days, so hopefully she won't mind if I stop over and drop some off. Are you available later this evening? Actually, I'm having paranormal ghost hunters here for a session tonight. Since he already knew about the ghost, she didn't feel awkward telling him. That sounds exciting. It was so much easier talking to him by text than in person. She'd probably never say this face to face. Want to come? I will be there. What time? 6. It's a date. Wait, sorry, no. Didn't mean that. I'll be there early so I can check on Hannah and bring you her meds. Lol. I knew what you meant. See you then. Savannah was blushing when Madison showed up. What's going on, Savannah? You look a bit flushed. It's the doc. I may as well tell someone. He may be hitting on me, but I'm not really sure since no one ever has before. As they walked to the Historical Society, she told Madison about the things he said and texted. Then he always takes them back and acts all professional. Definitely a crush. I think the doctor likes you, Savannah. Nice. Which made her think she was overreacting. But what if it's just me thinking that? Then he'll never know. Although I don't think so. I mean, I've never known Doc Parker to take such an adamant interest in a dog before. Not like he is doing now. He loves pets and treats them wonderful, but he's going a bit overboard with you. He likes you for sure. Savannah wasn't sure what to do with this news. They arrived at the Historical Society and made their way downstairs, where rows and rows of information were kept in filing cabinets and boxes on shelves. This is a huge task to file all of this stuff, and we've been working on it for a long time. Where do we start? Let's get on the computer and find out from the county the history of ownership. Then we'll dig a little deeper through the newspapers that are archived, and see if there is anything that may relate. It will take both of us digging if we want to get an answer. Savannah sat with Madison at a long table. She switched a laptop on, and they went to the county site. You are probably saving me tons of hours of research time, since you know where to look, Madison. I'm glad I can help. I want to know about the ghost too. I think it's a girl. What makes you say that? Madison asked. Savannah shrugged. I have no clue, but I feel it, that's all. We will find out. Here we are. They looked at the owners of the property, after Madison typed in the exact property address. Savannah was getting so nervous. She scooted closer to the table, trying to read the names. Okay, Savannah, according to the chain of title here, it appears there were 4 owners total. The property was built in 1905 by Daniel Rosenchild. He owned it until 1949, when it was sold to Thomas and Clara Turner. This is odd. The hairs on the back of her neck were honestly standing up. What? Madison scooted closer, clicking on the other links. It looks like the Turners sold it to Laura's father-in-law in 1951. They owned it for less than 3 years. Something had to happen. Houses didn't get sold so quickly here. Most people bought them as a summer cottage, and passed them to their family members when they got too old to enjoy them. Do you think there is something odd with the Turners? She nodded. I do. Anyone searching who didn't understand how these cottages are bought and sold would not think twice about this, but knowing how the owners valued their property back then, this is quite odd. I think we should start with the Turners. Let's look into the newspaper archives. They moved to another computer, this one with a bigger screen. Savannah pulled up a chair as Madison began the search. She knew where to look, and before long found the newspapers for the years 1949 to 1951. Madison began to scroll through the screen. How can you see anything, Madison? You're on super warp speed. She laughed. I'm used to doing searches like this. She slowed down, then sped up several times before coming to a complete stop. Her eyes got huge. Here we are, found it. Savannah saw the headlines. What? Oh no. A faded photo of a small child's face took up most of the front page. Savannah felt chills go through her bones. Mother and daughter drown in the Hideaway Lake last night. Madison's voice hitched. Listen to this. I think we have your ghost. Catherine Annabelle Turner, 6 years old, was playing on the porch with her dolls when her mother called her for supper. When she didn't come inside, Clara notified neighbors to make sure the girl didn't wander there. The mother ran to the lake and saw a small body floating in the water. She went in to rescue her, but couldn't get to her in time. Clara Turner was 25 years old. The child, Catherine Annabelle Turner, was 6 years old. Thomas Turner, husband and father, was inconsolable. Savannah had chills going down her spine. That poor family. I just thought of something. Every now and again, I swear I can hear the word cat drift across the room. I've shaken it off, but I think it means Catherine Annabelle Turner, or Cat. I think the ghost was telling you her name. I believe you are right. Whatever happened to the father? This is dated June of 1950. The house was sold in 1951, so let's see if we can trace him. After an hour searching through vital records, obituaries, and church records, Madison found more information. Still, Savannah was horrified that the ghost of a child was in the Americana. Why do you think she's there? Why hasn't she passed on to heaven? This is so eerie. Madison shook her head. I don't understand the spirit world. When the ladies of the night come tonight, we can ask them. Hopefully they are legit and we can get some answers. Wouldn't it be nice if they can help the girl find her parents? I think she is searching for them. Maybe. Then why is she so mischievous? If I were a little girl stuck in time, I'd find something to do. Remember that kids have quite an imagination. Madison grinned. I bet you are right. You'd be a good researcher here at the Historical Society if you ever want to volunteer. Savannah thought about it. Right now I have a business to start up, but maybe down the road I can. This was more than interesting, and I'd love to learn from you. Anytime you want to volunteer, you let me know. Meanwhile, we need to check out these obits. What happened to Thomas Turner? Madison scanned the documents. Interestingly enough, Thomas Turner lived to be 75 years old. He died at the Wernersville State Mental Hospital in 1995. That's all it really says besides what we already know, that he lost his wife and daughter at Hideaway Lake. My heart is breaking for that little girl. Madison closed down the computer. The whole family. Imagine losing your family and winding up desolate in a mental hospital. So sad. But let's see what these ladies can do tonight. I'm actually looking forward to finding out if they are real or fakes. I invited Doc Parker. I hope that was okay. Of course. It's your place and your ghost. Savannah laughed. I better get going. I'm expecting a delivery at the shop today. My place is coming together, and I can't wait to officially open it. Good. See you later tonight, Savannah. She went back to the Americana to pick up a bag of supplies she wanted to take to the shop. Hannah was at the door waiting for her, then followed her everywhere. At least the dog was starting to feel better. The medicine must be helping you, Hannah. Look at you, walking like you are a young pup. Would you like to walk along? The walk would do her good to exercise, and she had enough fur to keep her warm. Right as they were leaving, a plastic cup went flying past her shoulder and hit the door. Cat. Stop it right now. The silence in the house was eerie. But Savannah wasn't going to stop. I know who you are, she whispered to the ghost. I'm going to help you. As Savannah was leaving, she thought she heard the word cat again, like she had before. Why was the little girl saying her name? This ghost stuff was so exhausting. Come on, Hannah. Let's go for a walk. Chapter 13. This animal does not like me, Julia told Logan. He loves you, that's why he is nudging your shoulder. The one thing she hated was getting on top of a horse and riding it, and here she was doing that very thing to keep Walter happy. He had brought Heidi home around 10 this morning, then suggested they take a nice tour of the farm on horseback. Of course, they were not about to refuse anything Walter asked for. Julia, don't worry. I'll be here to make sure you don't fall off, Eric Connolly told her. He showed up at the farm, and Walter promptly had him go along as the tour guide. Julia knew better. She didn't think Walter was fond of his nephew. She wondered why he even kept him on the payroll, but imagined it was for the same reason she suspected. He was family. He moved to the front, where his tall frame was no longer hiding behind the row of horses that waited for the riders to mount up. When they left earlier, she had noticed a small gas station and deli shop along the road, and asked Logan to stop. Now she pulled the bag of peppermints from her coat pocket and took the paper off, holding it in her open hand in front of the horse she was about to ride. There you go, sweetness. Enjoy your treat. Don't go hog wild on those peppermints, Julia. Too much will give the horse a bellyache. I didn't give too much. She had one peppermint. I guess that's all right then. Just remember, one too many can give her bellyache, he told her for the second time. What was he, her mother? I believe a few won't hurt, Eric. I've researched this extensively and my source says it's perfectly fine. He threw a hand over his heart. You impress me so much, he told her. I like a woman who thinks for herself. She wasn't sure what that meant, but she was starting to understand why Walter was constantly trying to get rid of the guy. He was annoying. She had been polite to him when they met during Savannah's shopping trip, but instinct told her he was not a nice person. Julia placed her foot in the saddle and began to pull herself up. She took horse riding lessons many years ago, so it wasn't like she didn't know how to ride, she just chose not to for many years. A hand against her thigh and bottom pushed her into the saddle. She looked down to see Eric staring up at her. What the heck was he doing? That was weird and kind of personal. Logan muttered under his breath. Are we ready to head out? He growled. Julia glanced back, noticing how he glared at Eric Connolly. She was surprised to see such animosity on Logan's face, and tried to get his attention not to overreact. There was no point in upsetting Eric, not now when they were so close to this deal. After all, he was a jerk, but he was a blood relative of Walter's. That accounted for something. Eric rode in the front as they left in single file until they crossed the road. A trail led into the mountains, and luckily someone had already plowed a wide path. She motioned for Dylan to pull ahead of her, until she was side by side with Logan. "Don't look so angry," she told him. "That was uncalled for, Julia. I'm going to break his jaw if he touches you again." "Logan? What kind of talk is that?" Logan clenched his jaw, then turned to her, his eyes softening. "I'm sorry. I probably should not say that, but it's how I feel right now." Eric was trying to be helpful, although I agree it was out of line. "I have a right to be angry, and I'm choosing to ignore it for the sake of this deal. You should too." Logan shook his head. "He was feeling you up. Call it what it is. Like I said, he better watch himself." He dug in his heels and rode ahead of her. Julia followed behind. She wasn't sure whether to be outraged or pleased. But now she'd have to watch Logan closely to keep him from losing his temper. Joe would kill her if the deal fell through over an argument. After 2 hours on horseback, they made their way back to the stables. Julia had to admit to herself she enjoyed the afternoon of riding. The horse had treated her well, and of course she handed her a peppermint before sliding from the saddle. One of the farm hands came up to her. "We'll take care of grooming, ma'am. We were told by Mr. Connolly that you are all to go to the house when you get back." Eric was off his horse before anyone else, and took the lead as they walked across the yard towards the ranch house. Julia noted he was behaving like someone who wanted to please their superior. He had to get there first, instead of walking with the three of them. She kept it to herself, but the grown man acted very childlike. She gave Logan a side glance to make sure he had calmed down. He was still staring at Eric, his jaw stiff. Julia reached over and squeezed his hand. She knew it surprised him. She felt him pull back, then closed her hand in his. "Let's get this done," she told him. Today. Today." He gave her hand one last tug before they went inside. The warmth was so overbearing. A fireplace sat against the huge stone wall in the living area with flames dancing inside. Neatly cut wood sat in a cast iron bin alongside the door to the huge deck. A picture window took up most of the outside wall, with a gorgeous view of the vast land Walter owned. "This is a lovely view, Walter. Thank you for inviting us into your home." Walter gave her a hug. "I think it's time we sat down and discussed some business." "Thank you. I agree. But first, we're going to finish off the 2 apple pies Heidi baked before she was whisked off to the hospital. I've also got some fresh milk to go along with it. Who wants a slice?" Julia wanted to roll her eyes. Walter was a ticking time bomb. She never knew what he was going to go off on next. "I would love a slice," she told him, giving him a quirky smile. "Walter, you drive a hard bargain. How is Heidi, by the way?" Walter had already set both pies on the table, and began slicing huge pieces for Logan, Dylan, and his nephew. He cut Julia a small piece along with himself. She'd love a cup of coffee with this, but settled instead on an ice-cold glass of milk. He passed the jug around the table, while everyone filled their glass. "Now I've been stringing you folks along, and I know you've been pretty darn patient with me. Trust me, I have my reasoning. It may not be exactly the way you are used to doing things, but all the properties and buildings you've seen in the last 2 days mean the world to me. I am selling off my legacy, because there is no one else to carry it on." Julia thought that was sad. She knew he had a child who passed away, but what about the nephew? Or brothers? Not much was ever said about them. Then she looked at Eric, and understood why he wasn't willing to pass it down to the last of his kin. There was greed in Eric's eyes. It was written all over his face, and if she could see it as plain as day, Walter saw it even more. "We understand how you feel, and have taken everything into consideration, and want to reassure you we will not disappoint your wishes," Julia told him. "I know. I've been watching all of you. You know, at one time, I thought a local company right here in Hideaway Lake would be the one I sold to, but I was wrong. The man had no integrity. He lived here all of his life, and yet he was willing to destroy everything for commercial success. I was a fool to think just because he was local, I could trust him." Julia knew he was talking about Laura's ex-husband. "It's unfortunate you had to find out that way, Walter. On the other hand, I am honored you are willing to negotiate with Russel Enterprise and the Bradley brothers." He leaned forward. I think the two companies partnering here will make a heck of a team. Have you drawn up a proposal for me yet? I'm putting the numbers together as we speak, Walter. I'll need Logan and Dylan to agree, and we can negotiate. I have my concerns about the farmer who is retiring. I understand, and will take that into consideration when I see your offer. Julia looked at each man at the table. Eric was practically drooling, knowing there would soon be a deal on the table. What had he been promised? She wanted to know. What's in it for you, Eric? He sat back. What do you mean? I mean, what do you gain by the sale? He looked taken aback. Well, honestly, I don't think it is any of your business. Walter raised a hand. As my lawyer, you will respect my guests. As my nephew, you ever talk to my guests like that, I will throw you out on your butt, boy. Walter turned to Julia. He will be paid for his lawyer services, then I can fire him. He's a horrible lawyer. Uncle Walter, you truly don't mean that. Walter bellowed. I sure do. Eric, you haven't worked a hard day's worth for the money I pay you. If it weren't for my brother, God rest his soul, you'd be thrown off my land and would have to actually work for a living. That answered her question why the brother didn't get anything. He had died. It looked like the nephew was the last living relative. Julia wanted to ask him why he continued to coddle the man, but it was not any of her business. Walter had a heart of gold. Who was she to judge his actions? All she knew was the blood was beginning to thump through her veins. She was anxious to write up the numbers and present her proposal. It was what she loved doing. She stood. Thank you for having us over today. I'm anxious to get started, so we'll say our goodbyes for now. Please give our respects to Heidi. Walter stood also, shaking hands first with Logan, then Dylan and Julia last. He cupped his hand over hers. I know we have to negotiate, but I will be honored to do so with you. You've made Joe proud. And now, I insist you go to the hoe down in the barn before you head back to the cabin for the evening. I'm not sure that. I insist. Lord knows we can all use some fun in our lives. You'll be locked away in the cabin for the next day working on my proposal, but you need to open your mind and relax first. Truly, it will make things so much easier. I've never been to a hoedown, Dylan admitted. It can't hurt any. Julia glanced at Logan, who shrugged his shoulders. You know Walter is not going to let you get away without attending the hoedown. Julia laughed. I guess you're right. You win, Walter. His smile was huge. He patted her hand before letting it go. Now go have some fun. The moment you step out on the porch, you'll hear the music. Just follow it to the barn. I don't attend to them anymore, but Heidi needs someone to watch over her tonight. Don't worry, Uncle Walter, I'll take them. Logan shook his head. I'm sure we can find the barn. Julia watched as Eric stared hard at Logan. I insist. She didn't think Walter noticed the tension between the two. Julia prayed there would not be any trouble. Dylan flung an arm around Logan's shoulder, as if he knew the man needed a distraction. Come on, let's go to the hoedown. How in the world did she get to this point of her life? Julia stood in a barn around piles of hay, lights strung from the rafters, a man with a fiddle, one with a guitar and a woman holding a violin. There was also a laptop and a pair of speakers on either side of them. Julia stood in front of the food table, where pitchers filled with beverages, bottles of water, beer and soda setting in tubs of ice were displayed. Several containers with cakes, cookies and a bowl of chips were set out, along with paper supplies. Those brownies look good, Eric mentioned. He pointed to a container with the lid on them. How do you know they are brownies? I had them made for tonight. How nice to contribute. She wasn't sure what to say. The music was starting up again, after the musicians took a small break where Logan and Dylan had been for the last 15 minutes in an intense conversation. Julia didn't go to office parties much. She was always the one who came in late and left after making rounds. Usually, she'd go up to her office and work. This was all new and strange to mingle with people. It looked like farm workers and ranch hands and their families were here. She wanted to know more. Where do all these people come from, Eric? He leaned closer. She backed up. He was so overly annoying, and wasn't even sure why she bothered to have a conversation with him. These are the employees that run the farm. Depending what happens after the sale, these families are in fear of losing their jobs. Julia got it loud and clear. Walter was a shrewd man. He wanted them to get to know his employees. He hadn't sent them out here to relax and have fun. Well, maybe have fun with his employees he wanted them to meet. Had Walter made any promises to them already? If so, she'd find out when they began to negotiate. Are you going to have a brownie? No. I'm stuffed from the pie we just ate, Julia told Eric. He had the audacity to pick up the container and push it in front of her. Here. I insist. Take one bite. You won't be able to refuse after that. Julia wasn't the type of person who bowed down to pressure. Why was he being so annoying? Look, Eric, I'm not sure why you are pushing those brownies, but I'm not going to eat one. I'm full. Thank you anyway. If he insisted, she was going to insist they leave. Julia turned to get a bottle of water. Two younger children ran up to Eric. Can we have a brownie? No. These are adult brownies. You can have the cookies over there on the table. But I want a brownie. I said no. These are for someone else. Julia swung around after she pulled a bottle of water from the ice tub, in time to see the two kids walk away with sad faces. What was wrong with him? The guy was fanatical. Logan and Dylan were walking across the barn when the fiddle player began to play. Everyone began to clap and dance, so Dylan joined the others. Logan kept moving towards her and took her arm, dragging her to the dance floor. She remembered how he had made her laugh during 50s night as they began to dance to the sound of the fiddle. Then he swung her around a few times before picking her up from the ground. Put me down, she'd tell him, and he'd oblige before doing the same thing again. And again. Julia happened to glance back at the food table to see Eric tapping a woman on the shoulder. He offered her a brownie, and she happily took one and ate it while they chatted. He did the same thing with another young lady. Something wasn't right. She hadn't gone to many parties in her lifetime, but she heard about people putting drugs in ladies' drinks. Was Eric putting something in the brownies? She was suspicious at first when he wouldn't allow the children to have any. She needed to warn those ladies. I'll be right back, she told Logan after the music ended. She made her way to Eric and the young lady, who kept smiling at Eric. When Julia walked up to them, the woman turned to her. She looked at Julia with glazed, unfocused eyes. That's when she knew the truth. That one brownie hadn't been the first one the young woman ate. What's going on here, Eric? Are you drugging the brownies? Is that why you would not let the children have any? Don't be ridiculous. Okay, I'm not going to lie. We do this all the time. It's just pot. Besides, Beth and Suzanne both know what's in them. Julia turned to the woman. Is this true? You know what's in the brownies? Sure. What's wrong with that? Julia glared at them both. She pulled the container out of Eric's hand and marched over to a trash can with a lid on it at the entrance to the barn. Lifting the lid, she dumped the rest of them into the trash. What's going on, Julia? Logan was at her heels as she marched back to Eric and handed the empty container to him. You had that setting on the table in the open, where a child may have taken one. He shook his head. I was watching. Suzanne had just set them down when I picked it up and offered you one. That's the other thing. You never told me they were pot brownies, and you offered me one without my knowledge. How often do you do that? Are these people in danger from you? No. I just... Julia was too angry to notice the music had stopped. Everyone was watching her. She hadn't wanted to draw attention to herself, but now it was too late. Who is in charge here? One of the ranch hands moved forward. That'd be me. I'm Frank Jones. You need to report this to Walter. And if I ever see those brownies at one of these hoedowns again, I will take action. Yes, ma'am. The man in charge didn't argue with her, so he knew why she was here. Were they all in on this? Trying to impress the new owners? She turned to Logan. Go get your brother, and let's go back to the cabin. We have work to do. Julia turned and walked out of the barn, knowing every pair of eyes were staring at her as she left. Logan and Dylan followed a few minutes later. She was leaning against the vehicle, waiting. It was so cold, but she was too angry to notice. Neither brother asked her what was wrong until they were leaving the ranch. Dylan spoke up first. "You are quite impressive, Julia. You shut down that whole barn with your voice." "I am so angry right now, I can hardly see straight." Logan placed a hand on her knee. "Want me to go back and beat up Eric?" Dylan agreed. "He needs the crap beat out of him." Their boyish behavior made her laugh at last. "No, Logan. I do not want you to beat up anyone. Especially not when we are this close to closing this deal." Logan sighed. "Is that all you think about?" "Yes. And you should be too. When a lady's honor is at stake, the deal is the last thing on my mind." He once again surprised her with such sweet words. She never had anyone stick up for her, besides family. "Thank you, Logan. Now tell us both what exactly happened. I wanted to step in, but you had the floor under your spell." "Spell? I'm not a witch, Logan. Although, I've been known to be quite the bitch on occasion." "Sorry. That's not what I mean. I can hardly believe anyone would think of you in that way," he teased. Her reputation as being difficult was well known in the business world. She looked at her lap where his hand laid, his fingers entwined in hers as they held hands. She hadn't even realized they did that. It was so natural of him to take her hand. The moment was so real. They were riding along in the car, snow-covered land on both sides of the road, the night so dark that only a few stars peeked out. The headlights shone brightly, leading the way up the mountain while they stared out of the windshield at the still night. She heard Logan's steady breathing, while Dylan was so quiet she wondered if he hadn't fallen asleep. Then she noticed the LED light from his phone, and heard the tick-tick-tick of his fingers as he texted quietly. Julia wondered about the next phase. Within a day or two the deal could be sealed, and then she was free to be with Logan openly. Anxiety ripped through her like she'd never felt before. She was 45 years old, and never once serious about a man. Now at this time of her life, along comes Logan to make her feel all the things she'd never felt or experienced. She was afraid. Julia Russel was tough. No one ever got through her thick skin. She heard all the things people had said about her. Some still did. It wasn't something you can erase from your mind. Except all these years, it never bothered her to be the bitchy businesswoman who refused to take no for an answer. Her mind flashed back to the night of Joe's wedding and the bouquet of flowers she caught. She glanced at Logan, who was seriously watching the road ahead. No, she was a fool to think that pile of flowers jinxed her. She wasn't a marrying type, and didn't think Logan was either. They'd be friends and continue down that path. He squeezed her hand when he realized she was staring at him. He glanced at her, gave her a quick smile before his eyes went back to the road. "There's a tricky curve going up this mountainside." Dylan finally responded from the back seat. "Yeah, and watch out for black ice. It's cold enough for that to happen." Logan nodded. "I'll be glad to sit in front of the fire and relax after today." Julia laughed. "There will be no relaxing, Logan. We have a proposal to work on." "Tonight? I thought we'd work on that tomorrow." She laughed. "You thought wrong. I want to present this to Walter first thing tomorrow. We need him to sign before he sends us off on another crazy adventure." Logan chuckled. "I have to admit, a cabin on a mountainside, a hoedown and horseback riding is nothing short of brilliant. The man knows how to entertain. He invited us to the hoedown to meet his staff. The staff that he does not want us to get rid of when the papers are signed. He plans to make sure we keep them by putting conditions in the proposal. They all know how to run the ranch. Why would we get rid of them?" "Agree. I certainly don't want to run a ranch. Joe will be the final decision maker, but he'll take what we have to say into consideration." Dylan was half paying attention. He thought they were still talking about what happened at the hoedown. "Julia, you never did tell us why you got so angry." Julia figured they were far enough away from Eric, she could say. "He put pot in his brownies, and I'm not saying there is anything wrong with that if it is your thing. Recreational pot is not legal yet in Pennsylvania, so he is technically breaking the law." "Oh, he's breaking the law all right." Logan had been rubbing a finger across her hand. It came to a sudden stop. How was he breaking the law? Did he do something to you? She felt the car slow down. She nodded. He tried to get me to eat one. He kept insisting. Without my knowledge. I think that is a crime. What? Why didn't you tell me? I'd have decked him right then and there. Julia shook her head. I handled it, Logan. Not every woman needs a knight in shining armor to come to her rescue. Why not? He pulled their entwined hands towards his mouth and kissed her lightly on the knuckles. She pulled her hand away from his when she noticed Dylan watching them from the back seat. Behave, Logan. Remember the deal. I had no idea you two were a thing. Shows you where my head has been lately. Congrats, bro. Congrats, Julia. She turned to stare at him. We are not a thing. We are friends. Dylan laughed. It looks like it too, he teased. She didn't know what to say, since Logan and Dylan were both smiling. Julia was so relieved when they made it to the cabin. The moment Logan pulled up to the door, she shot out of the vehicle to make her way to the front porch. She entered the code with shaking fingers and went inside, determined to get away from the two men. There was no way she'd let anyone know she was having a panic attack. No one knew about them, not even Joe. They'd come out of the blue, but she recognized the symptoms, so she'd excuse herself and deal with it alone. She hurried to her room, her hand shaking, and opened the door, thinking she closed it. The fireplace in her room had been lit, probably by the caretaker of the cabins. It was a nice thing to come back to, but she hardly noticed, except it gave her enough light to get to the dresser. Julia pulled at the buttons on her jacket, desperate to get her coat off. She threw it on the floor and placed her hands on her knees, taking a few deep breaths. It didn't help. An intense fear went through her, invading every single thought and blanking her mind to anything else but this awful fear of losing control. Her hands shook so hard, she gripped the edge of the dresser, afraid to look into the mirror, but she needed something to focus on. Her eyes looked wild and scared, and she knew she was trembling all over. Sweat trickled down each side of her face. The headache and chest pain began. Julia knew if she didn't get a grip on things, she'd be no good to finish this deal. Why now, dear God, why now? There were times when it took hours to get through this. The shortness of breath began, causing her to take in deep gulps of air. She forced herself not to look away and stared into the mirror, trying to get a grip on her emotions that went awry. Calm, easy, take a breath, 1, 2, 3. Julia. She heard him call her name. His arms came around her and he stood behind her, his intense eyes staring into hers from the mirror. Look at me right now. Julia, no, do not turn away. You must look at me. Their eyes locked together in the mirror. She felt an instant connection to Logan. He pulled her to him, her back against his warmth. I see. He wouldn't let her look away, and she no longer wanted to. You are having a panic attack. Let me help you. With that, he picked her up in his arms. Don't look away, Julia. Keep looking at me. He sat on the bed, then laid her gently in the middle and laid beside her, pulling her into his arms. She kept her eyes locked on his face, silently counting, forcing herself to breathe. He spoke softly, his words penetrating deep into her soul. It was so soothing, listening to him talk. His hands were running up and down her back, as the fear began to leave. Julia's arms were locked in between them, against his chest. She could feel her heartbeat slowing, and concentrated on that. Whatever Logan was doing, it was working. She began to look away. No, love. No. Look at me, keep looking. She was aware of what he said, and yet it sounded so nice. Her eyelids were getting heavy. This never happened before. She'd pull herself out of a panic attack and get back to work. Now all she cared about was the arms holding her, the man staring into her soul. When she was no longer able to keep her eyes open, she felt his lips kiss her lightly on each eye. He kept speaking softly to her, kissing her cheek, her temple, running a hand through her hair. The act of kindness overwhelmed Julia, and she wanted to cry. But she never did. She fell asleep in Logan's arms. Chapter 14. Madison stood at the door, a huge smile on her face. The cold air pushed its way in, even though there were several ladies with Madison blocking the cold winter frost. It was a dark evening, with hardly any stars out. "Come in," Savannah greeted them. Hannah was by her side, sniffing each person's coat as they entered the foyer. "This is Hannah. She's a senior dog and shows her love by licking you, so be warned." A tiny woman patted Hannah on the head. "Hello, Hannah. Pleased to meet you." She took off her long coat and whipped a large brim hat from her head. Savannah offered to take their coats, but one of the ladies stopped her. "Wait 1 second, the lady who introduced herself as Helen said. She had 2 large bags she was holding onto, and set them on the floor. Opening the one bag, she pulled out the contents, setting them alongside the bag, and filled the bag with all of their coats, hats, and gloves. When Helen caught Savannah staring at her, she smiled. "Ghosts can be quirky things. We've often had our things flying through the air at record speed. There have been times they've gotten away from us or been destroyed. So we are taking precautions now." Helen zipped the bag shut, pulled a huge chain out of the side pocket of the duffel bag, and put it through the handles. Then she went to the banister by the stairs, and wrapped the other end of the chain around one of the posts, and used a huge lock to secure it. Madison and Savannah looked at each other and grinned. These ladies were serious. Helen took a hanky from her pocket and wiped her hands, then stuffed the hanky back in. Savannah welcomed them. "Thank you for coming, ladies. Would you like to sit down and have some dessert so we can talk?" 3 women made it to the couch in record time. They all sat close to one another, as if they were afraid to separate. Helen took charge as she took a buttermilk cookie from the plate Madison offered. Between bites, Helen introduced themselves and explained how they work. "I'm Helen, as you know, and this little tiny thing is Paulette." Paulette waved. "I think it's time for some wine. How about you ladies?" She pulled out a bottle from one of the bags. "Do you have glasses? If not, we did bring our own." "I have glasses," she told them. Savannah went to the kitchen and found the trash can was knocked over again. "Cat, behave. These ladies are going to help you." Somehow, talking to the ghost made her feel better, as if the little girl understood. She couldn't explain how she knew the girl heard her. Was it intuition? She wasn't sure. When Savannah returned, the little tiny woman worked on freeing the cork while Helen continued the conversation. "Catherine is the only other person who could come on this trip since it was so sudden, but we do understand the importance of what needs to be done." Catherine waved her hand in front of her face. "Hello," she offered, her mouth stuffed with a cookie. "I'm happy the 3 of you are here," Savannah told them. "How do we deal with a mischievous ghost?" Madison was going over everything they learned today at the Historical Society when the doorbell rang. Savannah got up to answer it. It must be Doc Parker. He was running late. She opened the door to find Parker wearing a pair of snug jeans and a heavy jacket. Not his usual scrubs. He brought his hand from around his back and gave her a small bouquet of daisies. "I thought tonight needed a bit of brightness added to it," he said, his smile contagious. She was pleased at his sweet gesture. "Come in. Don't stand out there all night," she told him, taking his coat and introducing him to the rest of the ladies. "I'll sit here quietly while you carry on," he told the women, who did look quite annoyed they were interrupted. Helen was the spokesperson for the team, as she explained how they worked. Were they for real? Madison and Savannah exchanged glances again, not sure where this was all heading. The ladies seemed perfectly fine eating cookies and sipping on wine. Then out of the blue, Helen looked at her 2 friends. "Are you ready to get started?" Paulette looked reluctant, but put down her cookie. "I suppose." Catherine nodded, and reached for the second duffel bag that held their supplies. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will do a prayer first. Paulette." She turned to the tiny lady, who had pulled out several candles, and was setting them around the room. A huge one was put in the middle of the table. "Gather around," Helen instructed. Madison, Savannah, and Parker gave each other a look of disbelief, since they were already gathered around the coffee table. Each one leaned forward anyway. "I want you all to stare into the light emitting from the candle." Helen raised her hands, totally serious. "We will pray for protection, and I want you to visualize the light calming you as it pours over top of you." She flung her head back dramatically. "I ask for a capsule of light to surround each one of us, to seal and protect us from energies or influences out there. I ask you to fill our aura with so much light and the love of God in the name of God. Now everyone please fill your body with the light white. Nothing happened. It wasn't that Savannah didn't believe in what these women were doing, but she didn't feel like there was light filling her whole body up. Madison made a noise, and she didn't dare look at her in case she burst out laughing. Parker was very quiet, and she wasn't about to look his way either. She had her eyes shut when she smelled garlic. It was so strong her eyes flew open to find Paulette placing garlic on each person's lap and at each doorway. What is that smell? Parker sneezed. The garlic will drive away dark entities, Helen told them. Her voice was totally serious. Oh, I thought it was just for vampires, Paulette mentioned, also totally serious. Helen dropped her arms. I swear, Paulette, you never pay attention to a word I say. Next, Savannah watched as Helen pulled a box of salt and a bowl out of her bag. She poured the salt into the bowl and stood. Let's take a walk throughout the house, so we can identify what type of energy is here. If we feel a dark entity, we can toss a handful of salt their way to keep them back. When Helen stood, a huge cross hung from the chain she pulled out from underneath her top. Paulette and Catherine did the same. I'm giving each one of you an energy stone. These will draw only positive energy. Hold it in your hand, and do not give it to anyone else. Savannah held the hard stone in her hand, and followed the others around the room. They moved from room to room, quietly, with only the shuffle of feet making any sound. They worked their way up the stairs when a whoosh of cold air passed by. Aha! Helen stood on the stairs, eyes closed, then raised her hands in the air for over 2 minutes. Savannah had no idea what she was doing, but the whoosh of air she felt at her shoulder meant the child was near. Almost as if she were hiding behind Savannah, Helen led the others upstairs. 15 minutes later, they were back down in the living room, as Helen parleyed with her team. She finally turned to Savannah. You have 2 ghosts. 2. I'm sorry, did I hear you right? She gave Madison a strange look. How can that be? Helen motioned everyone closer. Take hands. I'm sorry, this is weird, she told Parker, who seemed amused by the whole thing. It's entertaining. Helen drew air into her lungs through her nose. Cat, I know you are here. Make yourself known. Nothing. Then as they watched, Hannah's ears perked up. She growled, as a cold wave of air hit everyone in the immediate circle. Thank you, Cat, Helen told her. Now, Mrs. Turner, come forward. What? Cat's mother was here too? Savannah hadn't seen that coming. Out of the blue, Madison gasped. Everyone looked at her as laughter filled the room. There was an apple balanced on top of Madison's head. She moved and it fell to the ground. That was awful. Madison clasped Savannah's hand harder. Thank you for the sign, Mrs. Turner. I know you have been trying to catch your daughter, to take her into the light. I'm sorry no one was able to do that before. We are here tonight to help. Helen told Savannah. When you heard someone whisper cat, it was her mother calling for her. The child keeps trying to hide, thinking they are playing a game. Helen directed her attention to the empty space by the fireplace. Cat, you must go with your mother. Stop running from her. She's been trying to catch you for years. Go into the light with her. Do you see it? Paulette turned to Savannah. She likes you, and doesn't want to leave you or the dog. Savannah, incredulous, stared at the woman as if she were crazy. How do you even know that? I have the gift to know things. It is hard to explain, she stated. Savannah had the impression she didn't like to be questioned about her special abilities. I will talk to her. Hopefully she'll listen. Parker squeezed her hand, giving her courage to speak up. Cat, I want you to take your mother's hand and walk with her to the light. Please go to the light. You don't want to stay here. I'll be moving into my own house someday, and then you will be alone. Go on, Cat, go to the light with your mother. There was nothing, not a slight movement or sound. Savannah told Cat, your daddy is waiting for you both. Helen kept nodding her head as if she was seeing something, except her eyes were closed. Savannah was so weirded out it wasn't funny. She felt a rush of cold air, and in that moment knew it would be the last time she'd feel it. Cat was gone. Even Hannah, who had her ears perked and her head up, laid her head down on her paws. "I think she left," Savannah whispered. Helen's voice was loud and clear. "We are done here. Now, ladies. Let's go drink some wine." Madison, Savannah, and Parker watched as the ladies picked up their woo-woo stuff and placed the garlic, candles, and crystals back in the bags. Helen gave Savannah a hug. "I think your troubles are over." "Thank you." Madison put on her coat to take the ladies back to the mansion on the hill. Before Helen left, she turned to Savannah. "It may feel as if you lost an old friend, but trust me, Kat is better off now. She was occupying her time being mischievous, but eventually it may have turned bad. Enjoy your evening in your nice clean house." When everyone left, she turned to Parker, who was on the floor beside Hannah, petting her. She sat down with him. "This was such a strange night. At least your ghost is gone." "I think she is. Am I as crazy as the ladies of the night?" He shook his head. "I don't think any of you are crazy. We have no idea about the spirit world. More people than you have witnessed ghosts in their house. When I was putting myself through college, I worked as an aide at a local nursing home night shift. If you think this was weird, I can tell you stories that will make you afraid to fall asleep." "No, I don't think I want to hear them. At least not yet." He gave her an appreciative look. "Does this mean you want to see more of me?" "I think so." "You only think so?" She laughed. "I know so." "Good. I'm glad we met," he told her. "Same." "Yeah." She was leaning in towards him. He leaned in towards her. It was a sweet feeling. Savannah thought he may kiss her. Hannah chose that moment to stick her head between the two of them. Instead of Parker's mouth on hers, she tasted a furry ear. He laughed, then so did she. "I should go. Thank you for an interesting night." When Parker left, Savannah sat in the living room for the longest time. Helen was right. She felt a bit lost all of a sudden. As if someone had left. It was a familiar feeling from childhood, when her mother had left her with her Grammy so often. She wasn't shocked or surprised. Hannah jumped up on the couch, snuggling close. She rolled over and stuck her paws in the air. "You want your belly rubbed again, don't you, girl?" Hannah made the funniest sounds that made Savannah laugh. She looked around. Everything was calm and peaceful. No lights blinked on or off, and nothing got thrown through the air. Kat had found her way home. Savannah rubbed the dog's ears. She did too. This is where they both belonged, in Hideaway Lake. The phone buzzed. Was it still in her pocket? Julia shifted slightly, her hand sliding down her body to find herself fully dressed. Her head felt so foggy at first she didn't realize she was in her own bed. Blinking, she tried to focus. Her brother's name stood out in red letters on the screen. He was requesting a video chat. She tapped on the little camera, since it wasn't unusual for him to call so early. "Hello, Joe." Her throat was dry and scratchy. It was hard to get all the words out. She looked at the screen to find her brother was sitting on a chair outside having coffee at a bistro table. Laura was sitting beside him, waving. It was too difficult to lift her hand in greeting. "Hi, sis. I just got a call from Walter. Looks like the negotiations start today." "Today? What time is it?" Her room was still dark, the fireplace flickering, sending long shadows across the room. She gazed at the door, which was now closed. She needed a coffee. "It's probably 8 in the morning your time, 6 here in El Paso, Texas. You sure get around." "What's up, Joe?" "I'm not awake yet." She usually wasn't this short with him, but her head was starting to become clearer. She sat up, trying to understand what had happened. "I wanted to touch base and let you know we are staying put here until the negotiations are done. I'll sign a digital copy of the agreement. I want to do a Zoom call to finalize the deal. Do you have the proposal ready to go?" Julia didn't know what to say. She hadn't started it yet. Last night, they pulled up to the front door, and all she knew was she had to prevent anyone from seeing her panic attack. "Julia, are you okay? You look a little flustered." Laura's voice came through the phone. "I've been up working on it all night," she lied. Julia had never lied to her brother before. What was wrong with her? "I must have laid down for a moment and fell asleep." I'll be delivering the proposal in a few hours. She moved the blanket away to get out of bed, when a pair of muscular legs appeared. Julia stared hard. Sis, what's going on there? Julia threw the blanket back over herself. What do you mean, Joe? If you wouldn't call me at the crack of dawn, I'd be more presentable. I happen to still be in bed sleeping. I'd say you've been doing more than that. Is my proposal going to get done, or must I deal with this myself? Deal with what? For crying out loud, Joe. What are you talking about? Julia, do you know there is a man in your bed? She closed her eyes. She had hoped he hadn't seen it. There wasn't a chance to avoid a confrontation now. Nope, Joe saw everything. She opened them, and cringed at the look in her brother's eyes. She was supposed to be conducting herself as a professional. She glanced behind her to find Logan asleep, his shirt off, an arm stretched out. She may as well come clean. Yeah, about that. I wasn't planning on that to happen. Is that Logan Bradley? Shit, Julia. Are you trying to mess up this deal? You don't sleep. Joe, let her be. Let her have some dignity, without yelling at her over the phone in front of him. At least Laura was sticking up for her. Julia had to take control of this situation. Like, right now before it got any worse. Look, Joe. You want this deal and so do I. Logan wants it too. We are both adults. I have needs, Joe, and don't have to answer to you. I know what you guys say behind my back. Poor Julia is never with anyone. Well, I found someone, and I'm having fun for once in my life. So stuff it. Your proposal will be ready in 2 hours. She ended the call and threw the phone down, letting it get lost in the oversized comforter and sheets. When she went to get up, a strong arm pulled her back. She turned to him. Don't say it. I can't believe I got caught in bed by my older brother. I feel like I'm 15 years old. Julia. His husky tone caused her to pause. He was gazing at her with compassion instead of accusation. Logan ran a hand down her cheek. Why didn't you tell him we didn't do anything? Why didn't you tell him you had a panic attack, and I held you in my arms until you fell asleep? I don't know. It's easier to let him believe what he wants to. She closed her eyes as his fingers stroked her cheek. When she shivered, he pulled her back into his arms and held her there. Tell me about the panic attacks. I'm sorry you had to see it. No one knows. Not even Joe. She shook her head. Especially not Joe. They began after my parents were killed. Sometimes they come on at the worst times, like last night. What were you afraid of last night? Tell me, Julia. We can't ignore this any longer. Sorry to tell you, Logan, but this is my problem, not yours. Not anymore. Stop, Julia. I know you have to appear tough and cold to the world. That's your thing, and I'm not judging you. But to me, when we are alone, I want you to know that you can show me your emotions. Your weaknesses are mine, and I'll never judge you. I hope you do the same with mine. No one ever spoke to her this way before. Julia would not let one tear fall. She was made tougher than that. His kindness was too much. I think we better write that proposal. We will. Look at me, Julia. I mean every word. This is not going away. You need me, and I need you as much, if not more. We haven't even started on my issues yet. She shook her head. The perfect Logan Bradley has issues? I'm in shock. You have no idea. Are you going to stick around long enough to find out? His eyes pleaded with hers, yet in a way she knew he'd accept whatever decision she made. He was just as vulnerable as she was. Maybe? He kissed her, long and gentle, and yet with a force that told her he was claiming her as his own. She wanted to stay right there in his arms. But Joe and Walter were early birds and expected a proposal soon. She pushed away, slipped out of bed, and headed for the shower. Get out of my room right now, Bradley. I don't recall inviting you here. Before he could say a word, she slammed the bathroom door and smiled. She heard him shuffling outside the door, and then chuckle as he left, closing the bedroom door loud enough she knew he was gone. Julia stared at herself in the mirror, horrified at how puffy her eyes looked. Her hair shot out in every direction. Even so, Logan saw beyond that, and made her feel like a beautiful being. Her life was changing. Every single day she spent with Logan, it gave her something new to think about. She had always put the company first. Now it didn't seem to matter as much. She did know she wanted more of something that was eluding her. Did she have the capacity to step out of the box she created for herself and take a chance? Julia stripped quickly and turned on the hot water. She needed time to think. Maybe after this was all over, she'd spend a few days alone at the mansion to figure out just what she wanted from life, without Logan to encourage her or her family to discourage her ideas. Julia was going to have her own winter retreat before making any more decisions concerning herself. Joe sat on the metal chair, staring at the cup of coffee Laura poured. A slow smile crept onto his face. "I'll be a monkey's uncle." Laura laughed. "I'm not sure why. Is this about Julia?" She sat back down, sliding a blueberry muffin across the small table. Joe laid his hand over hers. "You have brightened my life, dear Laura. I'm so glad we found each other." Laura smiled. "You tell me that every day. I am honored and do not deserve you." Joe stood up, leaned over and kissed his wife with all the passion of a man in love. "I will tell you every day for the rest of your life, because I mean every word." It was so easy to get off track with her around, but he wanted her to know how much she meant to him. "I feel the same about you, Joe." He sat back down and sighed. "I am hoping Julia has found the same thing with Logan. Walter's been keeping me updated on their progress. I was just a bit shocked to see him in her bed this morning. She never mixes pleasure with work." It appeared she was just as shocked. "I think there was something else going on, but that is their business." "What do you mean, keeping you updated? Is that what those late evening texts were about on your phone?" Joe almost felt guilty for communicating with Walter while on their honeymoon. He hoped Laura wouldn't stay angry about that for long. He did promise her no business, except when the proposal was ready to be negotiated. Sort of. "Okay, yes. Walter and I both figured out early on there was something going on between Julia and Logan. A few of my employees reported things to me. I can't say who, or they'll forever be known as rats." Laura shook her head. "This is unbelievable. Joe, I am ashamed of you." Even though she said it, he saw she wasn't terribly angry. "I apologize. Forgive me?" She ran a hand across his cheek. "How can I not forgive you?" He raised a brow. "I am forever in your debt, if you promise never to tell Julia we kind of set her and Logan up. The idea came after she caught the flowers at our wedding." "That's right." Laura laughed. "I was so enthralled with what was going on with us, but I did see her holding onto them with her fingertips, looking horrified that she caught them." "Right. I've known Logan and Dylan for a long time. Everyone thinks they are both players, and they are far from that. I knew Logan would be perfect for my sister." "Oh, Joe. I don't approve, even if you thought you'd be doing something good for her. What if it all falls apart? How do you work with your sister after that?" He chuckled. "I won't have to work with her, but Logan will. I'm going to expand Russel Enterprise." "Oh, Joe. I don't understand your business stuff. I'm happy making my cakes and pies and running the inn. Are you certain you'll be satisfied to live there and put up with my simple life? I'm watching your face light up as you talk about your company, and it worries me. We went over this a million times, darling. You will not have a simple life. I'm whisking you away whenever I get the need to go. Remember our late-night talks?" She giggled. "I do. They were much more than talks, Joe." She leaned across the table. "How do you plan to expand Russel Enterprise?" "There are several large commercial sites Walter owns. I have some ideas. I am hoping my new partners will take over and move their headquarters to Hideaway Lake." "I see. And what do you plan to do with Julia?" "Make her CEO. She deserves it." "What about the Russell building in Berks County?" "It will stay right there. No one loses their jobs, and we move others up the ladder. I want everything else moved to Hideaway Lake. It's my new home." "You've thought this through, haven't you?" "Yes. I want Julia to find happiness. Now that Savannah is also there, I'm hoping Joshua and Jonathan will move from the city too. It will be a well-deserved change for all of us." You are a smart man, even if I don't approve of your shenanigans with Julia. What about Joy? I don't know. She is as dedicated to her life as much as we are with Russel Enterprise. We'll see. I should warn you that Julia will find out what you did, one way or another. I'll cross that bridge when it gets here, he told her. Joe took her hand. We should take a walk along the river. It's such a beautiful morning, and I don't want to neglect you. I must admit, I may be on a call later negotiating the sale once Julia finishes things there. So this walk is to appease me, so you can do your business on our honeymoon? Absolutely. Laura shook her head and laughed. I love you, Joe. I love you. I'm one lucky man. Chapter 15. Julia was dressed to kill. She worked best when she felt powerful, and that happened when she wore her black belted pantsuit, set along with a pair of 4-inch block heels. She pulled her hair back in a French braid, then made her way downstairs, set her laptop on the counter in the kitchen and started a pot of coffee. Dylan and Logan were nowhere to be found. She wasn't going to worry about their location until the proposal was ready for their approval. Julia had less than 2 hours. She wasn't worried. Standing by the coffee pot waiting for it to finish, she stared at the black liquid dripping into the pot and began to question Joe's call this morning. He seemed surprised to see Logan in her bed, and yet his reaction wasn't as bad as she thought it would be. Julia and Joe spent many years working together. She knew him, like she knew every number she ever calculated for the company. If he had been truly upset, there was no way Joe could stay sitting at that small bistro table for long. She would have seen him pacing back and forth, trying to stay calm, which made her realize he already knew. Joe. She had spent so much time trying to hide the fact Logan and her were spending personal time together, and now realized he knew all along. There were rats at the mansion. Had Olivia mentioned their conversation in passing to James, who talked to Joe? She didn't imagine Olivia would deliberately reveal their private conversation. The more she thought about it, she doubted it came from Olivia at all. She tapped fingertips on the counter as the coffee pot finished. Pouring a cup, she had to clear her head before running the numbers. If it wasn't anyone from the mansion, that left only one person. Logan. She wanted to trust him. From everything he did and said, she thought he was a man of honor. Now she wasn't so sure. Julie sat down on the stool and stared at the blank screen as she powered up the laptop. It was time to get to work. She punched in numbers for the company attorney and put her cell on speakerphone. After 2 rings, Nicole answered. Hey boss. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, let's get this done. I just fired up the laptop, and I am finishing the numbers right now. Can you do your thing and send it back to me ASAP? Absolutely. I cleared my calendar for the day. Julia laughed. Nicole, that's charming considering you have no life outside your law office. Sadly, I know. Rumor has it you've been having some fun with a handsome man. Julia froze. Who told you that? Oh. Never mind. No. You don't get to rescind those words. Tell me, Nicole. If I don't tell, you'll fire me, right? There was amusement in her voice. Yes. Since Joe hired me, I'm going to ignore you, my friend. Now give me some numbers and don't worry about the rumors. You'll be there until the end of the month, right? Most of the rumors will blow over by then. Julia cringed. I can't work like this. Nicole's laughter came through loud and clear. I'm teasing you, girlfriend. Actually, I just got off the phone with Joe. He told me you'd be calling me as soon as you can tear yourself away from Logan Bradley. Silence. She was going to kill her brother. Do not say a word to anyone. I'm honestly not sure what to do about this whole situation. Honestly, Julia. Let it go. Have some fun and enjoy your life. Julia shook her head. Coming from someone who is just like me. True. Sorry, Julia. I had to tease you. No one knows except me, and you know I keep my mouth shut. Julia realized she was right. Besides, why was she so uptight if anyone knew about her relationship with Logan? This was all new and strange, and she wasn't handling it well at all. Okay, I'm going to read off the numbers and let's get this proposal done." They spent the next 45 minutes working on the proposal. When Julia and Nicole finished, she looked around to see if the Bradley brothers came back from wherever they had gone. "I need their approval," she told Nicole. "I'll call you back as soon as I find them." "Okay. You still have an hour and 15 minutes left before Walter's deadline." Julia grinned. "I think Walter was kidding about a deadline. He's going to sell to us." "You sure?" "I am. Instinct and all that tells me so. Gotta run. Love you, girl." The screen went blank. Julia slid from the stool to look for the brothers. She went back upstairs and knocked on 2 doors, but no one answered. When she got back downstairs, she walked the perimeter until she came to a partially open door. She peeked in to see a covered catwalk that led down a long hallway. It probably led to the recording studio. Whoever built this cabin was smart. The musicians didn't have to go outside in bad weather in order to record. She saw a closed door at the end of the catwalk and pushed it open to find the brothers playing around with recording equipment. A lively beat began when Logan looked up and gave her a smile. "Come on in, Julia. We're recording a song." She laughed and stepped inside. "What did you do, write a song?" They were playing around when there was work to be done. Dylan nodded. "We are making it up right now." He pushed another button. It sounded like the steady beat of a drum. Logan nodded, then began to play a rhythm on the guitar that was cheery and had her tapping both feet. Logan and Dylan took turns singing. Logan, "Sitting at the recording studio and it feels all right." Dylan, "Been doing this all morning about the time of sunrise." Logan, "We're waiting on a deal to make us a bit richer. Join us in celebrating, don't y'all be hating." Julia could not help herself. She clapped her hands and joined in. "Julia, while you are playing around now, the proposal is burning up, wow." Logan and Dylan began cracking up. Logan, "Here comes Julia putting up a fuss, she's not really cool like us." They all laughed hysterically before ending the recording. "I have to admit, that was fun." Julia never enjoyed herself so much in her life. She began to walk towards the door. "But we have about a half hour to look over everything before our attorney submits it to Walter. Let's go, men." They followed her to the kitchen, and everything became serious when she pulled up the proposal onto her laptop. Dylan questioned a few of the numbers, while Julia reassured everyone she'd done all the math. Logan was particularly quiet, until both Dylan and Julia looked for him to seal the proposal. "I guess this is it then. After he accepts, we'll be done here." "You might be, but I'm working at the mansion until the end of the month." Julia wasn't sure if she even wanted to go back to the city. Her whole life had changed in a few weeks. Logan nodded. "Send it through." She punched in Nicole's number for another video chat. "Do it, and thank you for spending your Sunday morning with us. This is Logan and Dylan Bradley." "No problem," Nicole reassured her, staring at Dylan like she was about to drool. "Hello," she said to the men. "I look forward to meeting you both in person when we need your actual signatures." "It will be my pleasure," Dylan told her. "Bye, Nicole. See you in a few weeks. I'll call when everything is in place. Perhaps I can come there and see why Joe wants to live there instead of our wonderful city." "You should. Let Joe know we'll close at the mansion." "Wonderful. Looking forward to meeting everyone." When the screen went blank, Dylan looked at Julia with excitement in his eyes. "That's your corporate lawyer?" Julia laughed. "Yes, don't let her gorgeous looks fool you. She's smart as a whip." "I'm sure she is. I can't wait to meet her." Logan walked over to the huge picture window and gazed out at the mountains. Julia left him alone, since she wasn't sure why he became so aloof. Had she done something wrong? They had been laughing about the song a few minutes prior. Julia realized he wasn't sure what the future would entail either. Perhaps that was the reason she had such a horrible panic attack last night. Everything had felt right with Logan, and now with the signing of a contract, their togetherness was over. Was he afraid she'd go back to the city and forget him? She wondered, because she was afraid he was going to do the same thing. And that scared her. A beep sounded on the computer. She opened up the email to find Walter's response. That was super fast. Walter has conditions, which we knew he would. The three of them gathered around the laptop. Julia was surprised when she opened the file. There are only 2 conditions. She glanced over the sales contract. He is agreeing to the price, and is guaranteeing the equipment will stay with the farm we were concerned about. Logan asked, "What are the conditions?" Julia read it and frowned before reading it out loud. He wants a written promise we will never sell to or lease any of the buildings to Kurt Maya, or any company he is affiliated with. Why? Dylan asked. He is the one who is going to sell off everything and destroy his legacy, which is important to Walter. Agreed. Logan? They both waited for him to nod. I agree wholeheartedly. Julia kept reading. Condition 2 is quite detailed. He'd like special consideration for his farm and asks for the staff to be able to continue on working after the sale at least for 1 year, with a month-long notice if they are no longer needed. He cares very much for the people who worked for him. She turned to the men. I have no problem with that, unless they become a problem. I'm sure Joe will agree. Let's add we will accept as long as the employee is complying with policy or something to that effect, Logan suggested. Yes, I agree to that, Dylan said. I'm not finished yet. Walter also wants one of the owners to live at the farm. Julia's stomach dropped. Joe isn't going to like this one bit. Let's get him on a video chat. Within less than a minute, Joe was on the screen, along with Nicole, Dylan, Logan, and Julia. She read the conditions to the patriarch of the Russel Empire. He shrugged. I don't see any problem with his demand, Julia. Seriously, Joe? That holds us back. It means one of the owners, a Russell or Logan or Dylan, has to live in that house. You are retiring. Logan and Dylan have their own lives in Berks County. Plus, we can lease the ranch house and increase revenue. Joe shook his head. Julia, please do not worry. I may as well tell you now that I'd like you to become the CEO of Russel Enterprise. Part of our headquarters will be moving to one of the commercial properties we are buying in the Hideaway Lake district to combine forces with the Bradleys. Joshua and Jonathan will probably be moving here also, so there is always the chance one of them can live at the farm. Or maybe you, Julia. You don't have to go back to the city. Do you want the ranch house? This was all too much. That awful feeling started to creep up her spine. She recognized it for what it was and tried to squelch it down. She had always been successful at controlling this feeling before, when she had work to do. For some reason, it wasn't working again today. Her breathing quickened. Logan's hand went to her back, as if he was in tune with her. It helped. She did not want Joe to ever see what happened to her, especially now that he was asking her to replace him in the company. As CEO, she didn't dare show any weakness. Joe, can we go ahead and agree one of the owners will live in the property and get this deal closed? Can we call you back in an hour? Yes. Let's get this done. Nicole, send our response to Walter. We'll have him in on the next video chat. Julia, we are almost done. The screen went blank. Dylan yawned. I'm going to hit the gym. Want to come along, Logan? No. See you in an hour. When Dylan left, Logan turned to her. Julia, he whispered. It's going to be okay. Breathe. I'm weak. I wasn't able to speak, and how can I do this as CEO? Come on, he told her, pulling her hand as they went to the large window. Concentrate on that huge mountain peak. Breathe in and let it out slowly. You can control it. You just have to try. Julia listened to him. He stood behind her, holding her against him while his arms encased her whole body. She concentrated on what he told her, and within a few minutes she was calm. It worked. She turned in his arms. I have to tell him no. What? No, you can't. Not over this. He wants this for you. Do I want it for me, Logan? If I can't breathe and have a panic attack over a big deal like this, how am I going to run a company? Logan smiled. Because I'll be right there with you. What? Her brows furrowed and she was totally confused. Joe has been making arrangements before the wedding, assuming Walter sells to us. He was pretty sure we'd get the sale. Dylan and I are moving our headquarters into the same building where Russel Enterprise will relocate to. It will be our new location, so we'll be seeing a lot of each other if you become the new CEO. So I'm not losing you then? He shook his head. No. I just want to make sure I don't lose you. Julia usually handled everything so well. This was about her though. She could tackle anything the company put on her desk. It was her own life that she had no clue what to do with. She was perfectly fine being the numbers woman for the company, besides learning everything Joe knew. Now, he was giving her the opportunity to make use of her skills. I have a lot to think about. He dipped his head to kiss her. Julia wrapped her arms around him, not sure if this would be the last kiss or the first of many more. Logan pulled away from her. I know you have a lot to think about. Whatever happens, Julia, give yourself a break. You are not perfect, nor were you born to figure everything out on your own. Let's get this video call done, and then take some time to think about everything. I'll be here when you make up your mind. Julia knew he was right. She had to spend some time deciding what she wanted. Not for the company, but for herself. It had been a long night. After the video call, the three of them got in the vehicle and came back to the mansion. Even though she was staying until the end of the month covering for Joe, she knew Logan and Dylan had to go back to the city to make arrangements and talk to their staff. She stood at the window looking out over the grounds, going over the last 2 hours. Walter had agreed to the sale, satisfied that one of the owners would be living at his farm. He told them he didn't expect them to stay forever, but asked them to wait until he was dead and buried before anyone changed the rules. No one really decided who was going to live there yet. All in all, Julia was pleased with the whole deal. Walter was ready to sell and move on with his love, Heidi. They were going to spend the rest of the winter in Hawaii, he told them, only because Heidi insisted they take a trip to the islands. It will be on our honeymoon, folks, he announced. Can you imagine getting married at my age? He had looked ecstatic as he told them of his plans. After congratulations, the brothers left the room, and Julia had waited until everyone else hung up except for Joe. She had leaned in, her chin in hand, and gave him a serious look. What's wrong, Julia? You don't look happy. Joe Russell, you knew all along there was something going on with Logan and I, didn't you? He hadn't answered at first. Laura had poked her head around the corner of the screen and nodded. When Joe saw what his wife did, he threw his hands in the air. I won't ever win now, will I? They both told him no. He shook his head. I'm sorry, Julia, but if I hadn't interfered, you would be perfectly happy to live your life sitting at a desk, never getting to know what love is all about. I'm not in love, Joe. We are only friends. Right. I better go, Julia. Take care. We'll see you at the end of the month. She stared at the blank screen until she felt a presence. Looking up, she had noticed Logan standing at the doorway, hands in his pocket. He didn't say a word. Then he pushed himself away from the door and went to pack up his overnight bag. They had left soon after and parted ways at the front of the mansion. He had heard her say she was not in love. It was probably a slap in the face to him, especially when she heard him call her love last night during her panic attack. Julia hugged herself even closer. She should go talk to him. Looking down, she realized she still wore her power suit from earlier. It was dark out now. She slipped on a pair of wide-leg crop sweatpants, a matching long-sleeve pullover and white lace-up platform sneakers. Her hair was still in a braid, so she left her suite and knocked on the one next door. No one answered, so she walked to Dylan's suite and did the same thing. No answer. Julia got in the elevator, thinking she'd check the restaurant in case the brothers went for supper. If he wasn't there, she planned to hit the gym. There was too much pent-up energy inside of her that she needed to release. The restaurant looked busy tonight, and she realized it was only after 6. Julia stood in the entrance gazing around when she saw Dylan and Logan at a small table near the far window. Logan's back was to her, but Dylan spotted her in the doorway and waved her over. She needed to speak with Logan alone to tell him how much their time meant to her, and to forget what she said to Joe. She did feel awful about that, and the more she put it through her head, the worse she felt. If he had said something like that, she'd have wondered if anything between them mattered at all. "I'm not in love. We're just friends." If she had been paying attention instead of worrying so much, she'd have realized the brothers were not alone. Two brunettes sat across from them. A table setting for 4 made it obvious Dylan and Logan were on a date. She wanted to turn around and run, but that was not Julia. No, she faced every damn thing with an iron fist. "Hello," she told them when she got closer. The two women were dressed for a night of impressing a man, while Dylan and Logan wore jeans, a nice shirt and jacket. She wasn't able to look at Logan, so she kept her eyes on Dylan. "Hey Julia, would you like to join us?" The two ladies did not look happy when she turned to see how his question affected them. It was obvious this was a date at the look on their faces. Her heart began to pound, but she pushed it deep down, letting anger fill her up instead. "No thanks. I'm heading to the gym, as you can tell." She pointed to her sweatpants and smiled, even though she felt her eyes filling up with liquid. She waved, turned, and shot out of the dining room as if someone was chasing her down. Julia began to jog, working her way across the foyer towards the gym. When she got there, she pressed the code to enter. Julia got seated on an exercise bike and turned it on. She began to pedal, going faster and faster, focusing on the screen in front of her. She just needed to focus on something to calm her beating heart. It sure hadn't taken long for Logan to find a date. When she thought about him, her heart raced even more. Stop thinking about him. Think about nothing. Clear your head. Why were these panic attacks coming more and more? Did her head know her whole life was about to change? When her parents died so long ago, she remembered hiding in her room, waiting on Joe to come home, not knowing what to do until he got there. She had sent the other kids to bed, crying, because they wanted to know why their parents had died. That was the first time she had a panic attack. The panic had gripped her so hard she cried and cried, begging her parents to come home, thinking they could hear her, trying to make the horrible feeling go away. Jonathan, Joshua, and Joy found her in a fetal position as she tried to control what was happening to her. When she saw their scared faces, she pulled herself out of it and made a decision right then that no one would ever see her go through one again. It had worked in the past. She got so busy with taking care of her younger siblings, and then the company, that the attacks came few and far between. There had been a period of time when she had thought they were gone forever. Now they were happening all the time. It was getting worse. The Julia everyone knew was falling apart. The episode she had in front of Logan proved she was out of control. If she was to become the new CEO, she had to get a grip on her episodes. But thinking about Logan moving on, and the idea of her seeing him every day while he dated and found someone else, had her heart racing. Was she in love with him after all? Then the idea that she would have to tell her brother about the attacks, the one who depended on her to be brave and strong at all times, caused her to go deeper into the episode she was having. She slowed the pedals and gripped the handles, sweating profusely. Her body began to shake out of control. Flashes of light blurred her vision while a woman, out of the blue, began staring at her, leaning over and talking, but Julia wasn't able to make out any words. All she saw were huge eyes with fake eyebrows that looked like someone had drawn them on. Her head began to ache and the dizziness started. When she heard someone yell to call 911, her heart pounded so hard she felt it soaring from her chest. She tried to call out, to tell them not to call anyone, that she'd be back in control in just a minute. When the words wouldn't come, she wanted to die. Now everyone would know that Julia Russel wasn't as tough as they thought. Logan wanted to leave this ridiculous dinner date and find Julia. He knew where she was since she was wearing workout clothes. He should excuse himself and go find her. It was time they talked about what had happened. Why had he let Dylan talk him into this dinner with the two sisters? They met Dylan at the bar, and he invited them to dinner. He begged Logan to attend also, since there was a chance they'd use the sisters' PR firm when they moved business here. Logan went along with it since Julia basically dumped him right there in the kitchen at the cabin. Telling Joe she wasn't in love and they were just friends caused him to say yes to the date. The moment he sat down, he regretted his decision. There was a commotion in the main foyer as an ambulance pulled up to the front doors. An announcement came over the loudspeakers. Manager of operations, please come to the gym. Mr. Hammerstein to the gym. A scattering of feet caused most of the customers to stop and watch as employees ran towards the gym. The name they called was probably a code for something going on. Olivia came out from the back of the kitchen, searching the crowd in her dining room. Just as quickly, James hurried to her and spoke in her ear. Logan was watching. He felt like something wasn't right. Most people were now rubbernecking, trying to see what was going on in the foyer. Olivia called to one of the other staff members. Logan stood, excusing himself as he walked towards Olivia to hear her words. Chef Roberts, please close up. I have to go to the hospital with Joe's sister. Logan called out. Olivia. When she saw him, she tore off her apron and laid it on the chair. Logan. It's Julia. I'm not sure what's going on. Hurry. They both ran across the foyer towards the gym. Logan's heart raced as they reached the gurney that was rolling up the hall with Julia strapped in. He knew instinctively what was happening. She's having a panic attack, he told the first responder. The EMT nodded. They upped the oxygen level and handed her a bag. Blow in this, one of them told her. You are hyperventilating. Logan tried to get near her. Julia. Breathe, baby, breathe. He took her hand. It felt cold and clammy, her skin was pale and he was terrified for her. He felt her fingers tighten around his as he walked along with the gurney to the ambulance, not caring if it was 10 degrees outside and he had no coat on. They got her safely into the ambulance. Someone else helped Olivia in, and she took the hand Logan had to let go of. Olivia. He called out. Make her breathe, talk to her. Hold her hand. Don't let her go. A pat on the shoulder from one of the first responders helped him to get a grip on himself. She's in good hands, sir. What hospital are you taking her to? Hershey Medical. I'll be right behind you. Logan didn't care if she wasn't in love with him, he was going to make sure she got through this. Because he was in love with her. That's all he cared about right now. Chapter 16. Julia's mouth was so dry it was difficult to swallow. She wanted to open her eyes, but the darkness was so nice. If she opened them, she'd have to face the truth. The real world would come at her like a blasting furnace about to explode. No. She wanted to stay like this for a little while longer. At least until wait. What was all the heavy breathing? She fluttered her eyes as movement and whispers filled her silence. Was someone watching her? Julia blinked. Then she blinked again and slowly opened her eyes. 4 pairs of eyes stared at her. Her siblings and Savannah. She shook her head. What are you doing here? The words came out in a whisper. She was afraid to speak since her throat was so dry. Why do you think? Joy, always the sarcastic one, answered. Are you going to sleep all day? I have a long trip home. Then she took her sister's hand and intertwined their fingers. Don't you dare ever scare us like this again. A tear fell from Joy's cheek. Julia blinked again, her lips trembling. This was a first for Joy. She usually kept her emotions in check. Julia was the same way. Maybe the two of them were more alike than she realized. I'm sorry I scared you, she got out. Can I have some water? She tried to sit up. Joshua and Jonathan helped her into a sitting position. Her arm ached. She looked down to see an IV needle poking her skin. What is that for? Joy answered. They are giving you some fluids. She handed Julia a glass filled with ice and water. She sipped and let the water run down her throat. It felt so refreshing. Her head was still foggy but not as bad as before. Joe wants to speak with you, Jonathan told her. I'm hitting the button on the video call. She must have looked horrified. Joshua patted her on the shoulder. Julia, it's okay. He knows about the panic attacks. We told him about the one you had the night our parents died. Except we had no idea they were still coming on. I'm sorry we didn't pay attention. Julia, I'm sorry too. I love you, sis, and never want to see you like this again. Jonathan looked like he was about to burst out in tears. They were all so emotional right now. I didn't think any of you remembered. I tried to push that out of my head all these years. Joy nodded. It may have worked for a while, but it is something you need to speak to someone about. There are also medications that can help you. The doctor calls it PTSD. I'm not sure I agree with him on that. It's no big deal really. Plus, I'm not taking any head meds. Next thing you know, they'll be saying I'm the crazy sibling. Julia was still trying to brush it off. Joe is live, Jonathan warned. Julia, her big brother called. The minute he looked into her eyes, she burst into tears. Julia, 45 years old, and she was a mess? I'm so sorry I failed you, Joe. She felt someone touch her shoulder and knew it was Logan. Had he been here all this time? He took her hand and just held it. Julia, you did not fail me, or anyone else including yourself. I'm so damn proud of what you've accomplished. If I had known you were prone to panic attacks, we would have gotten you help. I'm really feeling the love of everyone right now, but I was afraid to show any weakness. Especially in the years right after Mom and Dad died. I understand. Let's get you fixed up and out of that hospital. You have a company to run. You still want me to run it, Joe? I can't not like this. Joe chuckled. No, that's for sure. We will help you every step of the way. You are the best person to run our family company, Julia. Everyone agrees. She heard her brothers and sister in the background as they all encouraged her. While you were sleeping so soundly, we talked for hours. Jonathan and Joshua will also move to the Hideaway Lake area. Just like I was hoping they would. Joy, she is staying where she is at but promised us she'd come visit more often. We are going to hold her to that. Julia, you have a family that will surround you and help you. No doubt about it, we'll all work together to make sure you don't go through this alone. Doesn't that sound better than trying to face this by yourself? Julia gave a nod. Thank you, Joe, she whispered. Perhaps I'll honor the therapist with my presence, since everyone knows. My wife tried therapy once. Laura popped onto the screen. She had been quiet for all this time. It didn't work for me, Julia. The therapist's name was Joe, and I had to fire him. What worked for me was a long drive across the mountains. It helped more than any therapy ever did. Joe rolled his eyes. Joe the therapist caused us a lot of trouble. I'll tell you the story someday, sis. She smiled at the two of them and the love they shared. Even in later years, they found each other. It was sweet and a feel-good ending. I'm anxious to hear the story. Don't be anxious, Joy warned. Everyone laughed. They all knew Julia. Getting used to her not being perfect was going to be something to get used to. Savannah took Julia's other hand. You had me worried for a while. I just found you and I sure don't want to lose you. The two hugged. Have you opened your shop yet? Julia was always about business. Savannah shook her head. It's almost ready. But I've been busy. I have a rescue dog named Hannah. Also met Doc Parker, who is quite handsome and had to get rid of a ghost. A ghost? Savannah nodded. Yep. I didn't want to say anything, but now that you've admitted to having a weakness, I may as well tell you too. Her name was Kat, and she drowned a long time ago. She was mischievous, throwing cups across the room, making weird noises and causing havoc all around, until the ladies of the night showed her how to leave. Joe piped in. At the Americana? I've met her, unfortunately. Seriously? Joshua was quite amused. Yes, Dad, I am serious. I was afraid to tell anyone at first. I was worried you'd all think I was the crazy relative. Now that Aunt Julia has that honor, I may as well come clean. Julia laughed so hard it hurt her stomach. Savannah was indeed a Russel. Joe said his goodbyes. I'm going to finish my honeymoon now, and we'll see everyone at the board meeting at the mansion on January 31st. Make sure you show up. Laura bought a ton of souvenirs that we hardly have room on the motorhome. Joshua and Jonathan gave her a hug and left, shaking hands with Logan. Joy and Savannah left together, then she was alone with Logan. He still had his hand in hers. He sat on the edge of her hospital bed. The doc says you can leave in a few hours. I'm going to stay and take you back. I'd like it if you stayed. Logan looked uncomfortable. Look, it wasn't what you thought. Dylan. Stop. I'm okay with you dating Logan. He gazed into her eyes. No, you are not. Is that what you think? It's what I know. You had a panic attack, Julia. Because of me. I also heard you lie to Joe and tell him you were not in love. Everything you said in the last day has come back to bite you in the... She gasped. Logan, must you be so honest? He leaned forward and kissed her slowly. I know you love me. Why don't you say it? I want a dog. He looked like he was about to let his jaw drop. What? I want a dog. You know, one of those therapy dogs. I think it will help. Logan didn't react. He waited. He was so patient and knew she was teasing him, trying to change the subject. She smiled. I love you. He dropped her hand and pulled her up from the bed into his arms. I knew you had it in you. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck when the IV line pulled her back. I can finally admit it, Logan. You bring out the best in me. I'm looking forward to some kind of future with you and living at Hideaway Lake. A few hours later, they were on their way back to the mansion, where Logan once again would not let her walk through the foyer. He carried her across the marble floor, into the elevator and into her suite. They spent the rest of the night together, talking about the future. Early spring. Julia raced her horse across the pasture, laughing so hard she thought she'd fall off. She looked back to find Logan a good distance behind her. He had been slowing down to make her feel like she was in the lead, even though they both knew he had the faster horse. He slowed down to a trot and waved at her to come back. She was curious, so she made her way to him. They could see the road from there, and noticed a black SUV driving towards them. Is that Walter? I believe so. Let's get back to the house. Within minutes they were back at the barn, then hurried to the vehicle pulling up. They stood arm in arm as Walter got out, waving. He held the door open for Heidi, who looked about 20 pounds lighter. Look at the two of you, Julia said, going forward for a hug. What is going on? Walter took Heidi's hand while they all sat on the furniture on the porch. Julia had ordered new wicker rockers and a gorgeous wicker couch and chairs. Looks very nice here, folks. Julia gave him a smile. I'd offer you some drinks, but it looks like you have a six-pack in your hand, Walter. What's going on with that? I wanted to make sure the farm was still occupied. Logan chuckled. Walter, you call me at least once a week. You know it is. He sat back in the rocker, accepting the beer Walter offered and popped the top. I guess I missed the place. Julia never thought she'd love it on the farm as much as she did. I can see why, Walter. We love it here, although at first I hesitated to move here. I know. I wanted to make sure you didn't just put an employee in here while you lived in some fancy condo somewhere else. That's Jonathan and Joshua, not me. They each bought a condo over on Lakeview Heights. Laura had told them it was a nice place to live, and it's close to the commercial building we are setting up as the corporate office. How's that going, if I may ask? It's getting there. After we signed all the paperwork, I went back to Berks County for a few weeks. When I got back here, I wasn't sure where I wanted to live. I even thought about purchasing one of those cottages close to where Laura and Joe live, but changed my mind. She didn't mention Logan had called and texted her 2 to 3 times a day, even at night before she fell asleep. She gave him a side glance and he winked at her. Oh, for Pete's sake, a wink. She was way too much in love with this man. Logan shook his head. She came out here begging to move in with me, Walter. Don't let her fool you. Walter was laughing so hard his belly rumbled. Heidi giggled. I heard you wanted the farm. I'm glad the two of you run it. Makes my old heart feel like there is hope for the next generation. Speaking of the next generation, what happened to Eric? I haven't seen him around. Julia was super glad too. She wanted to make sure he'd never show his face near her again. I gave him his inheritance and told him good riddance. When Heidi informed me of the things he's been doing, I had to make a decision. I loved my brother, rest his soul, but the kid has to grow up. He has enough money that he can get by. Where did you send him, Walter? She knew he wasn't going to just let him wander around aimlessly. That wasn't Walter's way. He had to be the tough guy, and she recognized that for all it was worth. He laughed. I invested in property in the Dominican Republic. He's there now, doing all the lawyer stuff. Julia laughed. You're hoping he'll love it so much and decide to stay there, right, Walter? Yes, ma'am. I told you that you were a smart lady. I knew it when I met you. They chatted for a while until it was time to go. Since Walter only had one beer that he sipped on for over an hour, and maybe drank half of it, she wasn't concerned about him driving. By now, it was out of his system. Where are you staying, Walter? At the mansion for now. That place is quite fancy. I'm glad I'm not paying for it. Joe told me I can stay as long as I want. We've been having a fun time, haven't we, Sugar Pie? Heidi blushed. Yes, we are. So where are you going to put down roots again, Walter? Logan took her hand as they walked them to the SUV. We have a plan. We're buying one of them cottages across from the lake and staying there for the summer. It should be ready next week. Then, over the winter, I'm buying a place either in Florida or we're flying to Arizona. Or maybe one in each place. You can never have too many places, Julia told him, giving him a hug. I'm glad you'll be around for a while. He had become like a lost uncle to her. I'll be at the Russell reunion for sure. I hear there's going to be fresh scallops and lobster, and there's no way I'm missing out. They waved as Walter drove off to the mansion. Julia turned to Logan, who was down on one knee. What are you doing, Logan? Was he? She was speechless. I love that we are living together, but I want more. Spend the rest of your life with me, Julia? Will you marry me? She was quite shocked he came at her like this out of the blue. I was expecting something a bit more romantic, she teased. He laughed. Is that a yes? She nodded, then lowered herself to the ground. It is a yes. Her arms went around him. A dog barked across the yard and ran towards them. Who knew things would be like this? Here she was, CEO of Russel Enterprise, sitting on the lawn of their farm in her future husband's arms while million-dollar deals sat waiting on her laptop for her approval. This winter retreat turned out to be the best decision of Julia's life. The end. Thank you for reading Julia's story. Are you ready for Book 5? So many things are happening at Hideaway Lake this year. Bobby's roller rink is almost ready to open up, even if Bailey seems to have gone in another direction. Again. Savannah's busy life as the party planner of Hideaway Lake is almost more than she can handle, especially now that someone is interested in her. Can she juggle all her clients and still find time for Doc Parker? When Char's twins Elizabeth and Taylor return to Hideaway Lake for a summer hiatus, they come home to find things have changed since they had moved to California. They learn a cherished building from their childhood is slated to be torn down, and saving it means making an impossible choice. A heartwarming tale of love and sisterhood. Available now at all retailers. The Sisters of Summer, available today.